Chapter 1125. Ahem. Mr. Li's eyes are as sharp as a torch, so I told you the truth. In the Yunshan residence, Li Zishuan coughed awkwardly before telling the truth. I wanted to ask for a few words from Mr. Li, but because I've been grounded at home by His Majesty, it's inconvenient for me to go out, so I had to ask Mr. Li to come over. Li Gang was speechless. Our residences are only a few steps away from each other. Even if you go out, do you think His Majesty will find trouble with you? Besides, there are no outsiders on Yunshan. Who would be so free as to inform His Majesty of such a small matter? Li Zishuan was sweating profusely. Who asked him to be well-meaning by his father-in-law 2 days ago? Naturally, he would be a little more careful when doing things. Ahem. Since His Majesty wants me to stay at home and reflect, then I must be sincere. Li Gang shook his head. He obviously didn't believe him, but he was too lazy to investigate further. At this time, he said, in terms of calligraphy, I'm far inferior to Deng Shan, Chu Suiliang, and Bo Shi, Yu Shinan. Why would Yamacho come to me for help? What I seek is Mr. Li's artistic conception and also Mr. Li's spirit. Mr. Li has noble character and unquestionable integrity. I must hang Mr. Li's calligraphy at home and study it at all times. Li Zishuan flattered. In fact, this fellow wanted to take Li Gang's calligraphy and leave it as a family heirloom for future generations. Although Li Gang's calligraphy wasn't as famous as Yu Shinan and Chu Suiliang's, Li Gang's fame wasn't any less than those two. Besides, he was now grounded. How could he go out and ask Yu Shinan and Chu Suiliang to write for him? Sending someone to invite them to his residence wasn't realistic either. After all, their friendship wasn't that good yet. Yamacho, don't flatter me. What do you want me to write? Just tell me. When the time comes, don't complain that my calligraphy is ugly. Li Gang waved his hand and smiled helplessly. Li Zishuan nodded at Xiao He. The latter turned around and left. Soon, she returned with 2 rows of red papers in her hands. Li Zishuan said to Li Gang, it's going to be the new year soon. I want to hang 2 auspicious characters in front of the door to make it seem more festive. It's just that these characters are a little difficult to display, so I asked Mr. Li Gang to come and inscribe them. Li Gang frowned. What are you going to inscribe on Yamacho? I call this a couplet because it's going to be the new year soon. It's also called Spring Festival Couplets. Couplet? Yamacho, tell me about it. It could not be said that there were no couplets in this era, but there was no such thing as a couplet. In fact, long before the Qin and Han dynasties, people in our country had the custom of hanging peach talismans during the new year. The so-called peach talisman was to write the names of the legendary exorcist gods, Shencha and Yulei, on 2 peach planks and hang them on the left and right doors to exorcise ghosts and suppress evil. This custom lasted for more than 1,000 years. It was only in the 5th generation that people began to inscribe couplets on the peach planks. According to the records of the Song dynasty and the Shu family, Meng Chong, the ruler of Shu in the 5th generation, every year, scholars were appointed to write poems and inscribe peach talismans on the left and right of the bedroom door. At the end of the year, 964 AD, the scholar Xing Yinshuan wrote poems. Chong used his non-professional skills to write poems and wrote New Year's Celebration, Festivals Changchun. This was the earliest form of couplets, and it was also the earliest spring festival couplets in our country. After the Song dynasty, it was quite common for people to hang spring festival couplets during the new year. Wang Engshi's poem, Thousands of Families Always Exchange New Peach Talismans for Old Ones, was a true portrayal of the grand occasion at that time. Because the appearance of spring festival couplets was closely related to peach talismans, the ancients called them peach talismans. Therefore, when Li Gang heard the couplets and spring festival couplets, he was stunned. Li Zishuan was already prepared, and he said without hesitation, the first part of the couplet is called Smooth Sailing, Happy Every Year. The second part is called Everything Goes Well, Every Step is High. The horizontal inscription is Lucky Star Shines High. This couplet wasn't considered literary, but it stood out because it was festive. It was considered one of the more widespread spring festival couplets in modern times. Li Gang heard this and squinted his eyes. After a moment of silence, he nodded and praised, although it doesn't have any novelty, it wins in that the couplet is neat and tidy. Furthermore, these two sentences can be considered appropriate for the occasion. But why do I feel that this couplet is similar to the peach talisman? Peach talisman? Li Zishuan was stunned. Fortunately, he wasn't an ignorant person. After thinking for a while, he finally recalled the peach talisman in an ancient poem. Therefore, he nodded and said, "That's right, that's right. This is also called a peach talisman, but I feel that couplets are more suitable for it than peach talismans." Li Gang shook his head and didn't deny it. The old man placed the red paper on the table. Li Zishuan hurriedly asked Xiao He to grind the ink with the best pine smoke ink. The Tang dynasty was a period of rapid development of ink production technology. From the Wei and Jin dynasties, the ink balls, made of lacquer and pine coal, were gradually popularized and finalized in the Tang dynasty. Various solid ink ingots were made with pine smoke and glue, and the quality was getting better and better. Famous inks such as Zhu Min, Li Yongbing, Shi Chao, Shi Tingge, and other famous inks made by famous artists such as Zhu Min, Li Yongbing, Shi Chao, and Shi Tingge were all tributes to the imperial family. Li Gang held the brush and concentrated. After a series of strokes, 16 large characters suddenly appeared on the paper. Li Zishuan looked at it and realized that Li Gang's handwriting wasn't as bad as the old man said. It was different from Chu Sueliang's calligraphy, which was long and flat, and was also different from Yu Shernan's calligraphy, which was dignified and full of spirit. Li Gang's handwriting was as smooth as jade, graceful and elegant. Perhaps his handwriting was just like his character, a gentleman like jade. Good handwriting. Good handwriting. Xiao He, quickly send it to the workshop and let Faubert frame it with high-quality glass. This year, during the new year, we will put this couplet in front of our house and pass it down for generations to come. Li Zishuan clapped his hands and laughed. Speaking of which, even if his future descendants were to be prodigals, with just this couplet, they should be able to live without worries, right? Yes. Young master. Xiao He responded. Then she and Xiao Shi carefully dried the ink on the red paper and brought it to the workshop. Li Gang couldn't help but laugh. He said helplessly, "Yamacho, don't joke around. In terms of calligraphy, I am far inferior to Deng Shan and Bashi. I really don't understand why you want me to come and inscribe it." Li Zishuan waved his hand and retorted, "Mister, you are wrong. In terms of calligraphy, there is no such thing as good or bad. At most, each of them has their own merits. In terms of speaking skills, Deng Shan and Bashi are no match for you, Yamacho." Li Gang smiled and pointed at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was helpless. He wasn't trying to flatter him just now. "Forget it, let's not talk about that anymore. Mister, please sit down and drink." Now I can finally relax and drink. Li Gang joked again. Chapter 11:26. Feiji, go get these materials for me. After sending off Li Gang, Li Zishuan wrote and drew in the study for a while. Then he took out a list of materials and ordered Pang Feiji. Pang Feiji did not even look at it. He took it and cupped his fist. "Yes, Marquis." Then he turned and left. Li Zishuan hurriedly called out to him, instructing him with a stern face, "Keep this list safe for this Marquis. If it's lost or seen by others, you won't be able to pay for it even if you use your life. Do you understand?" Pang Feiji straightened his back and said seriously, "Understood. I'll definitely keep it safe." Walking out of the courtyard, he took out the list of materials that Li Zishuan gave him. He was dumbfounded. This? What does Marquis want these things for? Is he keeping them for the new year? Previously, when Li Zishuan asked Li Gang to write couplets, Pang Feiji guessed that Li Zishuan was preparing for the new year even though he was not there. However, what did the things on the list have to do with the new year? Forget it. I don't care anymore. I just need to find these things for Marquis and make sure that no one else sees this list. Pang Feiji could not figure it out no matter how hard he scratched his head. In the end, he could only put the list back carefully and walk down the mountain. After instructing Pang Feiji, Li Zishuan returned to the study and continued writing. In fact, He had already written a portion of the second semester's teaching materials a few months ago. After so many days of seclusion, he was almost done with the second volume of teaching materials. Now, his main job was to proofread. The house was quiet. There were only him and 2 maids. Han Yushi went to Chang, and in the morning, the rest accompanied Yi Guozhong and old lady Yi to tour the academy. That's right. This group of people had been walking around the academy for a few days and they were still not tired of it. Li Zixuan sometimes did not understand. Wasn't it just a bunch of reinforced concrete buildings? Was it that attractive? This guy was just standing there and talking. He didn't even think about it. Yi Guochong and old Madam Yi were born and raised in the Tang dynasty. How could they not feel refreshed when they saw the tall cement building? It was like a modern person seeing an ancient house for the first time. It would be strange if they didn't find it novel. Bang bang bang. I've already found everything you need. After an unknown amount of time, Pang Feiji knocked on the door. Li Zixuan put down the document in his hand, raised his head and said, "Come in." With a creak, Pang Feiji came in with a gunny sack. Seeing this, Li Zixuan frowned and said, "You put everything in a sack?" Pang Feiji quickly put down the sack and opened it, saying, No. My look, these are all wrapped in small packets of paper." Li Zixuan nodded in satisfaction. "All right, well done. Go guard the front yard. I'm going to the backyard to do something. Without my orders, no one is allowed to enter the backyard." Pang Feiji nodded and replied, "Yes." Then he couldn't help but ask, "Marquis, what are you going to do with these things?" After saying that, Pang Feiji immediately regretted it. In a big family, it was taboo to know too much. Li Zixuan wasn't angry. He raised his eyes and glanced at Pang Feiji. "You'll know when the time comes." "Oh right, did you destroy the list just now?" Seeing that Li Zixuan didn't blame him, Pang Feiji heaved a sigh of relief. He then replied, "The list is here. I haven't destroyed it yet." Li Zixuan picked up the gunny sack with one hand and walked out of the door. He said calmly, "Remember to burn the list later." Pang Feiji was stunned. He then said, "Yes." However, Li Zixuan was no longer beside him. The latter had already gone to the backyard to do something. "Husband, I'm back." It was close to noon when Han Yushi returned from Chang and City. Once she entered the house, she habitually shouted inside. However, there was no response from inside. At this time, Xiao He appeared out of nowhere and said, "Young mistress, young master is doing something in the backyard alone." "Then I'll go take a look." Han Yushi put down the package in her hands, then clapped her hands and walked towards the backyard. Pang Feiji, who was guarding the front yard, obviously heard it. However, he wasn't stupid enough to stop her. Although Li Zixuan had instructed him not to let outsiders into the backyard, Han Yushi was obviously not an outsider. "Wife, you're back?" In the backyard, Li Zixuan was using glue to make thick paper cylinders. The diameter of the cylinders was about a little thicker than a thumb, and the cylinders were about 20 centimeters tall. There were materials scattered all over the ground beside him. Li Zixuan, who was fiddling in the yard, heard the sound of footsteps and spoke without turning his head. Judging by the sound, this was the tacit understanding between an old couple. Speaking of glue, many people subconsciously thought that there was no glue in ancient times. In fact, there was glue, but it wasn't the modern chemical glue. The glue Li Zixuan was using now was fish gelatin. As the name implied, it was made from fish bladders. The fish bladders were steamed, boiled, pounded, and filtered before they were finally made into fish gelatin. When it was used, it was heated in water. After it was melted, it would be applied to the surface of the object. After it cooled and dried, it would be successfully adhered. In terms of viscosity, it was much stronger than most modern adhesives. Other than fish gelatin, there was also pig gelatin. It was made from pig skin. After boiling, it became something like glue. When it was used, it was also heated in water. It was used in the same way as fish gelatin. It could be said that the wisdom of the ancient people in terms of tools and materials wasn't as weak as most people thought. Husband, what are you doing?" Han Yushi saw the paper tubes lying on the ground and other materials scattered everywhere. She couldn't help but ask curiously. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, "Well, I'm making something similar to firecrackers, but it's not only louder than firecrackers, but also better looking than firecrackers. Wife, you just came back. Go and rest. I'll be done in a while." That's right, Li Zishuan wanted to make fireworks. At this time, the firecrackers wrapped in gunpowder with paper had not appeared yet. There were only firecrackers, or exploding rods. To put it bluntly, this thing was a bamboo rod. Because the bamboo rod was sealed in sections, when it was heated, the gas inside would expand. If it was heated for a long time, the bamboo rod would explode, so it was called a firecracker. Usually, during the new year, naughty children liked to play with this thing the most. They could often see naughty children on the street throwing bamboo rods into the fire in groups of 3 to 5. They mainly wanted to hear the sound. Official firecrackers with gunpowder were only recorded in the Northern Song dynasty. At that time, they were also called firecrackers. The fireworks that Li Zishuan was making now with the help of gunpowder were definitely not available in the Tang dynasty. Chapter 11:27. Just after lunch, Lan impatiently urged him to hurry up. "Brother, set off the firecrackers. Lan wants to see firecrackers." The little girl was a little tired of accompanying her grandparents around the academy. After all, she had been playing at the academy before, and the novelty had long worn off. Therefore, she came back alone in the afternoon. During lunch, she heard from Han Yushi that Li Zishuan had made a big baby that was similar to firecrackers in the morning. The little girl was instantly excited. If it weren't for Li Zishuan watching her, she probably wouldn't even want to eat and would have gone to play with fireworks. Playing was a child's nature. Whether it was in modern times or ancient times, it was mostly like this. Especially things like fireworks and firecrackers, children loved to play with them even more. In his previous life, Li Zishuan still played with firecrackers during the New Year even when he was in high school. "Okay, I'll set them off for you. But Lan, you have to stand a little further away." Li Zishuan patted Lan's little head and said dotingly. The main reason he wanted the little girl to stand a little further away was that he wasn't confident in the fireworks he made. After all, he had only played with them in his previous life, but he had never made them. In the morning, he had only used the memory of dismantling a section of fireworks in his previous life to slowly fumble around and create an experimental product. He had no idea whether it could be fired or whether it would explode on the spot. Yes, Lan will definitely stand far away. In order to see Li Zishuan set off firecrackers, Lan was willing to agree to anything. "Okay, you go to the front yard first. I'll go to the backyard to get something," Li Zishuan said as he stood up. Of course, such a dangerous experiment had to be as far away from home as possible. Otherwise, if he were to test the fireworks in the backyard and blow up the house, he would be heartbroken. Yes, Lan responded, then pulled Han Yushi's hand and said, "Sister Yushi, can you go too?" Lan is scared alone. Plot. Li Zishuan, who had just walked to the backyard door, almost fell to the ground. "You're scared? If you're scared, you won't cry and shout that you want to play with firecrackers." "But then I'll go with Lan." Han Yushi nodded and agreed. Actually, she really wanted to go. However, when she thought about how she was already married, it would be inappropriate for her to watch these children's games. Now that Lan had invited her, she decided to go with the flow. "Wife, stand back a little more." "Brother, you're already so far away, why are you still standing back?" Yes, it was still not enough. A little further. In front of the Yunshan villa, Li Zishuan was holding a plate of experimental fireworks. This experimental product was made by connecting 9 fireworks together with a lead wire. The 3x3 arrangement made its chassis very stable. Li Zishuan took a shovel and dug a shallow pit. He buried 1/5 of the firework in the soil to ensure that it wouldn't tilt during the process of being set off. After that, he repeatedly urged Lan and Han Yushi to retreat. To be honest, Li Zishuan didn't care about the small amount of gunpowder in the fireworks. However, it was a completely different story for his wife and sister. If it exploded on them, they would be scalded at the very least, or even disfigured at the very least. Brother, this should be enough, right? Lun shouted at Li Zishuan impatiently with her hands on her hips. She felt that Li Zishuan was making a fuss over nothing. Even if this firecracker was more powerful than the ones she used to play with, it shouldn't make them stand so far away. The little girl even doubted that she would be able to hear the firecracker clearly later. Okay, remember to cover your ears. After visually estimating the distance, Li Zishuan shouted at his sister. Lun curled her lips and didn't move. Li Zishuan smiled and thought to himself, little girl, you still don't believe me. You'll regret it later. At that moment, he didn't waste any more time talking nonsense. He stretched the match beside him towards the lead wire of the fireworks. The fuse was made from a small amount of gunpowder wrapped in straw paper, which was extremely easy to ignite. The moment the burning match in Li Zishuan's hand touched the fuse, a spark immediately appeared and a burst of sizzling sounds could be heard. Under such circumstances, it wasn't the time to act cool. Li Zishuan saw that the lead wire had been ignited and quickly ran away. Although he was strong in martial arts and wasn't afraid of such a small explosion, he didn't want to embarrass himself for an unnecessary act of acting cool. If that happened, he wouldn't be acting cool, he would be an idiot. Bang! In the quiet sky above the cloud mountain, there was a sudden deafening sound. In this era, there weren't many tall buildings to block the sound, so the loud sound could be heard from afar. After the loud sound, it didn't stop. The next loud sound followed. At this time, Lon was already screaming in fear. The little girl reacted at that moment and quickly covered her ears with her small hands. Then she glared angrily at Li Zishuan as if to say, why didn't you tell me that the firecracker was so loud earlier? Li Zishuan didn't notice his little sister's angry and resentful gaze. He was looking up at the results of his experiment that he had painstakingly worked on for the entire morning. TSK, the height is okay. It's just that the sound is too loud. I have to reduce the amount of gunpowder. Also, the flame isn't bright enough. Maybe it's because it's daytime now. I can try again at night. Li Zishuan looked up and whispered softly, Brother, this firecracker is amazing. Do you have more? 9 fireworks were released very quickly. It was the first time Lon had seen fireworks that could shoot up into the sky and explode. Although she was scared half to death at the beginning because she was caught off guard, she got used to it and the fear in her heart was immediately replaced by excitement. Lon, weren't you scared just now? Li Zishuan said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Lon was embarrassed. Just as she was about to say something, the few of them heard the sound of something breaking through the air not far away. Then, they saw a bearded man and a white-haired old man rushing towards them. It was Mo Zhong and the bearded man. Yamacho, we just heard 9 loud sounds coming from here. What happened? Mo Zhong stopped in front of Li Zishuan and asked anxiously. Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment. Then he said embarrassedly, nothing happened. I was just setting off firecrackers just now. Firecrackers? This time, it was Mo Zhong's turn to be stunned. He was the head of the Mo family. What kind of new things had he not seen before? Why hadn't he seen any firecrackers that were so loud? At this time, the bearded man saw the firework tube that had just been released in the distance. He walked over to take a closer look and said in surprise, this is the firecracker Yamacho was talking about? Why is it made of paper? Wow, what's that? What was that sound just now? It was Cheng Chumo holding a football and running over with a group of students. He screamed as he ran. Chapter 11:28. Chou Niu, Xin Ke, Xiaoku, Xiaochong and Baolin? You guys didn't go back to Chang'an and are playing football in school? To put it nicely, the group of students came whistling like the wind. To put it bluntly, they were like a group of bandits, rushing over like a whirlwind. Li Zishuan looked at the football in Cheng Chumo's arms and the group of students who were all sweating profusely as he asked. The academy was now on holiday, and the students who lived nearby were free to go home. Cheng Chumo and his group did not go home to prepare for the new year, but instead, they were loafing around at the academy. It was really unreasonable. Cheng Chumo wiped his sweat and said, how can going home be more interesting than staying at the academy? If we stay at the academy, we can still play football with more people. But if we go home, we can only go to the brothel. Yamacho, why did you hit me? The first half of Chung Chumo's sentence was the truth. After staying at the academy for half a year, this group of second-generation hedonists in Chang and had basically gotten used to the social life at the academy. Here, everyone did not have to worry about their identity. They could work together and play together. Compared to the days of walking chickens, playing with dogs, and visiting brothels in the past, they undoubtedly preferred their current life. Every day was fulfilling and happy. Li Zishuan glared at this idiot and said unhappily, "Hit you? See if Uncle Cheng will chop you up after I tell him what you just said." Chung Chumo immediately withered. He hurriedly said, What did I say just now? Why don't I remember? Li Tai and his group all distanced themselves from this idiot, indicating that they did not know him. Yamacho, what was that noise just now? Li Ke looked up and asked seriously. There, it's that thing under Mr. Zhang San's feet. Li Zishuan pointed at the bearded man not far away and said. The students immediately swarmed over, and Lan also followed curiously. That's it? Isn't it made of paper? Why did it make a noise? Why are there burn marks on it? Li Tai picked up the finished firework and looked at it from top to bottom. He couldn't help but mutter in disappointment. Exactly. How could a few broken paper tubes make such a loud noise? Yamacho must be lying to us. Cheng Chumo also muttered. My brother didn't lie to you. Just now Lan had seen it with her own eyes. After her brother ignited this thing, with a bang, something would rush out from it. It would rush into the sky and even explode. Brother Ching, the noise you heard just now came from here. As one of the parties involved, Lan crossed her arms and explained to the group of mortals in front of her with a look of superiority. When Li Tai heard this, his eyes lit up. He asked excitedly, Little sister Lan, is what you said true? Did something really rush out of here and explode? Or nodded and said crisply, Of course it's true. When this thing explodes in the sky, you can still see the flames. When Cheng Chumo heard this, his saliva almost flowed out. He said covetously, F***CK? Doesn't that mean that if I have this thing, I can blow up whoever I want in the future? Smith. Cheng Chumo, you're too bad, aren't you? How can you use this thing to blow people up? The bearded man standing next to Cheng Chumo slapped Cheng Chumo without hesitation. He was also a teacher of the academy, so of course, he had the right to teach Cheng Chumo a lesson. Cheng Chumo cried out in pain. Seeing that the person who hit him was a great expert, how could he dare to be rash? He quickly explained, Mr. Zhang San, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously. Li Tai ignored the two of them. The little fatty carried the firework tube to Li Zishuan and said, Yamacho, do you still have this thing? Can you give it to us to broaden our horizons? That's right. Yamacho, can you broaden our horizons too? Zhang Sun Chong also jeered. Li Zishuan said helplessly, Don't think too much. There's no more. The ones I made in the morning have been finished. Li Tai immediately became anxious. He quickly said, If you're done playing, why don't you do it again? Yamacho, are you short of manpower? We can all help. Sit. We can all help. The rest of the students immediately said in unison. At the end of the day, they were still a group of brats. How could they resist the temptation of fireworks? Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay. All of you come. Mr. Zhang San, do you want to come together? Yamacho. Hey. Xiaoxian, there's still me. Brother Xiaoxian. Anren also wants to see you make fireworks. Wang Ji, as well as Li Zishuan's neighbors, Yan Xiaoning and Li Anren, had all come. All of you come. Li Zishuan waved his hand, then turned around and walked towards the courtyard. After a short while, a group of people started to make fireworks in the front yard. Of course, it was under Li Zishuan's guidance. Li Zishuan was actually not worried that these people would learn how to make fireworks. This was because the two gunpowder formulas used in fireworks were in his hands. Yamacho, that's it? This thing can fly to the sky and explode? Li Tai made 2 individual fireworks and asked Li Zishuan in disbelief. Li Zishuan glanced and said with a nod, "N. That's right. Qingke, if you don't believe me, why don't you try lighting it?" That's great. Li Tai had the same idea. He laughed and quickly took his 2 creations and walked away. Following Li Zishuan's instructions, he fixed the fireworks and lit the fuse with his trembling hands. Then he quickly retreated. Bang bang. The 2 loud noises almost shattered everyone's ears. Li Tai's legs were trembling. He was scared and excited at the same time. *CK. That's awesome. Qingke. Cheng Chumo gave Li Tai a thumbs up. Then he ran to Li Tai with his creations and asked, "Qingke, help me take a look. Is this okay?" Li Tai roughly looked and said, "It should be okay. But I'm going to set off the firecrackers too." Cheng Chumo smiled proudly. He hugged the 2 fireworks and walked towards the place where Li Tai had buried the bomb. Get ready to cover your ears. I'm going to set it off." Cheng Chumo laughed heartily as he turned his head and said to the crowd. The students stopped what they were doing and covered their ears. Only then did Cheng Chumo turn around, but when he saw who it was, he turned pale with fright. Holy shit! How did it light up? It turned out that when he turned around to talk to the students, the fire in his hand accidentally touched the fuse. At that moment, he couldn't care less about anything else. He scampered off. But as luck would have it, when he was running, he brought along the soil next to his feet. The smoking firework fell just like that, and the direction it fell was exactly where the bearded man was. Swoosh! It was too late to say. The moment the firework fell, a bullet shot towards the bearded man. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the bearded man. Cheng Chumo, who hadn't run far, heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Bang! The bearded man's face was solemn. He shouted and gathered all the inner energy in his body to condense a force field in front of him. The bullet stopped 3 inches in front of him and couldn't go any further. Just when the bearded man heaved a sigh of relief, the bullet exploded with a bang, and the bearded man. Chapter 1129. Bang! The gunpowder inside the pellet that was flying towards the bearded man suddenly exploded. Instantly, heat waves surged and sparks flew in all directions. Even though the bearded man had condensed all of his internal energy, it was still difficult for him to defend against this sudden explosion of firepower. After the smoke and fire dispersed, the bearded man, who had been bombarded by gunpowder, finally revealed his true appearance. His old face was as black as the bottom of a pot. His originally neat hair was now mostly standing up and there were many holes in his clothes. His originally dignified image of an academy teacher had instantly turned into an old beggar wandering the streets. His shamade appearance was even more miserable than a beggar's. At this moment, the bearded man opened his mouth. What was amazing was that there were actually a few wisps of green smoke coming out from his mouth. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan could no longer hold it in and laughed out loud. Mr. Zhang San's appearance is so ugly. Lan covered her small mouth and giggled. The others present were already having a hard time holding it in. Seeing the brother and sister laughing first, how could they hold it in any longer? Instantly, they roared with laughter. Many people laughed until tears came out of their eyes. However, there were 2 people who were exceptions. One was the bearded man. This old fellow was originally not a kind person. In this world, there was almost no one who dared to humiliate him. If he had not stayed in the academy for so long and restrained some of his wild nature, the scene would probably have turned red. The other person was Cheng Chumo. After this fellow felt the bearded man's gaze that wanted to eat him, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. How could he still laugh? Cough cough. I have something to do at home. I'll take my leave first. In the midst of everyone's laughter, Cheng Chumo coughed dryly and slipped away as he spoke. Of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best stratagem. He did not want to bear the anger of the bearded man. He felt that with his small body, he would not be able to bear it at all. Everyone was stunned. The bearded man roared and chased after him, "Bastard brat! Where do you think you're going? Even if your father comes today, I will beat you up so badly that even your mother won't be able to recognize you. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo's heart was filled with shock. He hurriedly circulated 120% of his internal energy and ran as fast as he could. He felt that in all these years, he had never run as fast as he did today. However, he was only a trash who had just broken through to the Qi transformation realm not long ago. How could he be faster than the bearded guest, a peerless expert at the peak of the Grandmaster realm? After running roughly 20 to 30 zhang, the bearded guest flashed. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes, and the bearded guest had already flashed behind Cheng Chumo. Following that was the scene of an eagle carrying a chick. The bearded guest's face darkened as he carried Cheng Chumo back. Bang! How dare you point a firecracker at someone? I didn't mean it. Bang! Who told you to play with firecrackers? Roar! I won't do it again. Bang! I'll let you run. Are you trying to run again? Stop running. Stop running. Mr. Zhang-san, stop hitting him. Bang! Keep running. Xiaoxian Yamacho, help. Someone's going to die. For a moment, smoke and dust filled the air, mixed with the bearded guests cursing and begging for mercy. Everyone covered their faces, unable to bear to see someone being beaten up miserably. After a long time, the dust settled. The bearded man clapped his hands and swaggered off. When he left, he also took away the other firework that Cheng Chumo had not yet had the time to set off. Cheng Chumo was lying on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face, panting heavily. How could he have the time to care about this? At this moment, he was only praying that the bearded guest would leave quickly. Alright. Stop pretending to be dead. Mr. Zhang-san has already left. After a while, Cheng Chumo did not hear any movement for a long time. Just as he was about to get up to investigate, he felt someone kick him beside him. Then he heard Li Zishuan's voice. Gone? He's finally gone. Xiaoxian, help me up. My waist is about to break. This idiot was still complaining that Li Zishuan did not save him earlier. He did not even call him Yamacho, and directly called him Xiaoxian. Li Zishuan was not in the mood to bicker with this idiot. He went forward and pulled Cheng Chumo, smiled and joked, Cheng Chumo, you've got guts. You did something that we didn't dare to do today. How was it? Did you feel good blasting Mr. Zhang-san with firecrackers? Ha! Everyone burst into laughter when they heard that. Cheng Chumo spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva with a black face. The bearded guest had just attacked in anger. Although he did not have the intention to kill, his punches still hit him hard. But you guys are too King mean. None of you came to help me when I was being beaten up. Cho Nyo, it's not that we don't want to help you. We just don't want to help you get beaten up. Li Ku said humorously. Ha! Everyone laughed again. Cheng Chumo realized that he could not stay here any longer. The smiles of the people here were full of malice. *CK. I'm going back to the dormitory to change my clothes. What a bunch of heartless friends. Cheng Chumo complained. When he passed by the place where they made the fireworks, he bent down and picked up the 2 fireworks made by Sun Zifen, then ran away. *CK. Cheng Chumo, you be *starred, you stole my firecrackers. Put them down. Sun Zifen was shocked and angry. This idiot was obviously unwilling to let Cheng Chumo steal the fireworks that he worked so hard to make. Hence, he quickly chased after him. However, it was hard to say if he could catch up. When he returned to the dormitory, Cheng Chumo could only take a cold shower in the dormitory because the academy's bathhouse was not open yet. He washed the dust and blood off his face and changed into a new set of clothes. He looked no different from before he was beaten up. After everything was done, he took the 2 fireworks and left the dormitory, ready to go home. It was almost New Year's Eve. Even if he did not want to go home, he still had to go home. His mother had already sent people to Yunshan to urge him to go home several times. However, when he walked out of the dormitory area, he unfortunately met someone that he did not want to see. Mr. Zhang-san? What do you want? You've already beaten him up. It's time to put an end to this matter, right? Besides, I didn't do it on purpose. The Fengchen 3 heroes shouldn't be so petty, right? Cheng Chumo said with a strong front. In reality, he was panicking inside. He was afraid that the bearded man would beat him up again. "Hey, kid, why don't you go back with your injuries and ask your father to take revenge on me?" The bearded man did not have the intention to beat him up. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said in a rough voice. Chapter 11:30. If you can't fight, what's the point of going home and calling for your parents? Mr. Zhang-san, although I can't beat you now, the river flows east for 30 years and the river flows west for 30 years. 30 years later, no, just 10 years. 10 years later, I will definitely be able to beat you. At that time, I will take revenge for today. Within the Yanhuang Academy, Cheng Chumo held his head high and puffed out his chest as he looked at the bearded man with a haughty expression. During the Warring States period, Qin and Wei fought over Hanoi. Wu Qi helped Wei to take over Hanoi. 30 years later, Bai Qi helped Qin to take back Hanoi. Folk songs spread everywhere. The river flows east for 30 years and the river flows west for 30 years. Wu Qi and Bai Qi rise, the heavens make a mystery. So, this saying was not invented by Dope. Actually, this fellow knew his own situation. Even if his father Qing Yaojin was willing to come to Yunshan to take revenge for him, he would definitely not be a match for the bearded guest. Moreover, the bearded guest had Li Jing and Hong Funu backing him up. If they really fought, the Qing family might not be able to survive. Moreover, after Qing Yaojin found out about his actions, he would only scold him with "serves you right." He would not come to Yunshan to vent his anger on the bearded guest, okay? When it came to his father's nature, Cheng Chumo was quite sure of it. Not bad. Good ambition. People who practice martial arts should not be afraid of losing and not admit defeat. I admire you very much. Next semester, you will follow me for special training. Maybe 10 years later, you will really have the strength to fight me. Kid, what's with your expression? The bearded guest looked at Cheng Chumo with admiration. However, he immediately realized that the latter's expression was not right. That expression was as if he had eaten shit. No, nothing. I'm flattered. Yes, I'm flattered. To be able to receive guidance from Mr. Zhang San is this junior's honor. Cheng Chumo quickly changed his expression and said flatteringly. The bearded guest nodded with satisfaction. He smiled and said, That's more like it. You may leave now. Cheng Chumo felt as if he had been pardoned. He cupped his fists and immediately slipped away. The fat beating from an hour ago did not affect this guy's speed at all. F***CK. Why am I so F***king unlucky today? For no reason at all, a great expert insisted on exchanging pointers with me, and for some inexplicable reason, I was taken in as half a disciple by that guy. I don't want to be forced to learn martial arts from that bearded man. It's over. Damn it, there's no way I can pass the next semester. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have acted tough earlier. After descending the cloud mountain, Cheng Chumo rode on his horse and ran wildly while cursing to himself. Actually, this guy did not know how lucky he was. In this world, he was the first person who dared to use a firecracker to blast the bearded guest alive and kicking. If it was another person in another situation, that person's life would probably be gone. But now, he was only beaten up by the bearded guest without pain or itch. In addition, the bearded guest's martial arts cultivation was definitely one of the top 5 in the world today. It was even possible that it was one of the top 3 existences. Who knew how many martial artists in the Jianghu yearned to receive his guidance? But Cheng Chumo did not know how lucky he was. If this news were to spread, he would probably drown in the spittle of others. Ayo! Chumo, you're finally back. Is the Cloud Mountain so good that you don't even want to return home? When Cheng Chumo returned home, his mother immediately went up to him. She was both happy and complaining. Mother, your son has been revising at the academy recently. Cheng Chumo, this guy, was good at lying. In order to prevent his mother from nagging, he did not even care about his integrity. Bullshit. Where did the wound on your face come from? How could Qing Yaojin not know what kind of character his son had? He scolded him in a bad mood. Then he swept a glance at Cheng Chumo's face and asked immediately. Cheng Chumo was stunned. He did not expect that his father would still see through him even though he had cleaned it up so neatly. At this moment, his mind was spinning rapidly as he frantically thought of an excuse in his head. Then he heard Qing Yaojin say, "You little brat, stop making up lies to deceive your father. Quickly tell me, did you fight with someone? And you didn't win? You're really embarrassing your father." No one knew a son better than his father. Cheng Yaojin made a wild guess and guessed pretty close to the mark. Cheng Chumo's face suddenly became a little flustered. "No. I didn't fight, father. This is because I was accidentally hit by a ball when I was playing football with someone yesterday." "Bullshit. What kind of wound is on your face? How can I not see it? If you don't tell me the truth, do you believe that I won't beat you up?" Cheng Yaojin angrily said with a face of disbelief. Seeing this, Cheng Chumo immediately became terrified. He quickly said the truth. "Father, don't. I'll say it, okay? This wound is—" At this time, Cheng Chumo could not care about anything else. He could only briefly explain what happened in the afternoon to Cheng Yaojin. "Firecracker? What kind of firecracker can injure Zhang Zhongjian?" Cheng Yaojin was shocked when he heard it. He was not shocked that Cheng Chumo was beaten up, but that a small firecracker could actually injure a peerless expert like the bearded guest. When Cheng Chumo heard it, he felt even more hurt. Although he did not expect his father to help him vent his anger, but he should at least show some concern, right? "Father, this firecracker is not an ordinary firecracker. It is a new toy that little Xian made. It can fly into the sky and explode." Actually, Mr. Zhang San did not suffer any injuries. His face was only blackened by the explosion and his clothes were torn. "That's still very powerful. Do you still have that firecracker? Let me see it." Cheng Yaojin was very interested in the thing that could injure the bearded guest. His eyes lit up as he looked at his son and asked, "No more. It's finished." Cheng Chumo quickly shook his head and could not help but tighten his sleeves. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes and snorted, "En? Really no more?" His tone carried a hint of danger. Knowing that his father was an old hooligan, Cheng Chumo clenched his teeth and quickly took out a firework from his sleeve. He handed it over and said, "Father, I only made 2 in the afternoon. One was placed in the academy. There's only one left." Rather than being searched by the old hooligan, he might as well take the initiative to hand over one. This way, he could still keep one. "How do you play with this thing?" Cheng Yaojin took the firework and laughed. Cheng Chumo pretended to be depressed and replied, "Father, if you light the string below, this paper tube will shoot out a small ball that will explode." "Understood. Men, quickly bring a match." A moment later, Cheng Chumo's horrified roar came from the Cheng residence's courtyard. *CK. "Father, you can't hold this thing in your hand." Immediately after, there was a deafening explosion. Bang! But, unfilial son. Stop right there. Chapter 1131. Cheng Yaojin beat his son when he had nothing to do at home. Li Zixuan was thinking about how to improve the fireworks on Yunshan Mountain. After dusk, the sky gradually darkened. Under Lan's instigation, Li Zixuan set off another plate of fireworks. With the dark night sky as the background, the fireworks shot into the sky and emitted extremely bright flames. Lan was extremely excited. Her small hands were red from clapping. Li Zixuan, on the other hand, was somewhat dissatisfied. This was because although these fireworks were indeed very novel to the ancient people, to a modern person like him, the color was somewhat monotonous. Modern fireworks were not only colorful but also varied in forms. When they bloomed in the night sky, they would always dazzle people. Li Zixuan's first-generation fireworks, to put it bluntly, were just a few enhanced versions of sky rocket cannons. Bang bang bang. Oh! A burst of fireworks and explosions came from the west side of the academy, as well as the cheers of the students. The students who came to make fireworks in the afternoon must have contributed the fireworks tonight. He just hoped that Mo Zhong and the others would step up their patrols at night and not be lazy. Otherwise, it would be bad if the fireworks caused a fire. "Husband, what's wrong? Are you not satisfied with the firecrackers?" Han Yushi asked tentatively when she saw that Li Zishuan's expression was not right. What she didn't expect was that this random guess was right. Thus, I'm not satisfied. Li Zishuan replied dispiritedly. Huh. Han Yushi was dumbfounded and said, Husband, this firecracker is already very powerful. And I have never seen firecrackers that can fly so high and so loudly. What else are you not satisfied with, husband? Lan Er's eyes lit up. Children could be very greedy sometimes, especially when it came to fun. Brother, is there something more fun to this firecracker? Li Zishuan chuckled and rubbed Lan Er's little head. Of course there's something more fun. Actually, my brother calls this thing fireworks. According to my original idea, after it explodes in the sky, it should look like a flower, and not just a ball of yellow light like now. But this is fun. This is fun. Brother, can you make a real firework for Lan to play with? Lan cried out excitedly when she heard that. Han Yushi's face was full of disbelief. She tugged at Li Zishuan's sleeve and murmured, Husband, is there really such a magical thing in this world? Li Zishuan said with a smile, Of course. I'll make one tomorrow. It's just a matter of adding a few more ingredients. It's not difficult at all. Theoretically speaking, it was not difficult to obtain the kind of fireworks he had just mentioned. That firecracker was just filled with black powder. How could it hurt someone? How strange. Around midnight, in the teacher's dormitory of Yanhuang College, the bearded guest's room was still lit. The bearded man sat upright on the stool with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He stared unblinkingly at the small pile of black powder placed on the desk in front of him in a daze. In the end, he muttered with a puzzled sigh. The scene in the afternoon certainly made him angry. However, after his anger dissipated and he calmed down, a layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on his back. He was afraid. He had been apprenticed to a master since he was young and had practiced martial arts for decades. That was how he had achieved his current achievements. He was one of the top 5 martial arts masters in the world. In his life, if he wasn't pursuing freedom, then he was pursuing power. However, the thing he had pursued his whole life was almost broken because of a small toy. How could he not be shocked and afraid? If this continued, wouldn't it mean that in the future, even a martial arts master who had practiced martial arts for decades would not be a match for a firecracker child? Wouldn't that be the biggest joke in the world? If that was the case, then what was the point of martial arts practitioners like them practicing martial arts regardless of the winter and summer? Others might not believe it, but that was the truth. A small firework, a small accident, actually made the infamous bearded guest fall into a daze and fall into a demonic trance. Let's ask Yamacho tomorrow. He's also a martial artist. He sat like this until midnight, but the bearded guest still did not walk out of his demonic trance. He finally gave up thinking about it. Feiji, go to the workshop and get me some more things. The next morning, Li Zishuan had breakfast and ordered Pang Feiji. Pang Feiji responded, then smiled and said, Marquis still wants to make firecrackers? Obviously, when the fireworks were set off yesterday, this guy was also watching from the side. At that time, he was still surprised. He did not understand how the few materials he brought back yesterday could explode after being fiddled with by Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan glanced at him and said unhappily, You're smart. If you don't keep your mouth shut, see if I don't teach you a lesson later. It could be said that in today's world, other than Li Zishuan, Pang Feiji was the one who knew the method of making fireworks the best. If it was not out of trust, Li Zishuan would never have handed the fireworks gunpowder formula to Pang Feiji. Pang Feiji clasped his fist and said, Hee. Marquis, don't worry. My mouth is very tight. Even if you use a metal rod to pry it open, you won't be able to pry it open. Pang Feiji obviously understood that Li Zishuan was willing to give him this kind of task, so he was very excited. Go quickly. What are you talking about? Hee. I'll go now. Pang Feiji took the new formula and hurriedly left. Yo. Good morning, Mr. Zhangsen. Just as he stepped out of the door, Pang Feiji almost bumped into the curly-bearded guest who was striding towards him. He hurriedly greeted him politely. There was no other reason. The curly-bearded guest's experience and seniority were there, so he had no choice but to respect him. Moreover, during the military training, the curly-bearded guest had taught him martial arts, which made him even more grateful. Is Yamacho in? The curly-bearded guest frowned and asked straightforwardly. Marquis is inside. Pang Feiji clasped his fist and answered. The curly-bearded guest nodded and did not say anything else. He lifted his leg and walked into the courtyard. Strange, Mr. Zhang San's complexion doesn't look right. Could it be that he suffered internal injuries from yesterday's explosion? Oh my God, isn't the power of the firecrackers too strong? Pang Feiji walked for a while and could not help but mumble to himself. Let's not think about it anymore. I should hurry up and finish the task that Marquis gave me. I just don't know if the firecrackers made by Marquis's new formula will be even more powerful. Pang Feiji shook his head and mumbled to himself. He then walked down the mountain. Chapter 1132. Yamacho, this firecracker is so powerful when it explodes. Have you ever thought of using it against your enemies? Yunshan Villa. Li Zishuan had just sent off Pang Feiji when the bearded guest arrived. The moment the bearded guest sat down, he asked such a strange question. Li Zishuan's heart moved. He raised his head to look at the bearded guest and asked, Mr. Zhang-san, why would you have such an idea? Yesterday, Cheng Chumo used that firecracker and almost injured me. Last night, I thought of a problem. If Yamacho's firecracker was even more powerful, wouldn't it be able to threaten some of the Jianghu experts? The bearded guest was silent for a moment before he said expressionlessly. Li Zishuan did not expect the bearded guest to think in this direction. Wasn't the firecracker he was talking about equivalent to modern firearms? It's like this. In fact, as far as I know, there is a weapon that works in a similar way to firecrackers. It has something similar to a hidden weapon hidden in it, and this hidden weapon can be propelled by a material. Its speed is not inferior to that of an ordinary grandmaster. This weapon has very low requirements for the user. Ordinary people who have never practiced martial arts can easily use it. I call this weapon a firearm. Actually, the firearm he was talking about was a gun. China was the first to invent gunpowder. However, it was initially used to make firecrackers. Foreigners were inspired by gunpowder and made guns. Li Zishuan felt that when he led Tang Dynasty's industry to a certain level, guns and cannons would definitely be made. The bearded guest was even more shocked. He did not suspect that Li Zishuan was lying or exaggerating. Previously, when he saw the detailed sea map, it already proved that Li Zishuan had some kind of ability to know everything. Therefore, when he heard Li Zishuan describe a firearm, his first reaction was not suspicion, but shock. If the firearm Li Zishuan said really existed, then the matter would be more serious than what he was worried about last night. Firearm? Yamacho, in this firearm, does it also use the black powder from firecrackers? That's right. But I call that powder gunpowder. Different uses would lead to different formulas for gunpowder. Correspondingly, the power of gunpowder would also be different. The gunpowder in the firecrackers is the least powerful type of gunpowder. Li Zishuan said indifferently. He understood that because the bearded man was highly skilled in martial arts, it was inevitable that he would be somewhat arrogant. Now that he had instilled a bit of knowledge on firearms into this bearded man, perhaps it would give birth to a trace of reverence in his heart. The least powerful one. The bearded man's pupils constricted. At this moment, he felt that he was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Right? A few months ago, the Serpent Spirit Mountain was destroyed overnight. Yamacho, did you use those so-called firearms? Having been in Chang and for so long, the bearded man had already investigated everything about Li Zishuan, so it was not surprising that he knew about the Snake Spirit Mountain. The corner of Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. Was he shooting himself in the foot? Originally, he wanted to open the eyes of the bearded man and make him feel some reverence. He did not expect the bearded man to hit the nail on the head and guess the real reason for the destruction of the Serpent Spirit Mountain. The inside story was top secret at the moment. Only he and Li Er knew about it. More or less. Li Zishuan gloomily gave an ambiguous answer. The bearded man sucked in a breath of cold air. He was really frightened by the power of the firearms described by Li Zishuan. The powerful Jianghu sect was actually annihilated just like that. In the face of firearms, a person's bravery seemed so weak at this moment. So, doesn't that mean that all the hard work we put into practicing martial arts in the winter and summer is all in vain? In the end, we can't even compare to an ordinary person with a firearm? The bearded man suddenly let out a long sigh, and his aura became much more depressed. Li Zishuan was stunned. Only then did he understand the true purpose of the bearded man's visit today. It turned out that this bearded man was almost hurt by the fireworks yesterday, causing his martial arts heart to suffer a blow. Mr. Zhang San's words are wrong. Li Zishuan pondered for a while, then smiled and said, "Firstly, practicing martial arts is not for the sake of fighting with others. Mr. Zhang San's martial arts understanding shouldn't be so shallow for you to have such great strength today. Secondly, practicing martial arts can strengthen one's body and even prolong one's life. A person's life is short. What could be more important than living for another 2 years? Thirdly, although firearms are powerful, normal firearms will not be able to hurt a martial arts expert of your level. Furthermore, if both parties have firearms, a martial arts expert will definitely be much better at using firearms than an ordinary person. Furthermore, when faced with firearms, a martial arts expert will obviously have a higher chance of survival compared to an ordinary person. Fourthly, if Tang Dynasty can really create firearms in the future, it will only be in the hands of the imperial court. The commoners will definitely not have them. Martial arts practitioners who abide by the law will not have to worry about the threat of firearms. Therefore, in conclusion, martial arts practitioners will have an advantage whether or not firearms exist in this world. Mr. Zhang San, there is no need for you to doubt martial arts." The bearded man seemed to have understood something. After a moment of silence, he stood up and clasped his fists. "Looks like I'm wrong. I'm a few decades old, but I can't see through things as clearly as Yamacho. I'm ashamed. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any further. Goodbye." After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the door. Li Zishuan shook his head helplessly. What the bearded guest did today actually made him feel quite refreshed. A peerless expert could actually see the threat from the firecrackers. This kind of unique eyesight, there was no one else like him. When it was close to noon, Pang Feiji returned with a few bags of materials. Li Zishuan inspected them, then went straight to the backyard to do his experiments. He wanted to create real fireworks of different colors and shapes. In order to achieve this goal, he had to add something to the fireworks. In fact, every modern firework was made up of a pod, and each pod could be called a star. These stars had a diameter of about 1 to 1.5 inches, 3 to 4 centimeters. In a firework explosion, the atoms of each star would absorb energy, and when they lost the excess energy, they would produce light. Different chemical substances would release different amounts of energy, thus producing different colors of light. For example, when sodium nitrate was heated, the electrons in the sodium atoms would absorb energy and become excited. When the electrons transitioned from a high energy level to a low energy level, they would release about 200 kilojoules per mole of energy, which was the energy of yellow light. This was known as the flame reaction in chemistry. When different metals were burned, the light they emitted was different. For example, calcium's flame reaction was the red color of bricks. Copper's flame reaction was blue, and potassium's flame reaction was purple. There were also many other metal elements that had their own unique colors. Now that he knew the color of the flame, he could understand how the colorful fireworks were made. In fact, different metal elements were put into the fireworks according to different proportions. After the fireworks were ignited, they would produce different flame reactions in the sky and emit different colors of light. As for how to control the flame shape of the fireworks when they exploded in the sky, the person who made the fireworks had to arrange the positions of the metal elements according to a certain order. Chapter 1133. There were many raw materials for modern fireworks, and the raw materials for different colors of fireworks were different. Generally speaking, the raw materials were KNO3, potassium nitrate, KClO3, potassium chlorate, C, carbon powder, S, sulfur powder, senior, NO3, 2, strontium nitrate, and so on. Some of these raw materials were easy to get, and some were difficult to get at the moment. Li Zishuan could only try his best to get what he could now. For example, potassium salt. It was definitely unrealistic to ask someone to find a potassium salt mine, but it was possible to get potassium salt from some of the things around him. For example, there was some in the ashes of plants. Because the ashes of plants were the ashes after burning, it contained almost all the mineral elements contained in plants. The most abundant element was potassium, which generally contains 6 to 12% potassium, and more than 90% of it was in the form of carbonate. The next was phosphorus, which generally contained 1.5 to 3%. It also contained calcium, magnesium, silicon, sulfur, iron, manganese, copper, zinc, boron, molybdenum, and other trace elements. Just like that, Li Zishuan exhausted his brain power and used all the available raw materials around him, and finally made the first batch of fireworks with multiple colors. Brother, is it done? Can this thing really be as beautiful as a flower? Lan saw Li Zishuan get up and quickly came over to ask. This girl had been circling around Li Zishuan since morning. One moment she asked this, the next moment she asked that, making Li Zishuan's head hurt from all the noise. In the end, Li Zishuan told the little girl that if she continued to be noisy, he wouldn't be able to make today's fireworks. Only then did Lan quiet down. At this moment, seeing that Li Zishuan was obviously going to call it a day, how could she bear it after holding it in for so long? She immediately ran to Li Zishuan to find out what was going on. Of course. Li Zishuan clapped his hands and said confidently. Lan said excitedly, then brother, let's see. Li Zishuan said unhappily, it's still daytime now. Even if I let it go, you won't see anything. I'll let it go at night. Do we still have to wait until nighttime? Lan face, which was still very bright and beautiful just now, instantly turned gloomy. The little girl's face really changed at will. Don't worry. The sky will turn dark in about 2 hours. It won't take long. Han Yushi walked over and laughed softly. All right then. Sister Yushi, what are we eating tonight? At night? Li Zishuan smiled. This little girl was quite close to Han Yushi now. She was almost obedient to her. Others were like repelling each other, but the two of them were like attracting each other. Shaking his head, Li Zishuan decided to enter the house and head to the hot spring room in the courtyard to soak in the hot spring and rest. Speaking of which, when he dug out the hot spring in this courtyard, he had people surround the hot spring and built a house directly on the hot spring. It was specially used to soak in the hot spring during winter. Now that he was grounded at home, it was a good time to enjoy it. However, after building the hot spring room in the backyard, the space was a little tight. Li Zishuan planned to expand this courtyard after the new year. At the very least, he wanted to transform it into a large villa courtyard. This way, even if the whole family moved in, it wouldn't be crowded. Sigh. Lano, this little girl, is really a little light bulb. Li Zishuan thought unhappily as he soaked in the hot spring alone. Speaking of which, if this little girl wasn't here, wouldn't he and Han Yushi be soaking in a mandarin duck bath right now? Lan, who was outside, didn't feel the slightest bit of resentment from her brother. The little girl had been waiting for a long time and finally waited until the sky turned dark. Tonight's dinner was also started an hour earlier. Therefore, as soon as they finished eating, Lan pestered Li Zishuan to set off fireworks. Li Zishuan didn't refuse this time. He carried a large plate of 64 fireworks and walked towards the open area in front of the courtyard. Li Jingma, Madame Li, and the 3 members of the Yi family were all having dinner here. Naturally, they also came to watch the fireworks. We came back late last night and missed it. Tonight is just right. Let's see what the fireworks are like. Old Madame Yi said with a smile. Li Jingma said somewhat helplessly, Shen is a marquis. All he does is fiddle with these useless things at home. Won't others laugh at him if word gets out? Madame Li slapped Li Jingma's arm and said angrily, What's there to laugh at? Isn't Xian just trying to celebrate the new year for us elders in Yunshan? How is he being laughed at? Also, I heard that the King of Wei and the King of Han came over personally to make the fireworks yesterday. If they can do it, why can't Xian do it? Old Madame Yi laughed and tried to smooth things over. Yuju is right. It's the new year. Tima, don't be so serious. No matter what outsiders say, it can't compare to our family celebrating the new year together. Grandmother, quickly cover your ears. Big brother is going to light the fireworks. Lan ignored the quarrel between the adults. She tugged at old Madame Ye's arm and said excitedly, Grandmother will cover her ears right now. Old Madame Yi covered her ears and smiled kindly. Seeing this, the rest of the people also covered their ears. Fizz fizz. On the other side, Li Zishuan had already lit the fuse of the fireworks with a lighter. Then, he quickly ran over and shouted, Everyone, cover your ears. The fireworks are going off. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a soft boom, and a firework shot into the sky with red sparks. With a loud boom, a beautiful flower bloomed in the night sky. The colors of the fireworks were a riot of colors. There were red, yellow, blue, green, purple, and pink. It looked extremely beautiful. Wow. It's so beautiful. Grandmother. The fireworks are so beautiful. Lanner's eyes widened as she chirped loudly. Old Madame Yi, Madame Li, and the others had already looked up and saw the fireworks in the sky. They all widened their eyes. Faced with this beautiful scene, they even forgot to breathe. It was so beautiful that it was tragic. It was so beautiful that it was hard to extricate oneself from it. Boom. Before the light of the first firework had even dissipated, the second firework had already soared into the sky. With another loud bang, an incomparably huge flower proudly bloomed. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple, it was a complete collection of colors. It was a gorgeous purple and brilliant red, decorating the night sky beautifully and gracefully, illuminating the earth as if it was daytime. This is the fireworks? Li Jingma's mouth was open so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in it. His breathing also became rapid. He could no longer say those words about Li Zishuan not doing his job because the beauty of the fireworks was far beyond his scope of understanding. In his opinion, such a magnificent scene was no different from a miracle. Chapter 1134. Damn. There's something happening at the Yamacho courtyard. Yanhuang College. At this time, the students had just finished eating in the cafeteria and were returning to their dormitories. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the east side of Yunshan courtyard. No one knew who shouted, but the students, regardless of what they were doing, immediately looked in that direction. Finally, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Under the pitch-black sky, brilliant fireworks bloomed in the air. The flames continued to spread, looking like giant glowing peonies. They directly lit up half of the sky in the east. Damn, these are not the firecrackers from yesterday. These are probably Yamacho's new firecrackers. Li Tai turned his head to look and was immediately flabbergasted. Wow, these firecrackers are so beautiful. They are completely different from the ones you set off yesterday, Qin-Kei. These are 100 times more beautiful than the ones the Academy set off yesterday. How can firecrackers be so colorful? This is amazing. Li Ke looked to the east and was in a daze. After a while, he said eagerly, Qin-Kei, let's go to Yamacho's place to see these new firecrackers. Li Tai also wanted to go, but he was still clear-headed. He said, Ku, are you confused? It's late at night, and the Academy's gate is already closed. Yanhuang College did not restrict students from entering and leaving during the winter holidays, but students were still not allowed to go out at night. This was for the safety of the students. There was a curfew in Chang and city, let alone a small place like Yunshan. If they were to meet some bad guys or beasts outside, they would not even be able to find their bodies. Sun Zifen laughed and said, Why don't we climb over the wall? Just like last time? He had to admit that this guy was really the king of ideas. He could even come up with such a stupid idea. Li Tai rolled his eyes and said crossly, Are you stupid, kid? We climbed over the wall last time to look for meat. Why are we going out this time? Going to Yamacho's place to see the fireworks? Isn't that walking right into their trap? That's true. Sun Zifan scratched his head awkwardly and said gloomily, "Stop talking nonsense and focus on watching. We can see it clearly from here. The fireworks are almost finished," Li Tai said impatiently as he stared at the eastern sky. "I have to hurry up and read it." The rest of them nodded vigorously. Obviously, they had all seen the 9-bang firecracker from Li Zishuan yesterday, and subconsciously thought that there would only be 9 fireworks tonight. This was also one of the reasons why Li Tai was unwilling to leave the academy to watch the fireworks. Because according to this calculation, before they could climb over the wall, the fireworks on the other side would be finished. Bang, bang, bang. Flowers blossomed one after another under the night sky. Many students ran to the corridor on the 3rd or 4th floor of the teaching building to look as far as they could. 1, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, why isn't it done yet? Today's firecrackers are not only different in color from yesterday's, but there are also more of them. We can finally feast our eyes on them. Tonight's firecrackers are really beautiful. Did Yamacho put the stars in the sky into the firecrackers? It's so beautiful. It's true. When the firecrackers explode in the sky, they are as dazzling as the stars in the sky. It's simply amazing. Sun Zifan said regretfully, "Sigh. If I had known that Yamacho was going to set off such beautiful firecrackers tonight, I would have just stayed at Yamacho's house during the day. Now, I can only watch from afar and not up close. It's so King unbearable." "Zifan, you should think about Ching Chumo. That guy returned to Chang'an yesterday. He didn't get to watch it all tonight." Li Tai also felt a little regretful, but he knew how to comfort himself. When he thought of Ching Chumo, he immediately felt happy. He was only a prince, not a crown prince. He had to serve Li Er and Zhang Sun every day in the palace. He had built his own residence outside the palace. Although Zhang Sun had sent people to urge him to return to Chang, and as soon as possible, he refused with the excuse of reviewing his homework. It was precisely because of this that he could see such a grand occasion tonight. "Chinge, you're right. Cheng Chumo, that unlucky guy, returned to Chang, and so early. I'll have someone send him a letter tomorrow morning to tell him about tonight's situation." Sun Zifan's eyes lit up and immediately said cheekily, "Wow, grandfather, second uncle, second mother, come out and watch the firecrackers. Brother Shaoxian is setting off firecrackers again. And tonight's firecrackers are different from last night's. It's so beautiful." In Li Gang's residence, Xiao Ren heard the commotion and quickly ran out of the house. When he saw the colorful fireworks, he immediately shouted excitedly, "Boom, boom, boom." Li Gang, his son, and daughter-in-law walked out of the house skeptically. When they saw the beautiful fireworks in the sky, they couldn't take their eyes off it. This, such a miracle, Mark Yong, and is indeed the son of an immortal. Such immortal means we mortals can't compare to them. Li Gang's second son, Li Lian, couldn't help but be dazed when he saw this scene. When he thought of other legends about Li Zishuan, he sighed. What immortal or not? This old man can tell you with certainty that Yamacho is just an ordinary person. It's just that he knows more than others. This old man plans to let Enrin study at Yanhuang College in the future. This old man has a faint intuition that this era is about to change. Li Gang slapped Li Lian's arm and then sighed with a face full of emotion. "Father, you can do whatever you want. I have no objections." Although Li Lian was puzzled as to why his father didn't want Li Gang to study Confucianism, he didn't have much say in such matters once Li Gang made a decision. He might as well agree. At the same time, the owners of Sun Simiao's and Yan Xiaoning's residences walked out of their houses and looked at the sky above Li Zishuan's residence. There were also the citizens of Plum Village and the Han family manor at the foot of Cloud Mountain. When they heard the commotion, they all walked out of their houses. They looked at the colorful fireworks at the peak of Cloud Mountain with mesmerized expressions. The sounds of praises and cheers were endless. Tonight's fireworks were also a feast for everyone's eyes. A total of 64 explosions lit up the sky above Yun Mountain for a full 10 minutes. It was far more beautiful and lasted longer than last night's fireworks. The beauty of fireworks was so short, but so bold and so passionate. Even if it only had a second of life, it had to be done perfectly and in the most brilliant way possible. The first time it appeared in the Tang dynasty, it left an indelible impression in the hearts of thousands of people. Chapter 1135. Your Majesty, according to the palace guards, there seems to be a blazing fire in the direction of Yanhuang College. At Ganlu Palace, Li Er had not gone to rest. He was still bitterly working overtime to read the memorials. At this moment, Zhao Song walked in from outside and bowed to Li Er. Why do you say there seems to be a blazing fire? Whether there's a fire or not, can't you confirm such a simple thing? Li Er's mind was sharp. He immediately caught the loophole in Zhao Song's words and asked with a frown. Zhao Song replied, Your Majesty, I also went up to the city gate to take a look. In the direction of Yunshan, there's not just a blazing fire. Other than that, there's red, orange, green, blue, purple, and all sorts of other colors. It looks like the rainbow divine light that was accompanied by the gods in ancient legends. Rainbow divine light? Li Er was shocked. He stood up and said, Follow me to the Black Tortoise Gate Tower. Your Majesty, put on this fox fur coat. Zhao Song took a coat from the rack by the wall and said quickly. Now that the palace was heated, Li Er was only wearing a single layer of clothing. It would be strange if he didn't catch a cold when he went out like this. Li Er nodded. After he was armed, the master and servant left Taiji Palace and headed north to the Black Tortoise Gate Tower. If Li Zishuan knew that the fireworks he set off were mistaken for the rainbow divine light by Li Er and Zhao Song, he would probably laugh his head off. At the same time, this also showed that Li Zishuan's pursuit of the path of the gods was not completely dead. If he believed in Li Zishuan's atheism, why would he make such a big fuss at night to see the so-called rainbow divine light? Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Er brought Zhao Song to the Black Tortoise Gate Tower. When the general on the tower saw Li Er, he quickly cupped his fists and bowed. Li Er was unmoved. He looked straight in the direction of Yunshan, but all he saw was darkness. There was nothing. That was because the fireworks at Yunshan had already finished. Didn't they say there was a rainbow divine light? Why is there nothing? Li Er frowned and said unhappily, Your Majesty, the seven-colored light in the direction of Cloud Mountain has just disappeared. Zhao Song looked at the soldiers guarding the city. The soldiers quickly stepped forward and answered. Li Er's face was filled with disappointment. He looked in the direction of Cloud Mountain. After a moment of silence, he said, Send someone to Cloud Mountain tomorrow to find out what happened. Zhao Song bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Er flicked his sleeves and turned around to descend the city gate tower. There were no neon lights in this era. Naturally, there was no light pollution at night. Generally, the sky was pitch black except for the night of the full moon. The fireworks show on Yunshan dyed the sky red, which was quite conspicuous in the dark night. Therefore, not only did Zhao Song and the generals of the imperial city see the rainbow divine light in the night sky, but many people in Chang and city also saw it. Early the next morning, the people in the city immediately started discussing. It was close to the new year, and most people were preparing for the new year. They were busy all year round, and this was the only time they could have some free time. It was normal for them to gossip with their neighbors in the morning. Hey, old Lu, did you see the rainbow divine light in the east last night? I also faintly heard the sound of thunder over there. Old Hua, you saw it too? I thought I was the only one who saw it. Hey, do you think it's the divine light brought by the gods who descended from the heavens? Yo, that's possible. But shouldn't that direction be Cloud Mountain? Could it be that a literary star descended on Cloud Mountain last night? Hey, what you said makes sense. Yanhuang College's students are so outstanding. Who knows, there might be one or two literary stars among them. TSK. Yanhuang College is indeed a godly school. If my little brat can get in, even if I, Lu Dali, die immediately, it will be worth it. With the lively atmosphere close to the new year, more and more people knew that the rainbow divine light had appeared in the sky in the east of Chang and city last night. There were all kinds of speculations. Some said that a divine immortal had descended to the mortal world, some said that a divine light had descended from the sky, and some even said that a divine treasure had appeared. There were all kinds of different theories, but the most popular one was that a literary star had descended from Yanhuang College on Cloud Mountain. Yanhuang College had been completely pushed to the altar by word of mouth this time. This was something that Li Zishuan had never expected. Your Majesty, after dinner last night, I heard from the servants in the mansion that there was a divine light in the east. I went to the tower to take a look and saw the rainbow divine light in the east. I guess that a divine immortal must have descended to the mortal world where the divine light descended. This is an auspicious sign. I congratulate Your Majesty. I congratulate the Tang Empire. Taiji Palace, Morning Court. After the ceremony, a middle-aged official in his 30s came forward and bowed to Li Er, and said in a loud voice. Hearing this, the officials were stunned. Many of them had indeed seen the divine light in the east last night, but seeing it was one thing. Wasn't he flattering the emperor? Oh no, he was flattering the emperor. Wei Zheng's face darkened, and he said angrily, Su Sharon, don't talk nonsense. How can a divine light be auspicious? After that, he cupped his hands to Li Er and said loudly, Your Majesty, I impeach Su Jingzong of the Secretariat for flattering Your Majesty and speaking nonsense about a divine immortal. Your Majesty, please punish this person severely. Otherwise, it will hurt Your Majesty's wisdom. Su Jingzong, this person was actually Su Jingzong, the censor of the Secretariat, the person who held the position of Prime Minister during Li Ji's era. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I was just speculating. How can I flatter Your Majesty? May I ask if Wei Zhuqing saw the divine light in the east last night? Su Jingzong didn't get angry at all after being scolded by Wei Zhuqing. Instead, he defended himself and asked Wei Jing back. Wei Jing glared at him and said, So what if I saw it? Could it be that the heavenly light was an auspicious sign of the arrival of a true immortal? Su Sharon, before you investigate clearly, don't jump to conclusions. The Great Tang's current prosperity is not due to an auspicious sign from the heavens, but due to His Majesty and the hundreds of civil and military officials working hard to achieve it. During Xinguan's era, the governance was rather clean. As the saying goes, when the water is too clean, there will be no fish. Under Li Er's leadership, the court was filled with upright officials. Wei Zheng's words were so persuasive that they could enlighten even the apathetic. Immediately, he gained the favor of many upright officials. Kong Yingda stepped forward and said, I agree with Wei Zhuqing's words. Auspicious omens can't be trusted. The Great Tang is able to have peace today because of auspicious omens. Su Jingzong opened his mouth and was about to step forward to argue with Old Kong when he heard Li Er's slightly angry voice. Stand down. The Great Tang is surrounded by wolves. How can there be auspicious omens? If there's nothing, the court is dismissed. Chapter 1136. Inside the Taiji Palace. Hearing Li Er's angry rebuke, Su Jingzong was stunned. He didn't understand why Li Er rejected his idea so decisively. Was this still the same Emperor Li Er who loved to achieve great things? What he didn't know was that when Li Er woke up this morning, he received news from Yunshan. Last night, Li Zishuan was only setting off a new type of firecracker. Thinking of this, old Li's face burned. Someone else was setting off firecrackers in Yunshan, and he actually thought that there was a real immortal descending with colorful lights. If this matter were to spread, wouldn't he, the emperor of the human world, be laughed at? Now, Su Jingzong's bootlicking had completely failed. The words, auspicious sign from the heavens, were extremely ear-piercing to Li Er's ears. He had already restrained himself by not throwing Su Jingzong into jail on the spot. Your Majesty is wise. Wei Zheng, Kong Yingda, and the others cupped their hands in front of Li Er in satisfaction and flattered him. If old Li had made any other choice, Wei Zishuan would probably have said, You are a tyrannical and fatuous emperor. Your Majesty, as you wish. At this time, it was undoubtedly irrational to continue with his admonishment. Su Jingzong sighed in his heart, cupped his hands in front of his chest, and obediently retreated. At that time, He was just a secretary under Li Mi. Later, Li Mi was defeated by Wang Shichong in the Great Battle Royale, and he himself became a stray dog. Wagong village naturally collapsed, and he also became a stray dog. Fortunately, he was full of poetry and was quite talented. He was discovered by Li Er. Soon he seized the opportunity and entered Li Er's literature hall, becoming one of the 18 scholars. However, what was depressing was that although he was also Li Er's aide, compared to people like Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling, his official fate was a little worse. Zhang Sun Wuji had been prime minister for several years, but he was only a fifth-rank imperial secretary. Among the 18 scholars of King Qin's manor, he was the most unknown existence. Of course, he was unwilling, but in terms of strategy, he was not as good as Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. In terms of foundation, he was not as good as Zhang Sun Wuji. In terms of admonishment, he was not as good as Wei Zheng. Therefore, after much thought, he could only take this unorthodox path in hopes that Li Er would remember that he, the 18th scholar of the Duke of Qin's manor, had yet to be entrusted with an important task. If Li Zishuan knew what Su Jingzong was thinking, he might have laughed and said, "Old Su, don't make it so complicated. You are still young. Endure until all the other old officials in the imperial court have retired. That will be the day you rise to prominence. It's not a dream to become an official." Although the truth was not entirely like this, it was not far from it. In the end, Su Jingzong was able to become the prime minister. Of course, part of the reason was that he had no moral integrity, but more importantly, it was because he could endure. Qualifications were obtained through hard work. Cloud Mountain Villa. Even if the outside world was turned upside down, Li Zishuan could only sit at home and watch the flowers bloom and wilt in front of the courtyard. He smiled as he looked at the clouds in the sky. The fireworks last night had left a huge impact on Han Yushi, Li Jingma and the others. When they found out that Li Zishuan planned to make more fireworks for the new year, Madame Li agreed with both hands, and Lan even agreed with both hands and feet. At this time, Li Jingma could not say anything against it. He even subconsciously felt that if there were fewer fireworks for the new year, it would be a lot less interesting. San Bao, Fu and the other loyal servants of the Li family were all summoned to Cloud Mountain to help make the fireworks. After breakfast, Li Zishuan ordered Pang Feiji to prepare a large amount of raw materials for the fireworks. He called San Bao and Fu over and taught them the steps of making fireworks. Coincidentally, Faubert also rushed over early in the morning. Li Zishuan might as well teach them all together. Anyway, the loyalty of these three people was unquestionable. Li Zishuan was not worried at all that they would leak the secret. "Young master, why don't we make the fireworks in the workshop? After all, if these things are not stored properly and cause an explosion, it is still very dangerous." After receiving the training, Faubert suggested to Li Zishuan. Last night, others were watching the show, but he saw the dangerous side of the fireworks from the show. Li Zishuan thought about it and felt that Faubert's words made sense. He nodded and said, "Yes. Then let's do it. But the method of making fireworks must be kept a secret. San Bao and Fu will go to the workshop soon. Faubert, if you have any confidential matters, just let them do it. The secret recipe that I have given to the three of you must not be leaked under any circumstances." The reason why Li Zishuan wanted the recipe to be kept a secret was not because he was worried that someone would get hold of the recipe and imitate the fireworks, thus affecting the profits of the workshop or using the gunpowder in the fireworks to harm others. In fact, he was not worried about this at all. Firstly, even if someone got hold of the recipe, it would be very difficult for them to mass-produce it without the advanced craftsmanship of the Strange Taste Pavilion. Secondly, the gunpowder in the fireworks was very weak and would not be able to cause mass destruction. What Li Zishuan was really worried about was that someone would use the recipe of the fireworks to deduce the recipe of the gunpowder. Although the probability of this happening was very low, it was better to be safe than sorry. If someone really got hold of the recipe of the gunpowder, it would be a disaster for Tang Dynasty. By then, who knew how many good men would die from the gunpowder? Thus, as a precaution, Li Zishuan gave a third of the recipe to Faubert, San Bao, and Fu each. This way, unless the three of them betrayed him at the same time, and the person who got hold of the complete recipe was a peerless genius in chemistry, the real recipe of the gunpowder would not be leaked. In fact, the probability of this happening was basically zero. Young master, don't worry. This old man understands. Faubert could roughly guess the problem that Li Zixuan was worried about. He clasped his hands and replied, San Bao Fu, you two better keep your mouths shut. This is the first time I, your young master, am entrusting you with such an important task. I hope that the two of you won't disappoint me. After saying that, Li Zixuan looked at San Bao and Ah Fu and instructed them. The two of them had gone through thick and thin with him. When the flying snake tried to assassinate him outside the city, the two of them almost lost their lives as well. In terms of loyalty, there was no problem with them. Young master, don't worry. San Bao Fu will definitely not disappoint you. The two of them said solemnly. Go. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said with a smile. The three of them left. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. Li Zixuan went out to take a look. It was Li Tai leading a group of students from the academy. Yamacho, aren't you a little too cunning? The firecrackers you taught us the day before yesterday were of inferior quality. The ones you set off last night were of superior quality. As soon as Li Tai came up, he acted like a resentful little wife and spoke in an aggrieved manner. Chapter 1137. What do you mean by inferior firecrackers? What do you mean by superior firecrackers? These things are called fireworks. In the Yunshan residence, Li Zixuan looked at Li Tai, whose face was full of resentment, and said unhappily, Fireworks? Li Tai was stunned. The day before yesterday, when they came to Li Zixuan's place to make firecrackers, Li Zixuan did not tell them that those things were fireworks. However, when he thought of the scene last night, the little fatty narrowed his eyes and sighed. Fireworks is a good name. It's worthy of its name. When that thing exploded in the sky last night, it did look like a flower. This name sounds better than firecrackers. Sun Zifan also nodded and said, Yamacho, do you have any more of those fireworks from last night? We want to make a few ourselves. We can even buy them. That's right. Yamacho, do you have any more? We can even buy some with money. Li Tai agreed. Li Ku, Tang Sun Chong, and the others looked over eagerly. Obviously, they had the same idea. They were the children of officials and did not lack money. However, the eyes of the rest of the students behind them dimmed. Not everyone in Yanhuang College came from wealthy families. However, Li Zixuan's next sentence made their eyes light up. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, I don't have any more of those fireworks at the moment. The workshop is stepping up production. However, you don't have to pay for them. I plan to hold a fireworks show at the college during the new year. All students can watch it for free. Take it as a thank you to the students for your hard work in Operation Warm Winter at the end of this year. Thank you so much, Yamacho. Yamacho is so generous. As soon as Li Zixuan finished speaking, many students who lived in other places and could not go home for the new year because of the long distance suddenly cheered loudly. At this moment, they really felt that this winter break was worth it. No one in the college could deny the beauty of last night's fireworks. Moreover, these fireworks were currently unique in the entire Tang Empire and could not be bought with money. From this, one could see how precious they were. However, Li Zixuan did not hesitate to take out a large number of fireworks for the college students to celebrate the new year. How could they not be moved? How could they not cheer? Yamacho, how many fireworks will we set off? Class 1's Ku Shiqing asked loudly. His hometown was in the Basha region, and he couldn't go home for the new year either. This year was his first time celebrating the new year in another place. Although it was Chang, and the capital of the Tang Empire, no matter how good it was outside, it couldn't compare to the warmth of home. Going home for the new year was something that the Chinese would never be able to let go of. However, Li Zixuan's actions made him feel some familiarity. Yamacho, how many fireworks will be set off during the fireworks display? The rest of the students reacted and asked in unison. Last night, Li Zixuan had set off 64 fireworks. Although it was far more than the previous 9, Many people felt that it wasn't enough to satisfy their cravings. Li Zishuan smiled and announced an even more exciting news. Sure, Qing, I can't answer your question. I don't know how many fireworks I will set off because I plan to set off 2 hours. 2 hours? Everyone's breathing quickened and their eyes widened. Some people were frantically calculating how many fireworks they could set off in 2 hours. However, they were confused because it was impossible to calculate. Thank you, Yamacho. Thank you, Yamacho. No matter how many fireworks there would be a lot of fireworks. This time, the students could fully feast their eyes. Therefore, they cheered to their heart's content. Their voices were so loud that it gave Lan, who was in the backyard, a big fright. Li Tai, Sun Zifan, Zhang Sun Chong, and the other officials' children were depressed. They had to go back to Chang'an for the new year. In that case, wouldn't they only be able to watch the gorgeous sky in Chang'an? Most of the students were satisfied with the answer. However, Li Tai and the others did not leave. The little fatty came up and said with a smile, Yamacho, I wonder if there will be more fireworks? Every year during the new year in the palace, it's boring. If there aren't any fireworks to liven things up, it won't be perfect. Yes. Zhang Sun Chong, Sun Zifan, and the others nodded in agreement. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, It's hard to say. Even if there are some left, there probably won't be many. Qingke, if you want some, it's best to wait until next year. Next year? Li Tai opened his eyes wide and shook his head. We can't wait. Yamacho, can't you ask the workshop to send more people to make more? What a joke. After seeing the charm of fireworks, Li Tai felt that waiting for one more day was too much, let alone waiting for next year. Li Zishuan said angrily, You brat, it's easy for you to say that. Don't you know how many days are left until the new year? Do you know how long it takes for the workshop to prepare the fireworks for the academy? If you really want to see the fireworks, just come to the academy. On the night of the new year, the academy will start to set off the fireworks at midnight. midnight. You can come after dinner in Chang'an City. Coincidentally, the curfew in Chang'an City will be lifted that night. In order to maintain the security of the capital, the Tang dynasty followed the curfew system of the Han dynasty. Of course, the walls could protect the safety of the people, but at the same time, it restricted their freedom and affected their livelihood. According to the rules, on special days such as the Lantern Festival, the workshop could stay open all night. On these days, the people would be so excited that they would usually celebrate all night. That's the only way. Li Tai muttered gloomily. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, Oh right, Yamacho. Why don't you set the fireworks show in Chang'an City? At that time, the people in Chang'an City can feast their eyes. In fact, these were all excuses. He was just too lazy to run errands. After all, Chang'an City was more than 20 miles away from Yunshan City. Li Zishuan frowned and said, There are many people in Chang'an City, and the houses are close together. If we set off the fireworks on a large scale, it will easily cause a big fire. When His Majesty blames us, who can bear the responsibility? Although he said so, Li Zishuan thought in his heart, Your master is now grounded in Yunshan City. If the fireworks show is changed to Chang'an City, I won't be able to watch it. The master and disciple looked amiable on the surface, but they actually started a battle of wits and courage in secret. In the end, Li Tai gave up and said, All right then. When the time comes, we'll come to the academy to watch the fireworks show. All right, Yamacho. Last night, the people in Chang'an City also saw the fireworks at Yunshan City. My father even sent someone over to ask what happened. Before leaving, Li Tai suddenly whispered to Li Zishuan. Chapter 1138. Oh, what did His Majesty say? In front of the Yunshan residence, Li Zishuan heard from Li Tai that Li Er had sent someone to Yunshan this morning to investigate. Li Tai rolled his eyes and replied, My father didn't say anything. But many people in Chang'an City saw the colorful light last night and mistook it for the colorful heavenly light brought by the deities descending to the mortal world. 7-colored heavenly lights? Hearing this, Li Zishuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had never expected that the first fireworks show in the Tang dynasty would be related to immortals. Wasn't this 2F** king ridiculous? In fact, what he did not know was that Li Tai also thought so at first, but in order to save some face for his father, he deliberately concealed this point. After Li Tai left, Li Gang, Li Anren, and Yan Xiaoning came one after another. Their purpose was more or less the same, which was to see the fireworks. In desperation, Li Zishuan told them about his plan to hold a fireworks show in the academy during the new year. These people were the homeowners of Yunshan and planned to spend the new year in Yunshan. After hearing this plan, of course, they did not have any objections and returned with satisfaction. As for the other native of Yunshan, Sun Simiao, the old Taoist priest brought him to the county at the foot of the mountain early in the morning. Moreover, even if he had time, he would not be so bored as to come and ask Li Zishuan for fireworks. Compared to this, the old Taoist priest was more concerned about the strange medical skills in Li Zishuan's mind. The imperial palace. After the court, Li Er returned to the Ganlu hall. Just as he took off his dragon robe, he could not help but say to Zhao Song beside him, "I asked that kid to shut himself in Yunshan to reflect on himself, but he did it well. Today he has a hot pot feast, tomorrow he will fiddle with some new firecrackers. His life is more comfortable than mine. Is he grounded, or is he on vacation?" It was no wonder that Li Zishuan complained. As a sinner, Li Zishuan did not reflect on himself sincerely all day long. Instead, he was treated like a master at home. On the other hand, although Li Zishuan was the emperor and was in charge of the life and death of the people in the world, he still had to work overtime every day to deal with state affairs. What's more, it's fine if you say you're living comfortably at home, but why did you have to make such a big commotion and make him mistakenly think that an immortal has descended to Earth? If it weren't for the fact that he had sent 100 riders to bring back the news early this morning, he might have really believed in Su Jingzong's nonsense in the imperial court and thought that the fireworks were rainbow-colored heavenly light, an auspicious omen, and felt complacent. Then the news on Cloud Mountain would be transmitted back to Chang. At that time, as the monarch of a country, where should he put his face? That was as awkward as it could get. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and has always had wonderful ideas. Otherwise, where would our Tang Empire have the curved plow, where would we have the honeycomb coal and heaters, and where would we have the Yanhuang College? Zhao Song laughed dryly and spoke up for Li Zishuan without leaving a trace. If it weren't for the fact that this kid is truly talented, I would have removed him from his position long ago. Li Zishuan sat on the couch and said unhappily, "Is your Majesty angry at the Marquis of Yong?" At this moment, Empress Zhang Sun walked in from outside the hall. She nodded at Zhao Song and indicated that the latter could leave. Then, she walked to Li Zishuan's side and put down the lotus seed soup in her hand. She smiled gently and said, "Your Majesty has just finished the morning court and must be hungry. Your Majesty, please fill your stomach and warm your body first." Li Zishuan's eyebrows finally relaxed. He took the lotus seed soup and smiled as he ate. It's been hard on you. If my officials were as understanding as you, concubine Guanyin, I wouldn't be so tired usually." Empress Zhang Sun smiled and said, "Your Majesty must be joking. 1,000 people have 1,000 faces. All the civil and military officials in the court have their own talents. Some are more stubborn, some are more tactful, and some are more cynical. They all have their own personalities. How can you expect everyone to have the same personality? This isn't good for handling government affairs." Concubine Guanyin's words are reasonable. Li Zishuan's thoughts suddenly became clear. He put down the soup spoon and laughed. "Your Majesty, I heard that the rainbow sky at Yunshan last night was the Marquis of Yong and's new type of firecrackers. Is it true?" Zhang Xuan's eyes were smiling as she looked at Li Zishuan and said. Li Zishuan nodded and replied, "Yes. There is such a thing. I also just received the news this morning. It is said that the kid made a batch of firecrackers the day before yesterday. They can shoot into the sky and explode, but only the flames can be seen. Who knew that he would improve it again yesterday? So when the firecrackers shot into the sky and exploded last night, it became a rainbow of colors." Empress Zhang Sun blinked and said, "If I guessed correctly, The Marquis of Yong, and making such a new toy at this time should be to prepare for the new year, right? Li Zishuan thought for a bit and felt that Empress Zhangxuan's guess was very likely true. He said unhappily, This kid is already a married person, but he's still like a child, fiddling with these little toys all day. He doesn't have any manners of a marquis at all. Zhang Sun shook her head and said, Your Majesty, I feel that the Marquis of Yong's actions aren't just for his personal enjoyment. It is said that a large portion of Yanhuang College's students this year didn't have the chance to go home for the new year because of the Warm Tang Foundation's Operation Warm Winter. I think that the Marquis of Yong probably wants these students to have a regretless new year at the academy. As the president of the Warm Tang Foundation, although she was only in name and didn't usually manage things, since the Yanhuang College's students stayed at the academy because of the Operation Warm Winter and didn't have time to go home, as the president, she more or less felt that she owed them. And Li Zishuan's actions of caring for the students made her have a good impression of Li Zishuan in her heart. Naturally, she also had to say a few words for Li Zishuan. If that's really the case, then this kid did the right thing. Li Zishuan nodded. He was half doubtful and half sure as he said, He has indeed taught this batch of Yanhuang College's students well. In the future, they will all be pillars of the country. We have discovered that this kid isn't good at being an official, but he is very competent as the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. Empress Zhangsun covered her mouth and laughed. Your Majesty is still the wise one. Back then, you stood your ground against the opinions of the masses and allowed the Marquis of Yong to establish Yanhuang College. Only by using people to their fullest can they display their greatest abilities. For a genius like the Marquis of Yong, and only Yunshan can accommodate his talent. Mate Guanyin, don't praise him anymore. As long as that kid doesn't cause trouble for us every few days, we will be satisfied. Li Zishuan complained with deep resentment. Chapter 1139. The days passed, and soon it was the 28th of the 12th lunar month. What was strange was that Chang did not even have a single snowfall at this time of the year. It was said that a timely snow promised a bumper harvest, but there was not even a single snow seed this year. How could there be a good harvest next year? The children were immersed in the joy of the upcoming new year, but some of the experienced farmers were frowning more and more. Li Zishuan, who was living in seclusion in the Cloud Mountain, suddenly had a trace of worry in his heart. He looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, If there is no snow for a year, the locust eggs in the ground will probably survive in large numbers. The next year's locust plague will definitely be fierce. Fortunately, the Tang Empire was prepared. The first voyage of the Tang Empire's fleet brought back a large amount of food. After that, Li Shaogong went to Lingnan to take up the position of the Left Commissioner of the Department of Shipping. He was in charge of the trade between the Nanyang countries and the Tang Empire. Gradually, he brought back a lot of food from other countries. Now, the Tang Empire's warehouses were all full, and the warehouse near Chang was still expanding. It could be said that the Tang Empire's warehouse had never been so full before. Young master, according to your instructions, we have distributed the 280 bicycles produced by the workshop to the members of the Chamber of Commerce. They should be selling them today. Faubert came over early in the morning to tell Li Zishuan this news. The workshop was now well staffed. In just a few days, they could produce more than 200 bicycles. On average, they could produce dozens of bicycles a day. Li Zishuan was quite satisfied with this speed. He nodded and said, I got it. Prepare a reward for the craftsmen and masters in the workshop. Let everyone go back for the new year. We will start work on the 7th of the first lunar month. Faubert smiled and replied, Okay, young master. Everyone was waiting for you to say that. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Don't be stingy with the reward. Give as much as you can. Everyone has worked hard this past year. Oh right, after the holidays, Faubert, you have to arrange a few people to guard the workshop. Fire prevention and theft prevention. The guards will get 5 times the salary during the new year. Ask around and see if anyone is willing. The new year was one thing, but the workshop couldn't be left unguarded. If it caught fire or attracted thieves, the loss would be too great. Faubert nodded and said, Don't worry, young master. This old man will find a few craftsmen who live nearby and ask, "We won't let the workshop's business go out of business." Yes. Chang'an City was particularly lively today because the citizens had received news from the Datang Daily that 280 bicycles had arrived in Chang'an and were about to be sold. The workshop only produced 40 bicycles during the first sale. Li Zishuan took out 5 bicycles as a gift and gave the rest to Chao Wendong, Feng Jihua, Lin Wenyuan and other members of the Chamber of Commerce. In addition, the members of the Chamber of Commerce would also privately detain 1 or 2 bicycles as gifts. In total, there were less than 30 bicycles entering the market for the first time. Those who managed to get their hands on the bicycles back then could not be said to be unlucky, because in just over a month, the price of the folk bicycles had been secretly inflated to 700 to 800 strings. It couldn't be helped. Some rich people just didn't lack money. They just wanted to enjoy themselves. For those middle-class families who were not very rich, it was a little frustrating. They could still afford a bicycle that cost 400 strings of coins, but 700 to 800 strings of coins? They couldn't bear to part with it. But now, the bicycles were being sold again, and they were directly supplied with 280 bicycles. This time, there were 280 bicycles, and no one was secretly detaining them. Compared to the previous sale, it was 10 times more. Although 280 bicycles were still not enough for the huge population of Chang'an City, the chances of getting one of the bicycles were undoubtedly higher. Therefore, countless citizens and wealthy businessmen rushed to the Chao family's Jianbao Pavilion, the Lin family's Qingyazhai, the Zhang family's Yixian and other places. This was because the second batch of bicycles was also not being sold by the Strange Taste Pavilion. They were all given to the members of the Chamber of Commerce. Hey, the Strange Taste Pavilion is finally being generous today. According to the Datang Daily, there are 280 bicycles for sale today. According to my position, it will definitely be my turn today. Fortunately, this old man lives nearby. I have to thank Brother Tao for informing me in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make it in time. There's no sincerity in an empty thank you. After buying the bicycles, Brother you won't be able to escape this meal. Of course. In a while, I will invite Brother Tao to Zuaxian restaurant for a big meal. With a bicycle, it will be much more convenient to go to places to pay New Year's greetings. This foolish brother thinks so too. In front of the Lin family's Qingyazhai, there was a long line. The people at the front were naturally elated, while the people at the back were dejected. Just like what the 2 old men at the front had said, it was almost the new year. If they could buy a bicycle, how cool would it be to ride a bicycle around to greet the new year? Everyone would feel embarrassed. Madam, how is it? Your husband's previous judgment was correct, right? For this second batch of bicycles, our family has a total of 34 bicycles. On the second floor of Qingyazhai, Lin Wenyuan looked at the dense line of customers downstairs and smiled as he spoke to Madame Lin beside him. Madame Lin couldn't help but say, "There are only 30 bicycles in total. If we sell them, we can only earn about 3,000 strings of cash. Look at how happy Master is." Lin Wenyuan shook his head and said, "Madam, you don't understand, right? This old man heard that this batch of bicycles only took 5 days for the Strange Interest Pavilion to produce. Previously, because the workshop was busy producing honeycomb coal and coal furnaces, they didn't have time to make bicycles. Madam, think about it. If the workshop could concentrate on producing bicycles, how many bicycles would they be able to produce in a month? More than 3,000. With such a huge profit, you don't know how much other people would covet it. Besides, Marquee Workshop doesn't only have bicycles. In the future, there will definitely be other products. Also, with so many people coming to our Qingyazhai to buy bicycles, it will also drive the sales of other things in our shop. If we really want to calculate, we definitely earned more than 3,000 strings of cash today. From what Master said, won't we be able to earn back the money we invested in the workshop next year? Madame Lin's eyes lit up as she asked with a smile. Lin Wenyuan chuckled and said, "It won't just be earning back the money. There will definitely be a lot of extra money. Let's not talk about other things." just the 45,000 strings of cash that we bought from the Chamber of Commerce. If we sell it for 60,000 strings of cash, there will definitely be people who will buy it. Madame Lin subconsciously thought that her husband was bragging. She rolled her eyes and said, "I don't care about the rest. The important thing is that we finally have some extra money for the new year." Lin Wenyuan's old face darkened. He quickly coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. Previously, he had taken out more than 40,000 strings of cash to invest in the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, causing the Lin family's shop to be in a tight spot. Without liquid capital, doing business would naturally be a big hindrance. They had to scrape together funds left and right to barely survive until now. During this period, the Lin family could be considered to have lived frugally for a long time. Now that Li Zishuan had finally released a large number of bicycles, the Lin family could finally use this opportunity to earn back some money. Chapter 1140. Young Master, all the fireworks produced by the workshop have been moved to the Academy's warehouse. Brother Mo Zhong will arrange for someone to guard them. I guarantee that there won't be any accidents. When it was close to noon, San Bao rushed back from the workshop and reported to Li Zishuan. The workshop had received orders from Li Zishuan early in the morning to start a holiday. The batch of fireworks produced by the workshop naturally had to be handed over before the workers left. Li Zishuan did not instruct these matters. It was all decided by San Bao, Faubert, and Fu. Well done. Li Zishuan nodded, then looked at San Bao and asked with a smile, "How is it? Have you and Fu gotten used to the workshop recently?" San Bao was flattered and bowed. "Young Master, what are you talking about? It's my and Fu's good fortune to be able to work for you. What's there to not get used to?" Li Zishuan said angrily, "You rascal! You're such a smooth talker. You can laugh and joke around normally, but when you're working, you have to pay more attention." San Bao quickly said seriously, "Young Master, you're right. San Bao will remember it." Go. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Yanhuang College. Hong Yi, did you return to Chang'an again?" In front of Guanghua Building, Chen Tianhua saw Hua Hongyi walking towards him. Seeing his travel-worn appearance, he knew that this fellow had just returned from outside. Hence he smiled. Although the three of them lived in Chang'an, they were already used to life in the academy. Seeing that most of the students did not go home during the winter break, they stayed in the academy. Coincidentally, the academy's canteen was free of charge during the winter break. The benefits were amazing. As for the Chinese New Year, they planned to go back for a reunion dinner and come back to the academy to watch the fireworks at night. Tonghua, you don't know how lively Chang'an's West City is today. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that tens of thousands of people came out to watch. Hua Hongyi walked over with a beaming face and laughed heartily. Speaking of which, during the winter vacation, the students who didn't go home didn't just stay at home in the academy. Most of them often went to Chang'an City when they had nothing to do, especially those students from other places. It was not easy for them to come to Chang'an City to study, but the academy was located outside of Chang'an City. Moreover, they usually had a lot of homework and had no time for other things. Now that it was the winter vacation, how could they live up to themselves if they didn't go to Chang'an City for a walk? Moreover, Yun Mountain was only about 20 miles away from Chang'an City. Along the way, they might meet some villagers from the Han Village, Plum Village, or other villages who were driving their ox carts and planning to go to the market. With a few polite words, the villagers would usually happily give them a ride. This would save them a lot of effort. This morning, Hua Hongyi rode on old Hu's ox cart to Chang'an. Is it because of the bike? Chen Tianhua rolled his eyes and said indifferently. Obviously, he had already read today's Datong Daily. Hua Hongyi gave a thumbs up and praised, "Hee. It's the bike. Tianhua is indeed Tianhua. You don't even have to go out and you already know what's going on. Amazing. TSK, today's scene is really crowded. Even if Yamacho released 280 bicycles, they would definitely be sold out by this morning." Chen Tianhua interrupted him impatiently, "All right. Stop talking nonsense. I say, Hong Yi, didn't you say that you've already planned out your first novel? Why don't you take advantage of the winter break to start writing?" You have to know that next year's homework will definitely be more intense. Hua Hongyi was stunned when he heard this. He then said, Tenhua, you don't know. Actually, regarding this novel, I've already started writing it a long time ago. It's almost done. Chen Tianhua was suddenly energized. He said with great interest, Oh? You finished writing it so quickly? Can you let me take a look first? Hua Hongyi scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I meant that the outline is almost done. Chen Tianhua almost vomited blood. If the person in front of him wasn't his best friend, he would have punched him. Tianhua, this novel of mine is a little special. I'm sure you've never seen or heard of it before, so it'll be very difficult to comprehend it. You can't force the progress. Hua Hongyi quickly explained. Chen Tianhua looked at him suspiciously and said helplessly, All right. Since that's the case, do whatever you want. Just let me and Feichen know when you're ready to release the book. Of course. Hua Hongyi nodded. Suddenly, he saw many students crowding around the Guanghua building. He pointed in that direction and asked curiously, Tianhua, why are they crowding around there? Chen Tianhua looked in the direction Hua Hongyi was pointing at. Then he looked away and answered, In the morning, the Yamacho sent people to move the fireworks for the new year here. They used a lot of ox carts, countless of them. Now, the fireworks have been placed in the warehouse on the first floor. Those people are crowding around the warehouse, probably wanting to see the fireworks in advance. What? The fireworks are here? Damn, I want to see it too. Hua Hongyi opened his eyes wide and ran over excitedly. The fireworks were his biggest anticipation for this year's new year. Master, the Strange Taste Pavilion Workshop has been established. In just a few days, they can make almost 300 bicycles. The process requires iron, sulfur, and other raw materials. They are completely self-sufficient. This is terrifying. Chongren Square, Zhangsun Wuji's house. The layman just enjoys the show, while the expert appreciates the skill. While the people outside were crazy about the 280 bicycles, the experts saw the terrifying production capacity and efficiency of the Strange Taste Pavilion Workshop. From the looks of it, their way of smelting iron is undoubtedly more efficient. It's hard to imagine that Li Zishuan has such achievements in smelting iron. I have really underestimated him. Zhang Sun Wuji sighed with his hands behind his back. Master, with the Strange Taste Pavilion Workshop, our smelting speed will definitely not be as fast as theirs. If the Marquis of Yong wants to snatch business from us, we won't be able to do so. The middle-aged man standing below Zhang Sun Wuji, who looked like a manager, complained carefully. Zhang Sun Wuji squinted his eyes. If the manager could think of this problem, how could he not? However, don't bother about this. No matter what, during the cholera outbreak, Li Zishuan saved Chonger's life. If we were to fall out with him because of the business of the workshop, wouldn't we be a joke? Moreover, from the looks of it, the iron produced by the Strange Taste Pavilion Workshop is for their own use. Li Zishuan doesn't have the intention to sell the iron to others. We don't need to complicate things. After a moment, Zhang Sun Wuji shook his head and gave the final word. Chapter 1141. The largest iron-making workshop in Chang, and was owned by Zhang Sun Wuji's family. After all, it was still the era of salt and iron officials. Even if there were iron-making workshops among the commoners, the scale wouldn't be large. Zhang Sun Wuji used his status as a relative of the emperor to not only own an iron mine, but he could also forge iron openly. Not only that, the imperial court would purchase large amounts of iron from the Zhang Sun family every year. The Zhang Sun family could be said to be filthy rich through the iron-making business. Of course, this was the special favor that Emperor Li II Emperor gave to the Zhang Sun family. There was probably no other family in the entire Tang dynasty who could do this. However, all of this was already a thing of the past. Now that the Curious Pavilion had become the largest private iron-making workshop in Tang dynasty, the Zhang Sun family was the first to bear the brunt. Their business would definitely be affected. If the other party wasn't Li Zishuan, Zhang Sun Wuji might have taken action to suppress them. If this happened 30 years later, no matter who the other party was, Zhang Sun Wuji would mercilessly suppress them. This was because by then he would already be in complete control of the imperial court. Why would he have such fear? However, there weren't so many ifs in this world. The reality was that the current Li Zishuan couldn't be suppressed even if he wanted to. Li Zishuan, who was far away in Yunshan, didn't know of Zhang Sun Wuji's thoughts. Actually, he was worried that his iron-making workshop would make Zhang Sun Wuji unhappy. However, after thinking about it, with his current status and connections, it wouldn't be easy for Zhang Sun Wuji to bully him. Furthermore, he had saved Zhang Sun Chang's life. Even if Zhang Sun Wuji wasn't grateful, he couldn't possibly bite the hand that fed him, right? If that was really the case, the old fox's reputation would definitely be tarnished. However, even though he wasn't worried about Zhang Sun Wuji's revenge, Li Zishuan still left some leeway. For example, the iron produced by the Curious Pavilion was never sold to the public. This was because the daily consumption of iron in the workshop was huge. On the other hand, Li Zishuan was taking care of Empress Zhangsuan's face and didn't want to make things too difficult for Zhang Sun Wuji. Ever since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, other than his family and elders, Empress Zhangsun was someone who took care of him. Li Zishuan naturally respected this woman from the bottom of his heart. On the other side, the 280 bicycles were all sold out in just half a day. Those who managed to snatch the car were still the lucky ones, as they could easily earn hundreds of strings of cash by casually selling it. In the end, there were too many monks and too little gruel. The number of bicyclists in Chang'an was still very large. Unlike the last batch, which only had dozens of bicycles, there were now 280 bicycles in Chang'an. People could often be seen riding bicycles on the streets, which was impossible a month ago. Nowadays, the children in Chang'an city had one more fun, which was to wait on the streets for rich people to come by on bicycles. Once they saw one, these naughty children would crazily chase after the bicycle on their scooters. Speaking of which, these people were really reckless. On such a cold day, they were actually willing to ride bicycles or skateboards in the cold wind. If they were in modern times, they would definitely be idiots. Cloud Mountain Villa. The new year was the day after tomorrow. Although there were few people in Cloud Mountain, the New Year's atmosphere was very strong. Every household had already prepared all the New Year's goods, such as chicken, duck, fish, tea, wine, soy sauce, North and South stir-fried goods, sugar bait, fruits, and so on. In addition to these, every household had to prepare some gifts for visiting relatives and friends during the new year. Families with children also had to buy new clothes and hats for their children to wear during the new year. However, for a big family like the Li family, they did not lack these. This girl wore new clothes every day, no one would object. What surprised Li Zishuan was that there was actually bacon in the New Year's goods. He thought that this thing did not exist in the Tang dynasty. In fact, this was his own ignorance. Bacon had a very long history in China. At least in the era of Confucius, the ancestors knew how to make bacon. Confucius had a special fondness for bacon. He once said, "As long as you give me 10 strips of bacon, I will teach you." Confucius had 3,000 disciples and 72 followers. If they all gave him 10 strips of bacon as filial piety, this old man would not be able to finish it even if he opened his stomach. Later, it became the custom of students giving their teachers bacon. However, in the ancient language, it was called shu xiu, which meant a bundle of dried meat. Tsk. This bacon stir-fried with garlic core is a delicious dish. Wife, your husband will teach you a new dish in the afternoon. Li Zishuan looked at the bacon hanging in the house and said with joy. There were still garlic sprouts in the winter because garlic was a crop with relatively strong cold resistance. It could withstand a short period of -10 degrees Celsius. If the temperature below -10 degrees Celsius was low for a long time, or if the temperature was extremely low, garlic sprouts would easily freeze and die. However, the temperature in Chang'an city was not that low this year, so it was not difficult to find some garlic core. This was the first time Han Yushi heard of this dish. She thought for a while and nodded. "Okay, hubby, you can tell me later and I'll do it." "That's right, my wife, I asked you to buy more pork. Did you not buy it?" His original plan was to buy a batch of pork before the new year and give some to each household in his village as an auspicious sign for the new year. However, he realized that there was not enough pork in the New Year's goods at home. Han Yushi looked at Li Zixuan angrily and said, "Husband, you asked for more than 10,000 pounds of pork. Do you expect to pile it all up at home? Don't worry, Uncle Wang has already taken care of it. He bought more than 100 pigs and temporarily raised them in the field in front of Uncle Hu's house. Uncle Wang plans to distribute the pork to each village tomorrow. Then, the village chief of each village will personally distribute the pork to the villagers." Oh. Li Zixuan touched his nose embarrassedly. Then, he suddenly thought of the pig slaughtering banquet in the village in his previous life. He said, "Wife, we will distribute the pork tomorrow, but you have to let Faubert keep 8 pigs. I plan to hold a pig slaughtering banquet in each village during the new year the day after tomorrow." Pig slaughtering banquet? Husband, what is a pig slaughtering banquet? Han Yushi asked curiously. Li Zixuan thought for a while and replied, This pig slaughtering banquet is to put different parts of a pig, both inside and outside, into a big pot, half boiling and half steaming. Then, the meat in the big pot can be divided into many dishes, such as garlic minced meat, garlic minced heart meat, firewood meat, hand-chopped liver, pickled vegetables stewed with white meat and blood sausage, and so on. Wife, let me tell you, don't think that the pig slaughtering banquet is tasteless just because there are so many things cooking together. In fact, if it is done well, it will be delicious. Chapter 1142. Cloud Mountain Residence. Hearing Li Zixuan talk about the pig slaughtering feast so seriously, Han Yushi was also a little tempted, but, husband, although the pig slaughtering feast is good, don't forget that you are still grounded by His Majesty. Grounding. The desire for the pig slaughtering feast that had just appeared on Li Zixuan's face instantly disappeared without a trace. Once a person was pleased with himself, it was easy for him to forget himself. He was a typical example of this. All right then. Let Uncle Wang distribute all the pork to the villagers. Li Zixuan waved his hand dispiritedly. At first, he thought that being grounded for 2 months was no big deal. After all, he liked to stay at home. However, now that it was close to the new year, he realized that he couldn't even leave Cloud Mountain. How frustrating. Now I have no choice but to be an otaku even if I don't want to. Li Zixuan sighed in his heart. He had heard what his father-in-law had said to him earlier. He knew that he had caused too much trouble this time. Taking advantage of being grounded, he had to lay low for a period of time and let everyone gradually forget about the Chui family. That was the wisest move. During this period, Li Zixuan was determined not to cause any trouble and let others have a hold on him. Han Yushi saw that Li Zixuan was as dejected as a child who didn't get a toy. She felt an inexplicable sense of pity in her heart. She couldn't help but giggle and say, "Husband, why are you so dejected? If we can't have the pig slaughtering feast this year, we can have it next year. Anyway, there will be a new year every year." Li Zixuan shook his head helplessly and forced a smile. Wife, you don't have to comfort me. It's just a pig slaughtering feast. Your husband is not a greedy person. Han Yushi smiled when she heard that. She thought disapprovingly, "Husband, if you are not a greedy person, then who in the world would have the nerve to call themselves greedy people?" The 30th of December, New Year's Eve. Finally, it was New Year's Eve. Yen Lide and Yen Liben had already moved to Yunshan 2 days ago to live with Yen Xiaoning. Because the imperial court would give the officials a Lunar New Year's Eve holiday every year, there were a total of 7 days. It was the 3 days before Lunar New Year's Eve, the first day of the Lunar New Year, the second day of the Lunar New Year, and the third day of the Lunar New Year. Therefore, Old Yan's family happened to be here for a holiday. Although Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong both had houses in Yunshan, of course, it was given to them by Li Zixuan, they still had many connections in Chang'an, so they had no time to come over during the day. It was rare for Sun Simiao to give himself a day off today. He suspended the free clinic activity at the foot of the mountain. The Hu family had been helping him tidy up his house and buy New Year goods these few days. It could be said that they had worked hard. Therefore, although the old Taoist priest had been running down the mountain recently, he was quite well prepared for the new year. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan, the host, invited the big group of people to his house for a meal. It was considered a welcome for them to celebrate the new year in Yunshan. To be honest, those who could be long-term residents of Cloud Mountain were not simple people. Every one of them was quite knowledgeable, and most of them knew each other. Therefore, during the banquet, there were toasts and conversations, and it was very lively. The meal lasted until around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Zishuan lay at home for a while, then brought Sanbao out and walked towards the academy. He was indeed grounded at home now, but Yanhuang College was also his home. The current situation was that as long as he didn't leave Yunshan, no one would find trouble with him. After entering the academy, Li Zishuan went straight to the canteen. He found the canteen manager, Wang Dahu, and said, "Dahu, have you prepared the flour and ingredients that I asked you to prepare?" You're here too?" Li Zishuan saw Wang Eru, who was busy not far away. When Wang Eru heard him, he quickly ran over and said, "Yes. Young master. Today, the Drunken Immortal restaurant is on holiday, so I came here to help my brother. At the same time, the whole family will celebrate the new year at the academy." In the modern era, during the new year, the business was the best in the restaurant industry. Usually, the employees of the restaurants and hotels would not be on holiday at this time because many people were too lazy to prepare a reunion dinner, so they would celebrate the new year at the restaurant. But it was different in the ancient era. In this era, the concept of home was still very strong in people's hearts. During the new year, basically no one would eat a reunion dinner outside. Therefore, Li Zishuan simply let everyone in the Drunken Immortal restaurant go on holiday. Li Zishuan smiled and nodded, then asked, "Ew, you brought your father and mother over too?" Wang Eru quickly waved his hand and said, "How can I? This is the academy. How can my father and mother come in casually? I let my father and mother wait at a farmer's house at the foot of the mountain. After my brother and I are done with our work, we will go down the mountain to find them and have a reunion dinner together." But Li Zishuan slapped the back of Wang Eru's head and said, "It's so cold now. How can you leave your parents at the foot of the mountain? Although Yanhuang College does not allow outsiders to come in casually, you and Dahu are not outsiders. Hurry up and bring your father and mother over here. Your whole family can celebrate the new year with so many students at the academy today." Speaking of which, if possible, who wouldn't want to have a family reunion? However, the academy was a sacred place for scholars. How could outsiders enter just because they wanted to? Therefore, Wang Eru did not dare to bring his parents directly to the academy. At this time, after listening to Li Zishuan, Wang Eru and Wang Dahu were touched. They bowed and said, "Thank you, young master, for thinking highly of us." After that, Wang Eru ran out of the cafeteria happily. Wang Da finally had the time to answer Li Zishuan's question. "Young master, the flour and ingredients that you asked for are all prepared here. The quantity is definitely enough." Li Zishuan laughed and said, That's great. Bring everything to the table. Today, I will let the students have a dumpling-making competition." It was the new year. How could it be called the new year if they did not make dumplings? Wang Dahu was stunned and said doubtfully, "Dumplings? Yamacho, what are dumplings? At first, I thought you were going to make wontons." "Wontons? Actually, the two are similar. It's just that the names are different. In the future, it will be dumplings, no wontons. We must eat dumplings for the new year," Li Zishuan quickly explained. In fact, there was no such thing as dumplings in the Tang dynasty, but there were dumplings in the Tang dynasty. Today's wontons are shaped like a crescent moon. They are eaten everywhere. This was the first sentence that talked about dumplings in ancient Chinese literature. It was written by the Northern Qi writer and educator, Yan Ti. Although Yan Jue said wontons, he said crescent moon-shaped wontons. Then, wouldn't crescent moon-shaped wontons be dumplings? In the middle of the Tang dynasty, there was a new name for dumplings, Jun. In the Song dynasty, in order to distinguish it from wontons, people began to shape it into a crescent moon shape. It was actually a triangular shape with two pointed corners and was called jiaozi. Zhou of the Song dynasty even wrote in his old stories of Wulin that there were records of multicolored buns, multicolored dumplings. Since jiaozi and dumplings both appeared, the name dumplings appeared naturally. Therefore, dumplings was officially named in the Song dynasty. Wang Dahun nodded his head in confusion. Li Zishuan said to San Bao, "San Bao, go tell Mo Zhong and the rest to inform all the students in the school to come to the cafeteria to participate in the dumpling making competition." Young Master. Chapter 1143. Dumplings? What are dumplings? In the Guanghua building of the Yanhuang Academy, Ku Shiqing was reviewing his homework. He used to be the top student in the School of Mathematics. Ever since the new students of the School of Mathematics joined the Yanhuang Academy, he had never been the top student again. As a person who had once been in the clouds, if he accidentally fell halfway, he would definitely want to climb back up again. Ku Shiqing was the same person. In the past 6 months, there was not a moment when he did not want to climb to the top again. Since he could not go home during the winter break, he had been revising his homework in the hope that he could deepen his understanding of engineering. When he heard the news from his classmate, he could not help but wonder. Zheng Ziren scratched his head and looked confused. He said, "I don't know what dumplings are either. Anyway, Yamacho asked us to go, so we'll go." Today was New Year's Eve. Most of the students in Class 1 had returned to Chang, and for the new year, there were less than 15 students left. The 2 of them were from out of town, so they could only stay in the school to study by themselves. Yamacho is here? Let's go and see. Ku Shiqing's eyes lit up as he stood up. Ever since the fall of the Chui family, Li Zishuan rarely came to Yanhuang College except for the hot pot banquet. It was said that he had been staying at home and rarely went down Yunshan. This made Ku Shiqing a little worried. Although Li Zishuan did not say it, his intuition told him that the Chui family had brought a lot of trouble to Li Zishuan. If this was a year ago, Ku Shiqing wouldn't have cared if Li Zishuan was dead or alive. However, in the past year, Li Zishuan's vast knowledge and powerful charisma had won over most of the students in the school. He was one of them. Li Zishuan was now the one and only spiritual idol in his heart. Of course, he would be worried if something happened to his idol. The 2 of them walked together and arrived in front of the cafeteria. At this time, many students had gathered in front of the cafeteria. The crowd was noisy and everyone was talking about the dumpling competition. "Jane, what are dumplings?" "How would I know? But since these dumplings need to be wrapped by hand, and Yamacho told us to come to the cafeteria, these dumplings must be eaten. Therefore, I'm guessing that these dumplings are probably food similar to steamed buns or hundun. F***ck. Jiayin, your analysis makes sense. So we're all in for a treat tonight? Was there even a need to ask? Since it's Yamacho's new food, it definitely won't taste bad. That makes sense. Yamacho said it was a dumpling making competition. Does that mean there will be a competition later? Yeah. Since it's a competition, there must be a winner and a loser. I wonder what surprises Yamacho will bring us this time. Ku Shiqing and Zheng Ziren looked at each other. They found the group of students from Class 1 and walked over. Is everyone here? In the cafeteria, Mo Zhong pushed open the door and entered. Before he could speak, Li Zishuan raised his head and asked. Mo Zhong cupped his fist and answered, "Yamacho, everyone is here. Since it's New Year's Eve, there are only 300 students left in the academy. The rest have gone home for the new year." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go out and talk to them about something. By the way, Mo Zhong, the guards of the academy must be vigilant tonight. This place is decorated with lanterns and decorations, and there will be fireworks at midnight. It's easy to catch fire, so you have to strengthen the patrols. It's been hard on all of you these 2 days. You can't reunite with your families during the new year, and you still have to guard your posts. From tomorrow onwards, all of you will go home and rest for a few days. I'll let Pang Feiji take care of the academy's safety for the time being." Mo Zhong didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so considerate of the guards. He couldn't help but feel touched. "Yamacho brothers, it's not hard at all. We've been in the academy for so long, and this place has long become our home. There's no need to reunite." These words were not out of politeness. People's hearts were made of flesh. Ever since they came to Cloud Mountain, they could clearly feel how Li Zishuan treated them. He really treated the academy as his own home. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Okay. I'm very happy that all of you feel a sense of belonging in the academy. However, you still have to take a break. All of you go back and rest for a few days before coming back. You can't reunite with your families tonight, but you have to make it up to them tomorrow." Mo Zhong thought for a while, and finally bowed deeply to Li Zishuan and said, "Thank you, Yamacho, for your understanding. Brothers, go back and rest for a few days before coming back." "Okay." Li Zishuan nodded and walked out of the door. He couldn't help but feel a wave of happiness in his heart. Mo Zhong and the others were originally from the Mo clan, and the academy's imperceptible influence on them during this half a year had finally caused them to develop a sense of belonging. He reckoned that it wouldn't be long before this group of members from the Mo clan would completely belong to the academy. Although they might still think of themselves as belonging to the Mo school, in their behavior, the line between Mo school and engineering would become more and more blurred. "Yamacho is out. Quiet down, all of you. Yamacho is out." As soon as Li Zishuan came out, the students in front of the cafeteria became restless. Then they automatically quieted down. This was Li Zishuan's prestige in the hearts of the students. No one could replace him. At the same time, this also showed that the first batch of students from Yanhuang College truly loved engineering, the academy, and, no, it was worship and respect for Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan stood on the steps in front of the cafeteria, facing the fanatical, worshipful, and respectful gazes of the students, and said, "Today is New Year's Eve, and tomorrow is New Year's Day. On behalf of all the teachers of Yanhuang College, I wish you all a happy new year. I wish you all the best in your studies and progress in the new year. By the way, I'll also give you a poem. Hard work ends today, the youth can still be praised." In modern times, after New Year's Eve, the first day of the first lunar month was called the Spring Festival. However, in the Tang Dynasty, there was no such thing as the Spring Festival because there was only the lunar calendar. The first day of the new year was called New Year's Day, Yuan Day, Yuan Zheng, or Sui Day. As for the poem, Li Zishuan said, it was an encouraging poem sent to his younger brother, Su Zhe, during the new year by Su Shi, an 8th-rank official in Shaanxi. The general idea was, young people should seize this day well, only then will they have the spirit to guide the country. "Thank you, Yamacho. I also wish Yamacho a happy new year." The students were secretly praising Li Zishuan's literary talent and poetry as they cupped their hands towards Li Zishuan and said in unison. Li Zishuan was in a good mood and laughed, "Ha, but I'll accept your blessings. Let's stop with the pleasantries. Next, I'll tell you the rules of today's dumpling making competition." Chapter 1144. Yamacho, what are dumplings? In front of the academy's cafeteria, someone finally asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and explained, "Dumplings are similar to wonton, stuffing the dough with fillings. But I think dumplings sound better. Tonight, Z hour is the beginning of 2 years, the time to welcome the new and bid farewell to the old. It has a special meaning. Dumplings are named after the meaning of coming of age. Z means Z hour, which is homophonic to dumplings. It represents festive reunion and good luck, indicating good luck in the new year. In the future, no matter what position you hold or where you are as your former Yamacho, I hope that you can eat dumplings during the new year and remember today's dumpling making competition." Good. Anyway, Li Zishuan said that the name of dumplings sounded good, so it sounded good. All the students cheered loudly. Li Zishuan continued, "Today's dumpling making competition will be held in classes. The time limit is 2 hours. The dumpling wrappers and dumpling fillings have already been prepared by the chefs in the cafeteria. After 2 hours, the class with the most dumplings will win. Note that those dumplings that are randomly made to make up the numbers will not be counted in the total, and the corresponding amount will be deducted from the qualified dumplings. As for the reward for the winning class, in addition to winning money, everyone will have a chance to personally light fireworks tonight. In addition, all the students can eat dumplings for free tonight. It will definitely be enough. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. If there are no questions, then go in and start making dumplings now. Winning money is almost equivalent to the modern red envelope. It was first popular in the Western Han Dynasty, but this kind of money is not the currency circulating in the market. It is specially cast into the shape of a coin to ward off evil spirits. The front of it is usually cast with words and various auspicious words, such as "Long live the ages," "Peace in the world," "Get rid of evil spirits," etc. The back of it is cast with various patterns, such as dragons and phoenixes, turtles and snakes, fish, sword fighting, stars, etc. This is equivalent to the auspicious gifts that relatives and friends give to each other. It can't be used to buy things. Yamacho, what kind of dumplings are qualified? Seng Ziren asked. Li Zishuan asked Wang Eru, who was behind him, for a portion of dumpling skin and a spoonful of dumpling filling. He casually made a dumpling shaped like a gold ingot. He often made dumplings like this in his previous life, but as far as he knew, the dumplings made by northerners were crescent-shaped. The dumplings made by southerners and other places were more unique in appearance. There were pigeon-shaped, willow leaf-shaped, skirt-shaped, cicada-shaped, and gold ingot-shaped dumplings. In Li Zishuan's previous life, this kind of gold ingot was popular in his hometown. Well, this is just an example for you, but it's not limited to what you can wrap up like this. As long as it's not obvious, it's fine. Also, before making the dumplings, all of you have to wash your hands clean. You can't go to the outhouse or pick your nose. Do you hear me? Ha! As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, the students burst into laughter. But laughter aside, they still accepted Li Zishuan's request. After all, these dumplings would be in their stomachs at night. Shi Qing, the situation is not good for our class. Qingke, Zifan, Chengchumo, and the others have all gone home. There are only 13 people left in our class, and I think the average number of people in the other classes is around 20. How can we compare? Seng Ziren said with a frown. After entering the cafeteria, the students divided up their seats. The others also looked at Shi Qing. When Li Tai and the others were not around, Shi Qing had the most prestige in Class 1. Shi Qing frowned for a moment and said, "Who has made dumplings at home before?" I haven't. 8 people raised their hands, and 4 shook their heads. Shi Qing breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I have too." Later, those who have made dumplings before, concentrate on making them. Those who haven't, help to distribute the dough. If we work together, we might have a chance. But everyone roared in agreement, and then they quickly spread out according to their individual duties. Shi Qing quickly took the dumpling skin from his companion, and then put a spoonful of dumpling filling on the skin. Then, everyone saw his hands kneading, and a crescent-shaped dumpling was formed in an instant. The speed was so fast that it left everyone dumbfounded. "Damn! Shi Qing, your speed is amazing. You are a master," Seng Ziren said in surprise. "Yeah, I didn't see it. Shi Qing, you have such a trick up your sleeve. Amazing! Now, we might have a chance to get first place." The students of Class 1 saw hope from Shi Qing's operation and were overjoyed. This is nothing. But I can't do it alone. If we want to get first place, we must work together. Shi Qing smiled, but he sighed helplessly in his heart. It was said that children from poor families learned to take care of the family early. These classmates only saw his speed in making dumplings, but they did not know that his family used to sell dumplings. When he was young, he often helped his family make dumplings. This was all practice. Shi Qing is right. Everyone hurry up. With his encouragement, the students of Class 1 were suddenly filled with motivation. An hour later, Class 1 had made 10 trays of dumplings, about 600 of them. Shi Qing was doing 3 by himself, and his speed was very fast. Class 2 also made 10 trays, and their speed was about the same. The other classes mostly hovered around 9 trays, and no class dared to say that they had an absolute advantage. Damn, are you all really making dumplings here? I heard that there is a big prize for first place. Hee, I'm not too late. At this moment, a few students walked in from outside the cafeteria. It was Cheng Chumo, Wang Meng, Li Tai, and the others. They all came over after the reunion dinner at home, but when they returned to Guanghua Building, they found that there was no one inside. They asked the academy guards and found out that there was a dumpling making competition in the cafeteria and that there was a prize, so they hurried over. Because Li Tai lived in the palace and did not have his own residence, he needed to accompany concubine Yang in the palace, so he did not come with Li Tai. Phew! Chumo, you're finally here. Come and help. If we win, we can personally set off the fireworks tonight. Zheng Ziren said with a sigh of relief. There's such a good thing? But I don't know how to make dumplings. Qingke, do you know how to do it? Cheng Chumo was overjoyed at first, but when he saw Ke dumplings, he was immediately dumbfounded. Li Tai opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and said, I don't know how to do it either, but I can learn. Shirqing, I'll learn from you. No matter what, one more person means one more chance of winning. With that, the little fatty rolled up his sleeves and prepared to personally participate. If Li Zishuan saw that his son was going to do such a thing, his eyes would probably pop out, and then he would come and fight Li Zishuan to the death. Damn. I'll also learn. When Sun Zifan, Wang Meng, and the others saw this, how could they have the nerve to stand outside and watch? They all joined the battle and began to make dumplings for the first time in their lives. With the addition of this new group of people, the first class, which was not at a disadvantage, quickly pulled away from the other classes. Chapter 1145. Class 1, 1576 valid ones. Class 2, 1499 valid ones. Class 3, 1402 valid ones. Class 4. The dumpling making competition officially ended when it was close to 5 p.m. Li Zishuan ordered someone to count the number of dumplings and began to announce the results. The students were very high during the process of making dumplings. At this time, they didn't particularly care about whether they could get first place or not. However, they still had a trace of hope in their hearts that they could win first place, because the first class could personally light the fireworks. Fireworks were priceless in the whole of Tang Dynasty. They had been eyeing it for a long time. If they could light it themselves, they would be able to brag to others in the future. Class 15, 1327 effective ones. Class 16, 1575 effective ones. Oh! As Li Zishuan finished reading, there was a gasp from Class 1, followed by Cheng Chumo's excited shout. Damn! If I remember correctly, we are first place. Ah! Cho Nyo, you remembered correctly this time. We are first place. Sun Zifan shouted heartily. Shirqing, good job. This time, our class is in danger because of you. Li Tai patted Ke Shirqing's shoulder and sighed sincerely. However, this little fatty's hands were full of flour. When he patted Ke Shirqing's shoulder, there was a claw mark. However, Ke Shirqing was in a state of excitement at the moment and didn't notice this small detail. He smiled modestly and said, This is not just my credit. Class 16 is only one less than us. Qingke and the others, if you didn't come back in time, our class would have lost. Li Tai laughed and said, No matter who the credit is, as long as we protect the glory of Class 1. No matter what, our Class 1 is the best in every aspect. Ha! The glory of Class 1. Ke Shirqing was startled, and then his heart burned with passion. Their class could be said to be Li Zishuan's direct class. Ever since they were incorporated into Yanhuang College, whether it was military training or ordinary exams, it could be said that they never fell behind. The atmosphere of the entire class was also full of enthusiasm. In the past, Ke Shirqing didn't understand why his classmates were so hardworking, nor did he know why he was so hardworking. Later on, he couldn't figure it out and could only attribute it to the overall environment. However, after listening to Li Tai's words, he understood that these direct students of Li Zishuan all had a trace of pride and persistence in their hearts. They would subconsciously protect the glory of this direct student class. Fight for glory and win every battle. Qingke, you're right. We're all here to protect the glory of Class 1. Ke Shirqing looked deeply at Li Tai and solemnly said. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Nothing needed to be said. Do, quickly get someone to put away these dumplings. Make half of them tonight and the other half tomorrow morning. Li Zishuan pointed to the mountain of dumplings on the cafeteria table and ordered. In this weather, there was no need to worry about the dumplings going bad overnight. It was very convenient to store them. Yamacho. Wang Dahu responded and asked the cafeteria staff to carry the dumplings. Li Zishuan looked at the students again and said with a smile, "All right, go wash your hands. The class that didn't get first place doesn't have to be dejected. There will be free dumplings tonight. And I just changed my mind at the last minute. Everyone will have money to bet later." Yamacho is mighty. Yamacho is mighty. Many students were still a little hesitant, but after hearing the second half of Li Zishuan's sentence, everyone suddenly cheered. Even if they lost the first place, they still had dumplings and money to bet. They didn't lose out this time. This was Li Zishuan's little trick. He actually wanted to give each student a red packet from the beginning. But obviously, the experience of regaining something after losing it made the students happier. The students of Class 1 weren't disappointed because of this. As the champion, they had another special privilege later, lighting fireworks. After 15 minutes, the students sat neatly in the cafeteria according to their class. Sanbao carried a sack from outside and walked to Li Zishuan and said, "Young master, the money is inside. But you carry it and follow me to give it out one by one." Li Zishuan said. Yes, young master." Sanbao wiped the sweat off her forehead and carried the sack again. She followed Li Zishuan and gave out money to each student one by one. Each set of money was placed in a small pouch sewn with red cloth. It looked very exquisite and festive. This was the red packet that Li Zishuan wanted to recreate as modern as possible. The students received the red packets and quickly thanked him. Then, they solemnly put the red packets in their pockets. After 30 minutes, Li Zishuan gave out a red packet to each of the 300 students in the cafeteria. In the end, there were still some left. He simply let Sanbao give one to each of the cafeteria workers. At this time, the sky outside was gradually turning dark. Wang Dahu just happened to report that the dumplings were cooked. Li Zishuan took the opportunity to announce that dinner was ready. The students stood up and lined up to get their food. Li Zishuan walked out of the cafeteria. He planned to go home and bring his family over for the reunion dinner. The more people there were, the more lively it was. "Have you brought little Yu and Ma Zhou over?" After walking out of the cafeteria, Li Zishuan looked at Sanbao and asked. Li Zishuan had planned for the whole family to celebrate the reunion dinner at the academy. Not only that, he also sent people to Chang and to bring Li Yu and Ma Zhou over. The two of them had no relatives in Chang'an City. Their house was even rented. He thought that it would be too lonely to celebrate the reunion dinner alone, so he brought them over to celebrate the reunion dinner together. "Young master, they are here. Miss Li Yu and Mr. Ma are at the side yard now." Sanbao replied. "Good. Then go and invite Mr. Mo, Ink Girl, Daoist Sun, Mr. Wenji, Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhang San, Yan Shaoning, and the rest to the academy. Since we are going to have a reunion dinner together, how can we leave them out? It will be more lively if they are all here." The second floor of the cafeteria was specially prepared for the teachers of the academy and Li Zishuan's family. It was not a special arrangement, but the first floor was really full. Sanbao could feel the joy in Li Zishuan's words. She smiled and replied, "Yes, young master." After saying that, he ran off like a wisp of smoke to make arrangements. Li Zishuan walked towards the side yard. Inadvertently, he saw the moon hanging in the sky. He felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. New Year's Eve. This was the first time he was celebrating New Year's Eve in this space-time. Chapter 1146. Come. Don't stand on ceremony. Let's eat. Yanhuang College, second floor of the cafeteria. A few tables were temporarily put together to form a large table. Li Zishuan, Yan Shaoning, Li Gang, Mo Huai, Li Yu, Ma Zhou, Wang Ji, and the others were all sitting together. The atmosphere was very lively. Oh, there was also Han Lijing and Iron Egg. Li Zishuan had invited them too. Han Yushi had told him a long time ago that she would invite her father over to celebrate the new year together. Now that the Li family had chosen to celebrate the new year in Yunshan, Han Lijing did not have to travel that long distance. After the dishes were served, Li Zishuan stood up and greeted them. Good, good, good. Everyone, let's eat. Don't reject the Yamacho's good intentions. Among this group of people, Sun Simiao was the oldest, 87 years old, followed by Li Gang, 81 years old. However, Sun Simiao did not like this kind of social interaction, so Li Gang became the opening person. The old man's son, daughter-in-law, and grandson were sitting next to him. Today, it could be said that several families were gathered together at this table. Everyone gave Li Gang face and picked up their chopsticks one after another. Even the bearded guest was no exception. Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, Mr. Mo, Mr. Zhang San, Brother Ma, all of you have worked hard for the students of the college for more than half a year. As the Yamacho of the college, Ziwan has not fulfilled his responsibilities as the Yamacho. The college was able to run smoothly for a semester because of all of your help. Today, Ziwan proposes a toast to all of you. Ziwan was the name Li Zishuan given to him by Li Er. This was the first time he used it in public. At this time, Li Zishuan stood up and solemnly raised his cup to Li Gang and the other teachers of the academy. They quickly stood up. Li Gang stroked his beard and smiled. Yamacho, you're too modest. Not to mention other things, almost all the teaching materials of the college were written by you. Just this point alone, I'm afraid that none of yous can beat you. Ma Zhou also smiled. Yamacho, you built the soul of Yanhuang College. Without you, the college is just an empty shell. The bearded man snorted and said coolly, no matter what, my contribution will be the least. You don't have to fight anymore. Everyone laughed. Li Zishuan said, Mr. Zhang San's martial arts are outstanding. It's precisely because you're overseeing the academy that those rascals don't dare to be impudent in Mount Yun. How can you say that my contribution is the least? He wasn't deliberately flattering him. There were too many secrets in the college that outsiders wanted to know. For example, the telescope. Li Zishuan didn't believe that the other forces didn't know about it. However, they didn't dare to rashly come to Yanhuang College to steal it. This was because 3 of the world's top masters lived in Yunshan. Moreover, Li Er's elite troops might be lying in ambush in the dark. That was what Li Zishuan thought. However, the bearded man couldn't help but blush. What outstanding martial arts? To him, it was simply too ear-piercing. At that time, he also thought that his martial arts were outstanding. He wanted to go up Yunshan to teach this junior, Li Zishuan, the principles of being a man, who knew that in the end, he was beaten to the point that his own mother couldn't recognize him. If Hong Funu and Li Jing hadn't arrived, he might not have been able to leave Yunshan. Ha! Don't talk, don't talk. Good wine is the way, only drink. This old man will drink first as a toast. The old drunkard, Wang Ji, looked at the bearded man with a smile that didn't look like a smile. No one knew if he wanted to help the bearded man or if he was greedy for the good wine in the cup. Ha! What Mr. Wang said makes a lot of sense. Let's not argue anymore. Drink. Tonight, we won't rest until we're drunk. Li Zishuan laughed loudly. He raised his head and drank the good wine in the cup in one gulp. Everyone else followed closely behind him, and they finished drinking the wine in their cups before taking their seats. Li Zishuan poured himself another cup of wine and looked at Sun Simiao. He raised his cup and said, Priest Sun, in March, you saved my life. At the end of the year, you returned to Chang and helped me quell the chaos in the city. I gained fame and fortune, but you retreated behind the scenes. In the coming year, you are willing to take charge of the medical school and the Tang Dynasty United Hospital and help me realize my dream of treating all the sick people in the world. As the saying goes, great kindness can't be thanked with words. Priest Sun, if you have any orders, even if I have to push mountains and flatten seas, I will definitely do it for you. Today, I toast to you. This old Taoist was the living bodhisattva of the Tang Dynasty, a true immortal. Li Zishuan had to respect him. Sun Simiao laughed and stood up. Ha! Xiaoxian, you are too serious. Some things are not only your dream, but also my lifelong pursuit. So, I am not helping you. However, I will still drink this cup of wine. After saying that, the old Taoist raised his head and drank it in one gulp. After Li Zishuan finished drinking, he poured another cup and looked at Yen Lide, Yan Liban and Yan Shaoning. He said, the construction of Yanhuang College can't be done without the help of the Yan family. Uncle Yan Shaoning, I will drink first as a toast. Ha! Xiaoxian, you don't have to be so polite. Yan Lied laughed and said. Then he gave Li Zishuan face and drank a cup. After the toast, Li Zishuan sat down and invited everyone to eat. Tonight's banquet was very sumptuous. The brothers Wang Dahu and Wang Eru used all their skills and made all the new dishes that they had learned or invented in the past year. There were more than 30 main dishes and more than 10 side dishes that filled the entire table. Just smelling it was enough to make one salivate. Eating it was even more intoxicating. The group of people ate and drank as they talked and laughed. The atmosphere was very lively. Sir, little fishy also toasts to you. Thank you for saving me back then. If it weren't for your kindness, I'm afraid I would still be homeless on the streets. After eating for a while, little fishy finally mustered up her courage and stood up to raise her wine cup and said to Li Zishuan. She might have been a fearless person in the past, but today, there were bigwigs of the royal court like Yan Lide and Yan Liban, as well as esteemed seniors like Li Gang and Sun Ximiao. Furthermore, she wasn't very familiar with any of them, so how could she dare to be presumptuous? Therefore, since the start of the meal, she rarely spoke. If she did, she would only speak to Han Yushi, who was sitting beside her. Ahem. Little fishy, you don't have to be so polite. Actually, I'm ashamed. You asked me to find out where your parents are, but I was too busy and didn't put in all my effort to find them. Next year, I'll send someone to help you find them. Li Zishuan said to Little Fishy with an awkward expression. Little Fishy quickly waved her hand and said, Sir, you don't have to blame yourself. In this vast sea of people, it's very difficult to find two people. Actually, Little Fishy is living quite well now. With Sir taking me in and Uncle Ma taking care of me, Little Fishy has been very happy this year. This toast is to both you and Uncle Ma. Ha, good. Then, sir, I'll drink this cup of wine first as a toast. Li Zishuan laughed. Ma Zhou, on the other hand, was a little depressed. He thought to himself, little girl, why do you call Li Zishuan sir but keep calling me uncle? Am I that old? Chapter 1147. Halfway through the reunion dinner, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, Cheng Yaojin, and Niu Jinda arrived together. Li Zishuan hurriedly ordered people to add 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks and warmly invited these big shots to sit. Xiao Xian, we've already eaten before we came. Don't trouble yourself. Qin Xiong smiled and waved his hand. Their families belonged to the new aristocratic groups after the establishment of Tang Dynasty. During the new year, they had many social engagements in Cheng. That was why they could only come now. It's all right, Uncle Qin, even though you've already eaten, it's fine if you eat a few more dishes. Li Zishuan laughed. Ha, Xiao Xian is right. Even though we've eaten in Cheng, we still have to drink a few bowls of wine here. Cheng Yaojin laughed shamelessly and sat down beside the bearded man. Then the old man said, Hey, I heard that you've taken a fancy to my Chonyo? That's right. You have good taste. It's not that I'm bragging, but my Chonyo's martial arts talent is second only to Xiao Xian. It's mainly because I'm usually busy with military affairs and don't have time to train that kid. Since you want to be his master, I'll reluctantly agree. Next year, you have to fulfill your responsibility as a master and teach him martial arts. I, old Cheng, will drink with you tonight. Ha. Everyone covered their faces when they heard this. There was no other reason. This old man was 2F** king. Oh, 2F** king shameless. What did he mean by his martial arts talent was second only to Li Zishuan? Even people like Yan Lide who didn't know martial arts knew that Cheng Chumo's martial arts talent was far from Li Zishuan's. But this old demon spoke against his conscience and praised Cheng Chumo to the heavens. If Cheng Chumo was here, he would probably blush if he heard this. Dad, do you have another son named Chonyo? Speaking of the devil, Cheng Chumo also quietly came up the stairs. Perhaps he happened to hear the last few words of Cheng Chumo. He suddenly froze in place, looked suspiciously at Cheng Chumo and asked. Scram! Cheng Yaojin's old face turned green and white. In the end, he roared at Cheng Chumo. Father, don't be angry. Cheng Chumo quivered and immediately fled. He had only gone upstairs to ask Li Zishuan if he could give them a batch of fireworks to play with. Now that things had turned out this way, who had he offended? Him. Unfilial son. What an unfilial son. Old Zhang, you've seen it for yourself. Cho Ox has no confidence in himself. He doesn't know his own potential. You have to guide him well when you return. Cheng Yaojin first coughed dryly, then continued to speak to the bearded man without blushing or skipping a beat. All right. Lu Guogong, don't try to persuade me anymore. Since I've promised to train Cho Ox for half a year, I'll definitely do it when the time comes. The bearded man laughed heartily. He originally didn't have any good or bad feelings towards Cheng Yaojin. However, when he heard that old Cheng was going to drink with him, his interest was immediately piqued. As for the rest, he didn't care. Half a year? Old Zhang, why can't you train him for another 2 years? Cheng Yaojin was slightly dissatisfied. The bearded man replied, I have an agreement with the Yamacho. I'll only stay in the academy for a year. Next year, I'll be going out to sea. Cho Ox naturally can't follow me. His days in the academy were nothing more than teaching students, drinking fine wine under the setting sun, and bragging. It was indeed very comfortable, and it was comfortable to the point his fighting spirit was almost completely exhausted. However, the sea was where he should be. He liked the feeling of being able to roam the 4 seas. He wouldn't give up. Going out to sea? All right then. Let's not talk about this first. Drink. Cheng Yaojin was stunned. Only then did he remember the bearded man's other identity, the pirate leader. He could only say helplessly. Suddenly, with this old bastard shouting and joking around, the atmosphere at the table became even more lively. Toasts were exchanged, cups were exchanged, laughter was exchanged, and drinking games were played. The scene was so lively that it was a little out of control. In the end, Li Zishuan had no choice but to let his mother leave with Han Yushi, Lan, and the other women from the other families. Following that, this group of men bragged and talked nonsense here, becoming even more unscrupulous. Chang and City. There were millions of people living here. It was even more lively on New Year's Eve. Under normal circumstances, families would sit together peacefully and not sleep for the whole night. This was the custom of staying up for the new year that had been passed down from the modern era. The people of the Tang dynasty especially liked liveliness. When families gathered together, if there were old people in the family, there might be a house full of people staying up for the new year together. With children and grandchildren, wouldn't it be joyous? On the streets, although it was already dark, the streets were not dark at all. Basically, every house had 2 big lanterns hanging outside their doors. Every square also had lanterns placed at the entrance. Looking down from the sky, Chang and City was like a city that never slept. Tens of thousands of lights were embellished in the city, as beautiful and moving as the stars in the sky. There was no curfew tonight. Many naughty children were chasing and playing in various squares. There were also some who set off firecrackers. However, these firecrackers were not made of gunpowder. They were purely made of bamboo sticks. Once this thing was thrown into the fire, it would make a muffled bang sound after a while. If passers-by happened to pass by, they would often be scared out of their wits. In addition to the naughty children, many love-struck men and women, couples and couples would also come out for a stroll. After all, in a year, the number of times that there was no curfew in Chang and City could be counted with one hand. If they didn't come out to have some fun, they would feel sorry for themselves. Shao Qin, see if Bao Shun has prepared the carriage? South of Chang and City and Lu Square, Lin family's backyard. Lin Hao had just finished his dinner and went straight back to his courtyard. This fellow rubbed his stomach as he asked the maid beside him. Young master, Bao Shun said not to touch the things at home. I've already prepared them. However, I'm asking too much. Young master, are you really going to leave the city alone? The maidservant named Shao Qin first responded, then asked timidly. Lin Hao raised his head and said matter-of-factly, Of course. If I bring my parents along, they will definitely nag in my ears again. Hurry up, hurry up. Let's sneak out from the back door. Young master, let me tell you, the fireworks at Yanhuang College are really beautiful. When the time comes, I guarantee that you won't be willing to come back after seeing it. This fat otaku actually wanted to go out to Yanhuang College to see the fireworks? The sun really rose from the west. Since he was born, only God knew if he had taken the initiative to leave Chang in city more than 5 times. Today, he actually took the initiative to leave the city. How rare! As for where he got the news that Yanhuang College was going to set off fireworks at midnight, it was self-evident. Chapter 1148. Where do you think you're going? At the back door of the Lin mansion, Lin Hao brought Qin, Qi, Shu and Hua along with the 4 servant girls and was about to sneak away. Outside the door was the prepared carriage. But who knew that a cold snort came from behind him? He was shocked and turned around. If it wasn't his father, who else could it be? Father? Why are you here? Lin Hao was a little dumbfounded. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and stuttered. Why am I here? I want to ask you why you're here. It's the new year. Why are you here alone instead of talking to your mother? Lin Wenyuan glared at him angrily. Father, I'm going to the latrine. Yes, I'm going to the latrine. Lin Hao was anxious. Seeing that he was about to be exposed, he could only come up with an excuse. The 4 maids covered their faces and lowered their heads. They thought that their young master was really stupid. How could there be a latrine where they were now? This person was too honest. He didn't even know how to make up a lie. As expected, Lin Wenyuan furrowed his brows and roared, "Bullshit! You unfilial son, how dare you lie to me? You just want to leave the city? Kai Fu, prepare the horse. Madam and I are also leaving the city. To Yanhuang College." Master, are we leaving the city now? The old steward behind Lin Wenyuan said in disbelief. Go and prepare. Father, why are you and mother going to Yanhuang College so late at night? Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat and he pretended to be confused. Lin Wenyuan looked at his son indifferently. Although he was proud, he didn't show it on his face. I'm going to do whatever you're going to do. You brat, why didn't you call your parents when you had something good? You're really ungrateful. At this point, Lin Hao finally understood that his father already knew that he was going to Yunshan to watch the fireworks. Father, how did you know? Lin Hao opened his mouth and said in surprise. You don't need to know that. Lin Wenyuan stroked his beard and proudly swaggered off. As for Madame Lin, she had already packed her things and was preparing to board the carriage and set off. Little brat, you dare to play petty tricks with your father? You're still too young. Lin Wenyuan thought proudly in his heart. At the same time, the group of Yanhuang College students who had returned to Chang and for the new year began to take their families to Yunshan. They wanted to go there to watch the fireworks up close. These students, together with their families, made up quite a crowd. Once there were too many people, it was inevitable that the news would leak out. Hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave. We're going to Yanhuang College to watch firecrackers. Firecrackers? What's so good about firecrackers? Those things should be called fireworks. They were fireworks. A few days ago, the rainbow-colored skylight from the cloud mountain was the light from the fireworks. What? The skylight was made by the fireworks? That's right. Wang Lao, you said that there would be fireworks at Yunshan tonight? Where did you get the news? I heard it from the servants of Assistant Minister Wang next door. Their young master is a student of Yanhuang College. How could the news be fake? Now, their whole family is already on their way to Yunshan. Whoa, there's such a thing? Wang Lao, wait up. I'll go get my wife and children. We'll go to Yunshan tonight to watch the fireworks. Even if we can't enter the college, at least we can take a look from afar. It's not a wasted trip. Jing Lao, hurry up. I'm afraid that there will be too many people and we won't be able to get a good seat. We're not the only ones who know about this. Okay, I'll be right there. Similar conversations appeared in many shops in Chang and city. This was not an important business opportunity. Many people would gather their friends and go to Yunshan together after hearing the news. One person spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. As a result, more and more people went to the east city gate of Chang and city. It even far exceeded the flow of people during the day. Such a huge commotion naturally woke up many people who were interested. Those who were interested asked around in private and soon joined the group leaving the city. The group grew bigger and bigger. It started with a few hundred people, then a few thousand people, then tens of thousands. Later on, the number of people was about to exceed 100,000. Therefore, for the first time in the history of Chang and city, such a strange scene appeared. On New Year's Eve, countless people did not stay in the bustling city to celebrate the New Year. Instead, they flocked out of the city and headed towards the barren Yunshan, the imperial palace. Tonight, the palace was brightly lit and decorated with lanterns and colored banners. There was a festive atmosphere everywhere. Li Tai had set up a family banquet in the back garden earlier. The concubines, princes, and princesses in the harem all attended the banquet. However, Li Tai only ate a few mouthfuls before he found an excuse to leave. The banquet lasted for more than an hour before it ended. At this moment, old Li was with Empress Zhongsun in the corridor on the second floor of Taiji Palace. They were admiring the thousands of lights in Chang and city tonight. At this moment, a chamberlain came downstairs and whispered something to Li Tai. Then he left quietly. In the end, Li Tai smiled and said, Yunshan tonight will probably be more lively than Chang and city. Guanyin, do you want to go take a look later? Tens of thousands of people in Chang and city rushed out of the city to Yunshan. How could Li Tai, who was in the palace, not receive the news? The chamberlain just now came for this reason. Empress Zhongxuan's eyes turned and she said softly with a smile, I don't know where those people got the news. In this way, won't the foot of Yunshan be densely packed with people tonight? I found out a few days ago that the Marquis of Yong and would set off a large batch of fireworks at Yanhuang College tonight. I originally planned to go take a look tonight. Now it seems that even if we go, we probably won't be able to squeeze into Yunshan. Since Guanyin wants to see, what's so difficult about that? I don't believe that Li Zishuan dares to let my empress freeze at the foot of the mountain. Men, prepare a carriage and summon the crown prince, the king of Han, and the other princes to accompany me. Li Er laughed heartily and ordered. Actually, Empress Zhongsun wanted to see the fireworks, but Li Tai himself might not have no intention of seeing it with his own eyes. The chamberlain beside Li Tai was about to leave with the order when he heard Empress Zhongsun say, Wait! Your Majesty, Chengqian and the others have all gone with your Majesty. Wouldn't it be boring to leave Chang'e alone? Why don't you bring her along? She was a mother after all. She could always think of her daughter first. Li Tai clapped his hands and said, The Empress is right. Let Chang'e accompany you. But remember to prepare warm clothes. Don't catch a cold on the way. When Li Tai heard this, he was shocked and hurriedly added. Chapter 1149. Under the Night Sky. 4 imperial carriages sped out from the main gates of the imperial city. A small group of elite imperial guards dressed in black armor closely guarded the front, back, left, and right of the leading carriage. Clearly, the person sitting in the first carriage had the most honorable status. Upon closer inspection, the silhouette of the carriage was 80% similar to the Don't Touch Me from the Curious Pavilion. It was highly likely that the carriage had been modified from Don't Touch Me. Imperial Father, I've heard that many students from Yanhuang College did not return home this year, instead spending the new year at the academy. With so many people gathered together, Yunshan should be very lively right now. Within the first carriage sat Li Er, Empress Zhongsun, and Princess Chang'e. Although Li Er's harem was not particularly large, if he had brought all of his concubines, even several dozen carriages would not be able to fit them all. Thus, he simply did not bring anyone, only bringing Zhongsun, the empress. From this, it could be seen that Empress Zhongsun had an irreplaceable position in Li Er's heart. Of course Yunshan is lively. We previously heard that Li Zishuan had the students organize a dumpling-making competition this afternoon. Ever since Qingke was born, she had never done anything like cooking. Unexpectedly, she was bewitched by that brat Li Zishuan to personally make dumplings. How preposterous! Li Er reclined on the sofa in the carriage, squinting his eyes as he spoke in a satisfied yet unhappy tone. Next to him was a stove, causing the interior of the carriage to be as warm as spring. Dumplings? Imperial Father, what are dumplings? Changle's eyes brightened as she softly asked. Li Er thought for a moment before replying, these dumplings are wontons. However, it is a new name that Li Zishuan gave them. It is said that tonight is the Z hour, the time for the new and the old. It has a special meaning. These dumplings just so happen to have the meaning of making friends at a younger age. I didn't expect that brat to have such meticulous thoughts. Yanhuang College clearly had old Li's eyes and ears. Otherwise, how could Li Er have such detailed information? Dumplings? Making friends at a younger age? This name is quite appropriate. Changle muttered to herself. Then she couldn't help but chuckle. Father, with Brother Qingxue's skills, Changle really wants to see what kind of dumplings he makes. Speaking of this, Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. This Empress also really wants to see Qin Kei's dumplings. Hey, I reckon you guys are looking down on them. Because those dumplings might have already entered the students' stomachs. F***CK. Why are there so many people in front? And there doesn't seem to be any movement. It seems like we can't go up Cloud Mountain? So, I should have come earlier. At the foot of Cloud Mountain, there was already a sea of people. At a rough glance, there were at least tens of thousands of people. Previously, when Li Zishuan received the news, he hurriedly ordered to block the mountain path of Cloud Mountain. If so many people swarmed up, it was likely to cause trouble. Moreover, there were rows of flowing flames on the cement road outside Plum Village. It was obvious that more people were coming this way. Under such circumstances, he dared not open the mountain path. It was not that he was stingy, but once there were too many people, it was easy to cause trouble. Last time, when he used public opinion to mobilize the people to destroy the Chui family, some hooligans took advantage of the situation to steal and molest the Chui family's maids. This was a very good example. Li Zishuan had always taken this as a warning in his heart. Moreover, when the fireworks were set off later, the people would be able to see very clearly even if they stood at the foot of the mountain. There was no need for hundreds of thousands of people to swarm up Cloud Mountain. Hey, Commander, it's me. It's me. Can I go up too? At the entrance of the mountain path to Cloud Mountain, Mo Zhong and the Academy's guards were maintaining order. Cloud Mountain was close to 200 meters above sea level. It was not considered high, but it was definitely not low either. At present, if one wanted to go up Cloud Mountain to Yanhuang College, this was the only way. They had set up a checkpoint here. It could be said that one man could hold the pass against 10,000 people. At this moment, a young man suddenly squeezed out of the crowd. Behind the young man stood a middle-aged couple. Although they were dressed ordinarily, their aura could not be concealed. Chu Yanfu? Mo Zhong had stayed in Yanhuang College for so long that he was familiar with most of the students. He fixed his eyes on the young man. Who else could it be but Chu Yanfu? This child went home 2 days ago to prepare for the new year. He did not expect to return to Cloud Mountain today. As for the couple behind him, their identities were even more obvious. Mo Zhong pays his respects to Assistant Minister Chu. Mo Zhong clasped his fist and bowed to Chu Suiliang. This old man is just here to watch the fun. Commander Mo, you don't have to be so courteous. Chu Suiliang did not put on any airs. He stroked his beard and said with a smile. Yanfu, Yamacho said that if the students of the academy want to go back to the academy at night, they are allowed to do so. And they can bring their families along. You and Assistant Minister Chu go up quickly. Mo Zhong nodded and said to Chu Yanfu with a smile. Chu Yanfu thanked him happily and hurriedly brought his parents up the mountain. The crowd of onlookers was naturally envious. Those who had children at home were muttering in their hearts. Next year, they must let their children get into Yanhuang College. Not only would they have a bright future, but they would also receive special treatment everywhere. Although the commoners were envious, they did not feel indignant and used this as an excuse to cause trouble. After all, the students were going back to their own academy. Young master, what should we do? They only allowed Yanhuang College students to go up the mountain. We can't go up. Xiao Shi, the maidservant of the Lin family, ran over to the carriage at the back and said. There were 2 carriages parked in an open space by the roadside. Since we can't go up, then let's watch from the foot of the mountain. Before Lin Hao could say anything, Lin Wenyuan, who was in the carriage in front, said, Father, don't. Let me go up and talk to the guards of the academy. Lin Hao was not willing to just watch the fireworks at the foot of the mountain. He jumped off the carriage and volunteered. After saying that, he lifted his feet and walked towards the mountain path. Young brother, Yunshan is not receiving guests today. Please forgive me and stop. Mo Zhong immediately recognized that Lin Hao was not a student of the academy. He blocked the way and spoke in an elegant but not polite manner. Lin Hao came prepared. How could he retreat because of this small setback? He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Hee hee. Big brother, although I'm not a student of Yanhuang College, my master is Han Li. He's a student of Yanhuang College. So, I'm also a student of Yanhuang College. Big brother, please let me in. Han Li. Mo Zhong muttered doubtfully. Then he quickly tried to recall if there was a student named Han Li in the academy. After a while, he shook his head and said with some displeasure, Young brother, don't make fun of me. There's no student named Han Li in the academy. There was a hint of anger in his words. Obviously, he thought that the young man in front of him was making fun of him. That's impossible. I've asked around. My master's master is a disciple of the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. Big brother, you must have heard of him. Think about it again. Lin Hao was dumbfounded. Then he remembered Iron Egg's other special identity and quickly said, Young brother, please leave quickly. Little brother, please leave quickly and don't cause trouble here. The disciple of the headmaster? Are you talking about Bruiser? When Mo Zhong saw Lin Hao trying to defend himself, he subconsciously wanted to scold him to leave. But when he heard Lin Hao say that Han Li was a Yamacho's disciple, he changed his words. Yes. My master's nickname is Iron Egg. Lin Hao said excitedly. Mo Zhong patted his forehead. Only then did he remember that Iron Egg's real name was Han Li. It was only because the people around him usually called him Iron Egg that he didn't remember it at first. That won't do. Yamacho only said that the family members of the students can go up the mountain. They didn't say that the students' disciples can go up the mountain as well. Mo Zhong's expression turned serious as he refused righteously. In fact, the main reason was that he wasn't sure what the relationship between Lin Hao and Iron Egg was. If he let him go rashly, then if someone came later and said that he was a student's disciple, would he let him go? He couldn't allow this to happen. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. A group of unruly people, get out of the way. At this moment, the crowd seemed to be separated by a powerful force. A luxuriously dressed young man, who was protected by a group of soldiers in black armor, walked towards Mo Zhong. Non-students of Yanhuang College can't enter? How arrogant. This king is going in today. Let's see who dares to stop me. The luxuriously dressed young man looked at the wooden sign next to Mo Zhong and said arrogantly with a sneer. As soon as he finished speaking, he ignored Mo Zhong and the others and walked towards them. When Mo Zhong heard this young man call himself king, his eyes narrowed. However, he had been in the bitter cold for a long time and had only been in Chang, and for half a year. He wasn't familiar with some of the nobles in the current dynasty, let alone the young man in front of him. It's His Highness, the King of Lu. The King of Lu? The Academy's guards are in trouble. Back off. Don't fight later. The King of Lu, Li Yuancheng. This young man was Li Er's half-brother, the King of Lu, Li Yuancheng. Mo Zhong didn't recognize this person, but the people around him did. Someone shouted, and the crowd became restless. The people quickly backed off. Obviously, they were quite afraid of this King of Lu. At this time, Li Yuancheng was still using the title of the 3rd year of Wuda. According to history, in the 10th year of Xinguan, he would be changed to the King of Han by Li Er. Now, the King of Han title is still used by Li Ku. Your Highness, you can't go up. The Yamacho has. How dare you? What Yamacho? Yamacho? Li Zishuan is just an official. Even if he was here, he wouldn't dare to talk to this king like this. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get out of the way. Otherwise, if you lose an arm or a leg, this king won't be responsible. Li Yuanchang said rudely to Mo Zhong with his nose in the air. Mo Zhong's expression changed, but he still braced himself and said, "The headmaster has ordered that Your Highness, Prince of Lu, you cannot go up the mountain. However, I can pass the message on your behalf. Your Highness, please wait here for a moment." Get lost. You want this king to wait for Li Zishuan's permission? In your dreams? You still dare to hide? You're just AF * king dog raised by Li Zishuan. You still dare to hide? Guards! Take him down. This king wants to see how you're going to hide later. Li Yuanchang shouted angrily and raised his foot to kick Mo Zhong. However, Mo Zhong instinctively dodged. This made him even angrier. He pointed at Mo Zhong and shouted angrily. Actually, he wanted to slap Mo Zhong, but he couldn't reach him. He was only 1 year older than Li Tai. Naturally, he couldn't be compared to adults like Mo Zhong. "Yes, sir." The guards beside Li Yuanchang answered loudly. Then, there was the sound of metal clanging. These guards unsheathed their Mo swords at the same time and slashed at Mo Zhong. Obviously, they could tell that Mo Zhong was a martial artist and wanted to injure him before capturing him. Protect the commander. Mo Zhong and the other guards of the academy were facing a great enemy. They weren't afraid of these guards, but behind them was Li Zishuan. They couldn't help but be afraid. If they attacked too hard, they would create a great enemy for Li Zishuan. If they were captured without a fight, what awaited them would be endless humiliation from Li Yuanchang. As the guards of Yanhuang College, they were also the face of the academy. If they were humiliated by Li Yuanchang in front of so many people, wouldn't the dignity of Yanhuang College be trampled on by Li Yuanchang? Under all kinds of scruples, Mo Zhong and the others didn't dare to use their full strength. They only dodged the attacks of Li Zishuan's guards while praying in their hearts that Li Zishuan would come quickly. Damn. No, it's Chinese New Year. We're just here to watch the fireworks. Let's talk nicely. Why fight? Lin Hao was shocked. He didn't know any martial arts, so he hurriedly ran away. At this time, he couldn't help but look in Li Yuanchang's direction and complain. On the other side, as time passed, the battle became more and more intense. The guards brought by Li Yuanchang weren't idiots. Mo Zhong and the others who were afraid and didn't dare to use their full strength had a hard time dodging. There were already several light cuts on their bodies. Who dares to be so presumptuous in Yunshan? All of you stop. Under the ardent expectations of Mo Zhong and the others, Li Zishuan finally arrived. The people at the foot of the mountain only heard a muffled snort. Then, a series of blurry figures appeared on the mountain path. In the next moment, Li Zishuan stood between Mo Zhong and Li Yuanchang. The guards brought by Li Yuanchang had been sent flying in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Before Li Yuanchang could react, all of his guards had already landed heavily on the ground. He was instantly horrified. He pointed at Li Zishuan and said, "How? How presumptuous! You dare to hurt the people brought by this prince. What's your name? Quickly, tell me your name. This prince won't let you go." Idiot! Li Zishuan was both angry and disdainful. This kid was obviously scared to death, but he was still talking nonsense and threatening him. He was really looking for trouble. Who gave you the courage to cause trouble in Yunshan? Get back to the palace. Li Zishuan was about to speak when Li Er's voice came from behind the crowd. Then, Li Er angrily walked out with Empress Zhongxin, Chang'e, and the others. Chapter 1150. Royal Brother. Greetings to Royal Brother. At the foot of Cloud Mountain, Li Yuanchang, who was still in shock, immediately regained his senses and ran to Li Er's side, bowing. In his opinion, even if Li Zishuan's martial arts were superb, he wouldn't dare to do anything to him in front of Li Er, right? After all, he and Li Zishuan were monarchs, and Li Zishuan was only a subject of the royal family. Li Er didn't give his younger brother any face and coldly said, "Yanhuang College is an important place for learning. You brought people here to fight and kill. Do you have any respect for me? Do you have any respect for the law?" Li Yuanchang quivered and hurriedly explained, "Royal brother, this has nothing to do with me. I heard that there are fireworks on Cloud Mountain tonight. I just wanted to go up and take a look. But this group of dog slaves, this group of guards didn't let me go up. This is outrageous. It's said that this world is imperial land, since Cloud Mountain is within the Tang Empire's borders. What right does the Duke of Yong and have to not let me?" "Shut up." Without waiting for him to finish, Li Er sternly interrupted. "You're asking why? Then let me tell you why. Just because Cloud Mountain was given to the Duke of Yong and to build the college, if he doesn't let you in, you can't enter." Li Yuanchang shrunk his head in fear and wanted to leave, but he was unwilling, so he raised his head and said, "Royal brother, it was Royal father who told me that he couldn't come because he was in the palace, and wanted me to come and see what the fireworks looked like. I had no choice but to come." "Royal father?" Li Er's eyes narrowed, and a dangerous gaze shot out from the slits of his eyes. The air around him suddenly became colder. Li Yuanchang was shocked, and only then did he remember that although this person in front of him was his brother in name, last year, this person in front of him killed his own brother, imprisoned his father, and usurped the throne. And he was only Li Er's half-brother. If he angered Li Er, then no one could guarantee that Li Er wouldn't kill him. Gulp. Thinking of this, Li Yuanchang's Adam's apple couldn't help but move, and then he trembled. "Royal? Royal brother, I didn't mean anything else. Go back. You are not allowed to come to Cloud Mountain in the future." Li Er's cold and emotionless voice was squeezed out from between his teeth. Although his voice was not loud, it was like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly hammered Li Yuanchang's chest. "I will take my leave now." A layer of cold sweat appeared on Li Yuanchang's back. He cupped his hands towards Li Er, then led his group of defeated soldiers and hurriedly fled. "Li Zishuan, I, Li Yuanchang, will remember what happened today. Just you wait." Crestfallen, he squeezed out of the crowd. Li Yuanchang's face was burning. Ever since he was born, he had never suffered such grievances. Today, he was humiliated in front of so many people, so he couldn't help but hate Li Zishuan. Sigh. What a pity. Such a pity. If I had come a step later, this trash King Lu would have fought with Li Zishuan. Even if Li Zishuan's reputation was not destroyed, it would have caused a lot of trouble for Li Zishuan. Feng Jidai, who was standing not far behind Li Er, saw this scene and felt that it was a pity. Yes, it was the new year, so the other officials were on holiday. However, as Li Er's secretary, if Li Er had an important event at the last minute, he still had to accompany him. On the other hand, although he had asked his father to give up on the plan of establishing himself as king, he still hoped that there would be some internal chaos in Tang, and that would give Lingnan an opportunity to take advantage of it. Especially Li Zishuan, this rising aristocrat of Tang, Feng Jidai had always been rather wary of him. His intuition told him that Li Zishuan was definitely the biggest variable between Tang and Lingnan. Your subject left Cloud Mountain without permission during the period of confinement. Your Majesty, please punish me. After Li Yuanchang left, Li Er's expression changed. No one knew what he was thinking, but one thing was certain. It definitely had a lot to do with Li Yuanchang's last sentence. Imperial father sent him. At this moment, Li Zishuan stepped forward and cupped his hands, speaking. Li Er came to his senses and turned his gaze to Li Zishuan. Somewhat absent-minded, he waved his hand and said, "No matter. Today is New Year's Eve. We will not bicker with you about this. Let's all go up the mountain." Finished speaking, he took the lead and walked up the mountain path of Cloud Mountain. Empress Zhang Sun, Princess Changle, Li Chengqian, Li Ku, and the other princes promptly followed. "Brother Xiaoxian, don't worry. If Imperial Uncle complains about you to Imperial Grandfather, Changle will speak up for you." As Changle passed by Li Zishuan, she spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Being attentive and considerate, she instantly thought of the methods that Li Yuanchang would use to take revenge and the trouble that he would bring to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan glanced at the young lady gratefully. The matters of the imperial family were the most complicated, especially when it involved Li Yuan. Although he currently held a high position and authority, if he was careless in this matter, it was very possible that he would lose everything. With Changel, a member of the palace, helping mediate, it would indeed save him a lot of trouble. Mo Zhong, you've worked hard just now. Quickly bring the injured brothers to have their wounds bandaged. Li Zishuan did not immediately chase after Li Er. Instead, he instructed Mo Zhong. It's fine. Yamacho. They're all minor injuries. Mo Zhong said with a smile. Minor injuries still need to be bandaged. Quickly go. Let the uninjured brothers hold the fort here for now. Li Zishuan insisted. All right then. Mo Yun, take the uninjured brothers and hold the fort here. I'll follow them up the mountain to have their wounds bandaged. No problem. Li Zishuan nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he turned around and followed the group of injured academy guards as he prepared to ascend Cloud Mountain. At this moment, Grandmaster, can you take me with you? A youth in the shape of a ball suddenly rolled out from the crowd. Then the youth was heard shouting. Li Zishuan was stunned. Grandmaster? Was he calling him? Since when did he become a Grandmaster? Just as Li Zishuan was wondering if the person behind him was calling him, a rather quiet little fatty dressed in luxurious clothes scurried in front of him. Which family's child are you? Are you calling me Grandmaster? Li Zishuan felt inexplicably amused. He was only 15 years old, and he was already a Grandmaster? Yes. You're my Grandmaster. Grandmaster, my name is Lin Hao. My master is Iron Egg. You're my master's master, so naturally, you're my Grandmaster. Who else could this little fatty be if not Lin Hao? Seeing Li Zishuan's question, he quickly introduced himself. Lin Hao? Your boss Lin's son? Li Zishuan suddenly remembered that Han Yushi had mentioned to him that Iron Egg was working part-time as a teacher in the Lin family. Hence, he asked with a smile. Yes. Grandmaster, you should know my father. He's a member of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. Lin Hao had never felt like this before. He felt that his father's membership in the Chamber of Commerce was so useful. Chapter 1151. Ahem. My son speaks without restraint. Please don't lower yourself to his level. At the foot of the Cloud Mountain, the conflict had dissipated. However, what followed was a scene of him acknowledging his Grandmaster. The surrounding onlookers could not help but secretly sigh that they did not come in vain today. When Lin Wenyuan saw his son talking to Li Zishuan from afar, he hurriedly ran over and bowed to Li Zishuan to apologize. Lin Hao's words just now seemed to be stealthily changing the concept. This was because he only invited Iron Egg to be Lin Hao's teacher. There was a huge difference between a teacher and a master. The former was only responsible for imparting knowledge and dispelling doubts, or for passing down the orthodoxy. It's fine. I've heard of your son from Iron Egg before. He's a very interesting person. Since all of you are here tonight, then follow this marquee up there. Li Zishuan said nonchalantly. Thank you, Grandmaster. Lin Hao said happily. Lin Wenyuan was also ecstatic. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Marquis. One had to know that tonight, not only were there fireworks on the Cloud Mountain, but the Emperor was also there. To be so close to the Emperor of the Tang Empire was an opportunity that many people could only dream of. Mo Yun, if there are members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce who come later, let them up the mountain too. Li Zishuan instructed Mo Yun before he left. Yamacho. Mo Yun cupped his hands and said, On the Cloud Mountain. Li Er first went to the canteen to check out the dumplings left over from the dumpling-making competition. Then he went to the side courtyard of the Cloud Mountain to visit Li Gang and Sun Simiao, the two national treasures of the Tang Empire. As for Changel, Empress Zhangsun, Li Chengqian and the other princes, they were at the field to participate in the spring festival gala organized by the Academy's students. Actually, rather than a gala, it was more like a story gathering. The main thing was that the students formed a large circle. In the middle of the circle, there was a fire. On the fire, there was a barbecue grill roasting a pheasant. If anyone had an interesting story, they could enter the circle to tell everyone. If they could make most of the people laugh, they could take a roasted pheasant from the grill. The referee on the field was Li Tai. The little fatty was sitting on the grass with one hand supporting his chin. He was listening to Wang Meng tell a story in the middle of the field. There was a scholar who was almost 70 years old. His wife suddenly gave birth to a son. Because he was old, he gave birth to the son and named him H. Not long after, she gave birth to another son. He looked like a scholar, so she named him Ji Shui. The scholar laughed and said, "To be able to have a son at such an old age, what a joke." Thus, he gave him the name, Joke. When the 3 sons grew up, they had nothing to do. The scholar had them go into the mountains to gather firewood. When they returned, the husband asked his wife, "Of the 3, who gathered the most firewood?" The wife replied, "At such an old age, I have no knowledge at all. However, I have a lot of jokes." Ha! Too funny. I'm dying of laughter. Wang Meng was also a joker. When this fellow was telling a joke, he was even dancing with joy. That cadence of his, coupled with his wacky movements, immediately caused everyone on the field to laugh out loud when they heard the joke. Imperial Mother, this joke is too funny. And this Sun Zifen, his acting is too talented. At this moment, Princess Changle was laughing so hard that she could not breathe. While everyone else was sitting on the ground, she and Empress Zhongsun were sitting on thick praying mats. Beside them were 2 heaters. This was not a special treatment. Rather, because of their physiques, they could not stand the cold. Ha! It really is quite funny. Empress Zhongsun smiled, happily speaking. Only after arriving here did she finally feel the joy of the new year. Compared to the imperial palace, this place was truly too lively. Ha! Wang Meng, you brat, you really are something. Everyone, does his joke count? Can we have him take away that pheasant? Li Tai laughed for quite a while. Only after everyone had quieted down did he speak in a loud voice. It doesn't count. Have him tell another one. Cheng Chumo roared. This guy was trying to stir up trouble on purpose. Right? It doesn't count. Tell another one. Tell another one. With someone leading the way, there were others who followed. One after another, the students shouted loudly. The scene was quite lively. Standing by the bonfire, Wang Meng did not expect that his joke would be so popular. Scratching his head, he thought for a while before saying, "That's fine. I'll tell another one." Speaking of which, there was once a monk. It turns out that Yanhuang College is really so beautiful. It turns out that the students here are really as interesting as Mr. Han said. Because of Li Zishuan's special permission, Lin Hao also entered Yanhuang College. However, he was too embarrassed to directly join the crowd of students, so he stood outside the circle. Seeing this lively scene, he could not help but feel envious. At this moment, he actually had the urge to immediately join in, and that urge was so strong. Clang, clang, clang. The joy lasted for a long time. As time passed, the clock finally rang. Then, everyone, regardless of what they were doing at the moment, stood up at the same time and looked up at the night sky. Because the fireworks were finally about to start. Students of Class 1, take note. After lighting the fuse, immediately run back. If anyone does not follow the rules, all the students of Class 1 will be disqualified. Li Zishuan loudly instructed. At this moment, rows and rows of fireworks had been placed on the field. The number of fireworks was so large that all the students were amazed. Yamacho! The students of Class 1 roared in response. In fact, they had long been hungry and thirsty. Li Tai took the lead and carefully approached a plate of fireworks with a match. After a while, sparks flew in all directions, and the little fatty ran back. Whoosh! Bam! Accompanied by the sharp sound of gunpowder firing, a bullet flew straight into the night sky and flew to a very high place. Then it exploded instantly. A flower with a super large diameter proudly bloomed in the night sky. The colorful flames immediately lit up the dark night sky. Wow, Mother, it's so beautiful. It's very beautiful. At this moment, the calm Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but be fiercely shocked when she saw this strange scene. Her eyes were very, very round. At this time, she couldn't care less about maintaining the dignity of a mother of a country. Bams. Another 3 plates of fireworks have been lit. It's so bright. At the same time, Another 3 sets of fireworks were lit up in the field. For a moment, fireworks bloomed in the night sky in a very short period of time. It was as if they were competing with each other in terms of beauty. It was so dazzling that people did not know where to look. What beautiful fireworks! It's so colorful! So beautiful! So this is the colorful sky light that night. At the same time, the people in Chang and city who came to watch at the foot of Cloud Mountain and the villagers who came from outside Chang and city also saw the flourishing fireworks on Cloud Mountain at this moment. The huge crowd couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamations. They didn't wait in vain for a night. The atmosphere of Cloud Mountain's New Year's Eve was finally pushed to the climax. Chapter 1152. So these are fireworks? Li Er stood beside Li Zishuan with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked up at the dazzling fireworks in the sky, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Although he was an emperor, this was the first time he had seen such a dreamy and magnificent spectacle. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Seeing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a little smug. How many people in the world could shock Li Er, a famous emperor? But while he was feeling smug, his eyes were still vigilantly watching the students who were running to light the fireworks. After all, if this thing exploded, the consequences would be very serious, so he had to be prepared to save people at all times. How can this firework fly so quickly into the sky? Suddenly, Li Er asked such a naive question. It seemed that the sky had a very strong attraction to the ancient people. Your Majesty, Qing Ke should know the answer to this question. Let her explain it to you. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, Oh, Qing Ke, you know the reason? Li Tai, who was standing to the left of Li Er, stood up excitedly and replied, Father, as far as I know, the reason why this firework can fly so quickly into the sky is related to the gunpowder in it. Once the gunpowder explodes, it will produce a very strong thrust, which will make the upper part of the firework overcome its own gravity and fly into the sky quickly. As for the upper part of the bullet, its fuse will be ignited when it flies out of the pipe. The length of the fuse is calculated by Yamacho, so it can be guaranteed that it will fly to the highest point and explode every time. This is the scene we are seeing now. The previously arrogant Li Tai had now transformed into a big shot in the physics world. He explained the analysis of the force of the firework to Li Er. Hearing this, Li Er, Empress Zheng's, Li Chengqian, Chang'e, and the others were all stunned. Thrust, gravity? Faced with these new terms, Li Er was caught off guard. Although he had glanced at the Academy's physics textbooks, he had only glanced at them and didn't study them in detail. Of course, what caught him even more off guard was that his son had only stayed in Yanhuang College for half a year. How could he know so many things that didn't exist in the Tang Empire before? Seeing the shock on his father's face, Li Tai's sense of accomplishment instantly exploded. This was like a child who knew something amazing and would show off in front of their parents, asking for praise. Right now, Li Tai belonged to this type of person who wanted to show off. Father, when you talk about gravity, it's actually… All right, I have a rough idea what it means. Li Er's, Chang'e, who was at the side, suddenly had an idea. Brother Xiaoxian, since gunpowder can propel projectiles into the sky, can it send people to the moon? Li Er's eyes instantly lit up, and he turned his gaze to Li Zishuan. That night at Yanhuang College, he had used an astronomical telescope to observe space. It was still unforgettable. Chang'e's suggestion made him feel a little excited. Although Li Zishuan had said that night that it would take at least 100 years of technological accumulation to send humans to space, what if there was a shortcut? Li Zishuan almost vomited blood when he heard this. Chang'e's suggestion was a little similar to a rocket. He didn't expect her to have such a bold idea even though she didn't have much knowledge of engineering. Chang'e, although gunpowder is extremely powerful and can propel objects into the sky, it will explode instantly once it's ignited. It can only provide an instantaneous explosive force. We can't control its combustion speed, so it can't provide a continuous thrust to send heavy objects or human bodies out of the ground beneath our feet. Furthermore, with Tang Empire's current conditions, even if we send people out of Earth, we can't guarantee their survival in space. After all, there's air on Earth, but nowhere else. Li Zishuan tried his best to explain in a language that Chang'e could understand. Oh. Chang'e thought for a moment, then nodded, not fully understanding. Li Er waved his hand and said, "Those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles. If you have the ability to send people to the moon, just do it. As for whether they can survive on the moon, you don't have to worry about it." Old Li always had an obsession in his heart, and that was to go to the heavens. Even if he didn't do it himself, the people under his rule could do it. This was something that even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Qin Huang and Han Wu, couldn't do. So what if he had to make a small sacrifice for this? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. He couldn't be bothered to argue with Li Er over this matter. Aerospace was such a sacred thing. Even if Tang Empire had the means to carry out manned space missions in the future, as long as he was around, he wouldn't allow anyone to mess around. Li Er knew what Li Zishuan was thinking. He shook his head and remembered that today was New Year's Eve, so he didn't blame him. He just thought to himself, this kid is too kind. Boom boom boom. The sky of Yun Mountain was especially charming tonight. After the students of Class 1 finished setting off the fireworks, Li Zishuan asked the remaining guards of the academy to go into action together. Previously, there were 4 sets of fireworks, but later, there were more than 10 sets of fireworks aimed at the sky. Colorful sparks flew up and landed, blooming proudly in the sky. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. Everything was there. Colorful purples and reds decorated the night sky beautifully and gracefully, illuminating the earth as if it was daytime. This was really a night filled with fireworks to welcome the new year. The people on Yun Mountain and at the foot of Yun Mountain hadn't stopped exclaiming since midnight. Most people didn't even blink their eyes. They were completely conquered by the beauty of the fireworks. However, tonight's fireworks lasted longer than expected. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 45 minutes. The clock chimed at 1 o'clock, but the fireworks on Yun Mountain didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. This made everyone exclaim in satisfaction, but at the same time, they were lamenting because their necks hurt from looking up. In the end, many people simply got some hay, laid it on the ground, and lay down on their backs. The rich kids or rich old masters got people to get cushions or blankets and laid them on the roof of the horse carriage. This way, they could enjoy the fireworks in the sky and save time and effort. As for Li Zishuan, after watching the fireworks for 15 minutes, he took his wife and old Li's family to the top floor of the left tower of Guanghua Tower. Oh, to be precise, it was Li Er who took him there, because the 10th floor of the left tower was Li Er's office. Only Li Er had the key. However, old Li had never been here before. Today was his first time here. After entering the dean's office, they sat on the sofa. Through the large floor-to-ceiling window, they could see the fireworks above the sports field while lying down. It was extremely comfortable. At midnight, all the fireworks were released. Li Er stretched. He was very satisfied with this New Year's Eve. It could even be said that this was the most satisfying New Year's Eve in his life. Old Li was satisfied. Of course, he had to reward his subjects. He stood up and said to Li Zishuan, "Tomorrow, oh no, it's today. Today is the imperial court meeting. I temporarily lift the ban on you. Remember to attend on time. If you're late or absent, humph." After that, he left with Chang'e, Zhangsun, Li Chengqian, and the others, leaving behind a dumbfounded Li Zishuan. Damn God. What did I do wrong? Why are you punishing me like this? After a long time, Li Zishuan pointed at the sky and cursed. He wanted to stay up for the new year tonight. Tomorrow morning he still wanted to sleep in? And attend the imperial court meeting? Participate my ass. Yes, old Li thought it was a reward, but little Li thought it was a punishment. Chapter 1153. After Li Er left, Li Zishuan instructed Mo Zhong to wrap things up properly before bringing his wife and sister back home. As for his father, mother, maternal grandfather, and maternal grandmother, they had already gone back to stay up for the new year. Tonight, Yun Shan had set off fireworks for 2 hours. The night air was too cold, and they couldn't stand it for so long. After all, although the fireworks were beautiful, their health was more important. When they returned home, the whole family was gathered in the main hall, eating snacks and chatting. Since it was the New Year's Eve, the whole family had to gather together. Therefore, they all went to Li Zishuan's courtyard number 1. Li Zishuan was also happy to be lively. He moved a chair and sat next to them. He calmed down and listened to the family talk. I didn't expect this. The New Year's Eve on Yunshan is even more lively than Nanyang. I've lived for so long, and this is the most lively New Year's Eve I've ever had. Old Lady Yi said with a smile. The fireworks tonight added to the fun, and the scene of thousands of people celebrating New Year's Eve made Old Lady Yi feel that it was the New Year's Eve. Until now, the gorgeous fireworks scene still lingered in Old Lady Ye's mind. Mrs. Li said with a smile, "Mother, since you like the New Year's Eve here, then don't go back next year. It's not like there's no place to stay here. You and Father don't have much to do in the family now. Stay here and let me fulfill my filial piety. Otherwise, Yuzhu will not be at ease for the rest of her life." Hearing her sincere words, Old Lady Yi looked at Yi Guozhong hesitantly. It was not a problem to let her stay here, but this matter depended on Yi Guozhong's opinion. Yi Guozhong frowned and said, "Let me think about this. We'll talk about it after the new year." After saying that, he glanced at Li Zishuan. It was unknown whether he did it intentionally or not. Li Zishuan was puzzled by his look. He thought to himself, if you want to stay, then stay. How can I say no? What do you mean by looking at me? In fact, after getting along with Yi Guozhong for such a long time, he didn't have any ill feelings towards Yi Guozhong. Not only that, but he also sometimes admired Yi Guozhong's vision of the big picture. At this moment, San Bao, Ah Fu, Xiao He, Xiao Shi and the other servants walked over together. It seemed like they had discussed this beforehand. The 4 of them walked closer and knelt down in front of Li Zishuan. Then they said, "San Bao, Ah Fu, and Xiao He, Xiao Shi, wish young master and young mistress good health. We wish young master and young mistress good health and a young master soon." Although the Tang dynasty did not practice kneeling, it also depended on the time. According to custom, on New Year's Eve, when the time came, the younger generation would have to salute and give their blessings to their elders. The servants would have to kowtow to their masters and say auspicious words to each other. It was probably similar to how modern people wished for good health and safety. Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. Wasn't this the modern New Year's greeting? However, he didn't expect these people to be so courteous. Good. Young master, I'll give you red packets later. No, I'll give you bets to win money. Once this fellow got excited, he wouldn't be serious. He even pulled out red packets. "Thank you, young master." The few of them thanked him joyfully. Then, they began to wish Li Jingma, Madam Li, Yi Guozhong, and Old Lady Yi a happy new year. Later, under Han Yushi's reminder, Li Zishuan brought his wife along and solemnly bowed to the 4 elders in his family. Although he was not used to this kind of greeting as a modern person, when he thought of how Old Man Li and Madam Li usually doted on him, the knot in his heart faded a lot. "Husband, you still have to attend the court assembly tomorrow. You don't have to stay up for the new year. You should rest early." After everything was done, Han Yushi reminded Li Zishuan. "Xiao Xian is attending the court assembly tomorrow?" Yi Guozhong heard and asked curiously. Han Yushi nodded and repeated the words that Li Er had said before he left. In the end, she looked at Li Zishuan and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. Yi Guozhong nodded and said, "Yes. Since you're going to attend the court assembly, Xiao Xian, you should rest early. You don't have to stay up for the new year." Li Zishuan didn't care and said, "It's okay. Grandfather. I can still hold on. Besides, it's just a court assembly. At most, I'll find a corner where no one will notice and secretly sleep for a while." Yi Guozhong glared and said angrily, "Nonsense. Tomorrow is the Yuanri court assembly. How important is it? How can you sleep? Stop messing around. Go and rest." He wouldn't compromise with Li Zishuan on such a major issue, so his tone couldn't help but reveal a slightly stern and indisputable tone. Li Jingma also advised at this time, Your grandfather is right. The Yuanri court assembly is no small matter. You'd better go and rest early. Seeing that the two old men had said so, Li Zishuan could only say unhappily, "All right then. Mother, grandmother, and wife, I'll go and rest first." In the Tang dynasty, although the court officials had a 7-day, New Year's Eve holiday, on the Yuanri day, they had to attend the morning court assembly. That was to enter the palace to pay a New Year's visit to the emperor. The court assembly that day was called the Yuanri Court Assembly. It was considered one of the grandest court assemblies of the year. It could be called the collective New Year's greeting ceremony of the Tang dynasty's ruling group. First of all the civil and military officials in the capital had to clock in on time. They were not allowed to be late. Local officials from all over the country had to come from afar. The surrounding countries had to send people collectively to support them. It was like an international gathering. In order not to be late, the officials had to wake up early in the morning and bring their servants with torches into the palace. The early morning Chang and city was like a fire dragon at dawn. It was a magnificent scene. Li Zishuan was woken up by his wife and helped to put on his official uniform. After eating some porridge, he rode into Chang and city and saw such a magnificent scene. Damn, so many people? I don't usually see so many people attending the morning court assembly. Seeing the fire dragon everywhere on the street, Li Zishuan was a little dumbfounded. Seeing that his marquis was like a country bumpkin, Pang Feiji was a little embarrassed. He quickly explained in a low voice, "Marquis, there aren't usually so many officials attending the morning court assembly, but today is the Yuanri court assembly. All the officials in the capital, including those below the 5th rank and the officials of other states and counties outside Chang and city, and even the envoys of the surrounding small countries will attend this court assembly. Of course, there will be more people than before." Li Zishuan sucked in a breath of cold air and thought to himself, "Grandfather really didn't lie to me. This Yuanri court assembly is really awesome. But with so many people, wouldn't it be easier for me to fish in troubled waters? By then, wouldn't I be able to sleep whenever I want? Let's go quickly. Don't be late." Thinking of this, Li Zishuan chuckled, then spurred his horse and rushed out. Chapter 1154. After entering the imperial palace and arriving at the plaza in front of the Taiji Palace, Li Zishuan was greeted by a sea of people. With a cursory glance, he estimated that there were at least 1,000 people. Li Zishuan was elated at the sight of this. This was because the Taiji Palace would definitely not be able to accommodate so many people. When the time came, there would be a group of officials standing outside. He could also take advantage of the chaos and fall asleep behind them. Logically speaking, he was not at all interested in this nuisance of a court assembly. Although he had never experienced it before, he knew that it would be nothing more than Li Er leading the officials to recall how awesome their achievements were last year, reflect on their shortcomings, look forward to what breakthroughs they should make in the new year, and so on. In any case, Li Zishuan did not like to listen to such superficial things. What a coincidence! Just as Li Zishuan's eyes were darting around, a familiar voice came from behind him. He turned around and saw an old acquaintance. Provincial Governor Wang. You've also come to Chang? Who else could this person be but Wang Yu? Back then, Wang Rinbiao's half-brother, Wang Rini, had urged the bandits to kidnap Han Yushi and failed. Wang Yu had personally come to Chang and to apologize to Li Zishuan. Now, more than half a year had passed, and Wang Yu's appearance seemed to have aged a little, with white hair at his temples. This old man has already arrived in Chang, and a few days ago. Markyong, and I hope you've been well. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes, his face amiable. However, his heart was not calm at all at this moment. After more than half a year, Li Zishuan had gone from being a lowly county boy to a marquis of the Great Tang. No one dared to underestimate him in court. But that was not the main point. The main point was that the Chui clan had collapsed under Li Zishuan's secret maneuvering. That was a 1,000-year-old clan that even Wang Yu had to be careful when dealing with. But it had collapsed just like that? Wang Yu couldn't help but secretly rejoice at his decision back then. If he had completely fallen out with Li Zishuan because of Wang Rini, Then before the Chui clan fell, wouldn't their Wang clan have fallen first? After hearing the news from Chang'an, Wang Yu could not help but break out in a cold sweat every time he thought of this. Logically speaking, during the annual Yuanri Imperial Court meeting, there was no rigid rule that required the provincial governors of each province to personally come to the capital. They only needed to send their adjutants. However, Wang Yu had chosen to come personally for two reasons. On one hand, he wanted to use his wife, Princess Tong, and to further strengthen his relationship with the imperial family. On the other hand, he wanted to use Wang Renbiao to deepen the friendship between the two families with Li Zishuan. Wang Yu had no reason to make an enemy out of a young man with such strength at such an age. Since you can't be enemies with some people, then you can be friends with them. Unlike the other arrogant aristocratic families, Wang Yu understood the Wang clan's current situation very well. As such, he was always able to make the right choice. I wonder if Governor Wang is still doing well in Sui province? As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. Moreover, Li Zishuan's enmity with the Wang family had long been resolved, so there was no need for him to deliberately keep a straight face. Everything is good. Everything was good. I heard that tens of thousands of flowers bloomed in the sky above Cloud Mountain last night. This old man was busy with mundane matters and had no chance to see it. It's truly a pity. Next year, oh no, it's this year's New Year. If there is such a wondrous scene on Cloud Mountain, this old man will definitely make time to personally take a look. Wang Yu stroked his beard and said with a smile. Li Zishuan smiled. The doors of Cloud Mountain are always open for Governor Wang. As Li Zishuan lived outside the city, he was relatively late. The two of them didn't chat much before the imperial court meeting was about to begin. At this moment, on the steps of Taiji Palace, an attendant holding a horsetail whisk stood there and shouted in a sharp voice, "The Yuanri Imperial Court meeting begins." Civil and military officials, envoys from various countries, enter the court for an audience. The previously noisy Taiji Palace immediately quieted down. The officials of all levels immediately lined up according to their ranks. Under the leadership of the civil official, Sun Wuji, they carried the imperial edict and walked up the steps toward Taiji Palace. Halfway through, Li Zishuan wanted to take advantage of the situation and sneak to the back of the line, but he was stopped by Wang Yu. Marqiong, and all the officials in this Yuanri Imperial Court meeting must be positioned according to their ranks and merits. They cannot stand randomly. Crown Prince Zhanshi was a third-rank official, while the founding marquis was a third-rank official. As a result, Li Zishuan directly jumped to the sixth row of civil officials. Those standing in front of him were all the old officials who founded the country. This made Li Zishuan rather depressed. He originally wanted to catch up on sleep, but with his current position, how could he sleep? He didn't even have a place to lean on. After greeting each other, the officials began to pay their New Year greetings to Li Er. This New Year greeting wasn't just a simple kowtow or a sentence. It had to be read out by the Prime Minister. The entire greeting was long and awkward, so it had to be read out properly. Then, the various vassal towns and affiliated countries all had their own greeting, and the Prime Minister had to read them out one by one. Especially the greeting from the affiliated countries, it wasn't something that was difficult to understand. Many countries didn't even know how to express themselves in Chinese, so how could their greeting be smooth? It was even more difficult to read. But no matter how hard it was, it had to be read out. This was the face of the heavenly empire. Li Zishuan listened in the line and felt a toothache. He couldn't help but sympathize with Zhang Sun Wuji. He didn't know how many times this old man had to read the greeting to be able to smoothly read out these awkward greeting. Actually, in the later dynasties, it wasn't as troublesome for the officials to pay their New Year greetings to the emperor. In the Song dynasty, after New Year's Eve, they only needed to write a greeting card and hand it to the emperor. They didn't even need to enter the palace to attend any court meetings. After reciting for close to an hour, Li Zishuan, who was listening at the back, was about to fall asleep. Zhang Sun Wuji finally finished reciting all the greetings. This old fellow's face and neck were still red in the middle of winter, as though he had just finished running 10 kilometers, panting heavily. Next, Fang Xianling stepped forward to give a report on the work of the government. He first praised the enormous achievements the Great Tang had made in the past year, such as how many rebellions had been quelled and how many bandits had been wiped out. He also mentioned how in the spring and summer of last year, there had been a small drought in the Guangzhou region, which had caused the food supply of the people to decrease. Fortunately, the wise Emperor Li Er had promptly issued a decree to reduce taxes, allowing the people to continue living. Finally, Fang Xianling praised the Warm Tang Foundation led by Empress Zhangsun. Due to the warm winter operation initiated by the foundation, there wasn't a single person who starved or froze to death in Chang and the nearby counties. Such a situation had never happened even during the era of Qin Huang and Hanwu. In short, the first year of Zhengguan was a successful year, and also a year where the Tang Empire worked hard. This year, the treasury of the Tang Empire was filled, the people were rich, and there were more people who could read and write in the world. Chapter 1155. Old Fang's government work report made Li Er quite satisfied. This could be seen from the obvious smile at the corner of his mouth. Behind them, Du Ruhui stepped forward and continued to flatter Fang Xianling. He said that the saint cared about the people and should be worshipped by the people. Beautiful and dignified words came out of his mouth, which made people feel nauseous. However, no one said anything to accuse Du Ruhui of flattering the emperor. This was because it was the new year. Who wouldn't choose to say something nice when speaking to each other? Unless these two had a grudge. However, there was one exception, and that was Wei Zheng. As Du Ruhui's words became more and more exaggerated, and the flattery became more and more excessive, his old face had long turned black. At this moment, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He raised his foot and was about to go up and accuse Du Ruhui, but he was stopped by Xiao Yu. Left Minister Wei, His Majesty has been cautious and conscientious for an entire year. Just let him do as he pleases for once. It's not a problem for the overall situation. Xiao Yu said softly. Wei Zheng hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't go up. After Du Ruhui finished his report, it was the turn of the chief officials of the 6 departments to go up and report. Li Zishuan let out a long yawn. The reports of the chief officials of the 6 departments were like notes of a lullaby that made him sleepy. His heart was already numb. Inadvertently, he glanced at a friend standing beside him. The latter had his head lowered and was shaking his head along with Zhang Sun Wuji's report. During this time, he didn't forget to nod his head and praise. It was as if Zhang Sun Wuji's boring report was a peerless piece of literature that left him with endless aftertaste. Li Zishuan was just about to admire this friend's erudition, but who knew that the latter would let out a soft snoring sound. When he heard it, he almost vomited blood. He thought to himself, I almost fell for your nonsense. Sleeping while standing with his head down, this friend's sleeping skills were really high. Hey, then I'll also take a nap. With this old man as an example, Li Zishuan also lowered his head and dozed off. After a while, he fell asleep standing up. When the court session had just begun, the sky had not yet brightened. However, as time passed, the sun outside Taiji Palace shattered the dark blue canopy of the sky. Like a burning wheel of wind and fire, it suddenly rushed out of the horizon and revealed its face in the thin mist of Eastern Mountain, shooting out beams of intense golden light. Behind them, the morning sun rose higher and higher from the entrance of the main hall. The light passed through the thin mist and gradually covered the entire Taiji Palace. The warm sunlight made the already warm Taiji Palace even warmer, causing some people to sleep even more soundly. Li Zishuan didn't know if the martial arts strength of the Grandmaster realm would allow him to stand and not fall down. In any case, Li Zishuan had slept for nearly an hour and was still standing firmly in the same place, not moving at all. Even if he knew of this magnificent feat, he would probably be amazed by himself. All the envoys of the vassal states and affiliated countries come in one by one. At this moment, Zhao Song, who was standing at the head of the table, spoke in a loud voice, waking Li Zishuan up from his sleep. Oh, it's not over yet? Li Zishuan opened his eyes and saw that the friend next to him was still sleeping while the court session was still going on. He couldn't help but grumble under his breath. At the same time, he was deeply impressed by the sleeping skills of the friend next to him. On behalf of my father and the 800,000 people of Lingnan, Feng Jidai wishes your majesty a new day of prosperity and longevity. Lingnan's chief, Feng Ong, had also sent an envoy to Chang, and to participate in the court session. Perhaps out of fear of death, Feng Ong did not come to Chang and personally. Naturally, the leader of the envoy was Feng Jidai, who was still in Chang and as a hostage. Good. Minister Feng has governed Lingnan and made the people live and work in peace and contentment. It can be said that you have worked hard and made great contributions. I am very pleased. Li Erda laughed. It was unknown whether he was really pleased or not. The envoy of Zhenla pays his respects to your majesty, the Emperor of Tang. Our monarch wishes your majesty good health and the prosperity of the Tang Empire. The next envoy was quite interesting. He was also an old acquaintance of Li Zishuan, the envoy of Zhenla. The reason why he was interesting was that he had spoken completely in Chinese. Although there were some mistakes in his pronunciation, he spoke very fluently. This surprised Li Zishuan, who had just woken up from his dream. One must know that a few months ago, although this Puya too could speak a little Chinese, he spoke with difficulty. In just a few short months, this guy had actually practiced Chinese to such an extent? How could those foreigners in the future who couldn't learn Chinese endure this? Thank your monarch on behalf of me. Tell him that I welcome him to Chang and as a guest. Li Erda had obviously noticed Puyada's huge improvement in Chinese, and he smiled happily. When Li Zishuan heard Li Erda's words, he could not help but roll his eyes. He thought to himself that although Puyada was familiar with Chinese, he was not familiar enough to truly understand the profoundness of Chinese. Otherwise, he would definitely misunderstand that Li Erda wanted to capture their monarch and bring him to Chang, and as a guest. Thank you, your majesty. Puya too said a word of thanks and retreated. In fact, he had not only come to give his New Year's greetings, but also to send gifts. This time, his monarch had asked him to bring a lot of local specialties. There was no need to mention the ivory and tiger skin. The rest were mostly things like jade. These gifts had already been handed over to the eunuchs of the imperial palace before the court, so he naturally could not move them to Taiji Palace. There were still many officials who could not squeeze in and could only stand outside to enjoy the cold wind while listening to the conversation between the monarch and his subjects. Next, the envoys from the small Nanyang countries who had come to the Tang Empire earlier were all here. They all came forward to pay their New Year's greetings to Li Erda. Other than that, there were also envoys from Tubo, Gaochang, and other neighboring countries of the Tang Empire. Finally, another envoy came forward. Li Zishuan could not help but narrow his eyes. Because the other party's attire was that of a Japanese. The eldest brother of the Japanese nation, Yamabai, pays his respects to His Majesty the Emperor of the Celestial Empire. He also pays his respects to His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang Empire on behalf of our monarch. Japan. All the officials in the court looked at the person who spoke. A few months ago, the Tang Empire's official fleet had been ambushed in Japan's waters. More than a dozen crew members and dozens of soldiers had died because of it. Later, Li Shaogong personally led the army to land on the Japanese island and went straight to the Japanese capital to avenge those dead soldiers. Later, in order to bring supplies back to the Tang Empire as soon as possible, Li Shaogong ordered the Japanese to capture Nakamurakawa Yu, the leader of the ambush on the Tang Empire's fleet. Otherwise, he would ask the imperial court to send troops to Japan again. Now, at the critical juncture of the Lantern Festival, the Japanese had sent the mountain-back Big Brother King to the Tang Empire. What was the meaning of this? Chapter 1156. That is the Emperor of Wawel? Inside the Taiji Palace, as soon as the Wa envoy came out, the previous festive atmosphere in the palace suddenly disappeared without a trace and was replaced by a kind of somber atmosphere. From the king to the ministers, they all looked at the Big Brother King with a faint, unfriendly gaze. Li Er smiled faintly. His words could be said to have hidden a knife in his words. The Big Brother King's expression changed. He knew that if he didn't answer the next sentence well, it was likely that blood would be spilled on the spot. The term emperor was first proposed by his father, Crown Prince Shengde. Back then, Crown Prince Shengde sent sister Xiaoye to the Sui dynasty and wrote in the letter to Emperor Yang of Sui, "The East Emperor respects the West Emperor." At that time, it was because of this sentence that completely angered Emperor Yang of Sui, causing the relationship between the two countries to break. The Big Brother King understood the pride in the hearts of the people of the Celestial Empire. Now that the Sui dynasty had destroyed the Tang dynasty, the Tangs would only be more arrogant and would even more scoff at the so-called emperor title. Even if his father created the title emperor, what could he do? The Tangs would not recognize it at all. In fact, China called the Emperor of Japan the Emperor of Japan the Emperor of Japan around the end of the Qing dynasty. Thinking of this, the Big Brother King felt a trace of powerlessness in his heart, but he had to face reality, so he took a step forward and bowed to Li Er. His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang dynasty is awe-inspiring. Under your prestige, who dares to call himself the Emperor? Your Majesty's words make the Big Brother King and the Wa people extremely fearful. Your Majesty, please take back what you said just now. Low-key, low-key, low-key. Before setting off from Wa, the mountain-back elder brother had already thought of the difficulties he would encounter in the Tang Empire. After all, there had been some disagreements between the two countries. But he believed that as long as he kept a low profile and endured in the Tang Empire, the proud Tangs would never lower themselves to their level. Last year, the Tang dynasty's fleet went south and was ambushed in Wa. Did you catch the pirate leader? Li Er smiled contemptuously and then said in an unfriendly tone. The air in the hall stagnated a little. But this time, the Big Brother King was prepared. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, ever since the Tang Empire's army withdrew from Neon, the Queen immediately ordered the entire country to capture Nakakawa-yu. Fortunately, God does not disappoint those who persevere. More than a month ago, the Neon army caught the bandit leader on an island in the south. In order to prevent any accidents on the way, Her Majesty the Empress specially ordered Big Brother Shanbei to personally escort him to His Majesty the Emperor. Right now, Nakamura Yuto is outside the palace. Your Majesty can decide whether you want to kill him or not. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd in the imperial court was immediately enraged. Your Majesty, I implore you to dismember this hut with 5 horses to comfort the souls of the soldiers and people who died at sea. Li Xiaogong stepped forward and cupped his fists. As the left commissioner of the Department of Shipping, he should have been in Lingnan, but Li Er empathized with him and issued an imperial edict before the new year, allowing him to come back for the new year. However, on the 5th day of the new year, he would have to go south again. Of all the civil and military officials, he hated Nakamura Yuto the most. This old subject agrees. I beseech your Majesty to kill this house. Qin Qiong was the second to step out. Following which, many other officials also stepped out to support Li Xiaogong. It was not about their stance, but because the sovereignty of Great Tang was not to be violated. Anyone who offended Great Tang would be killed no matter how far away they were. Li Er was silent for a moment before saying, Men, take Nakamura Yuto the Supreme Court's prison. 3 days later, he will be paraded through the streets and executed by 1,000 cuts at the entrance of the West Market. When watching ancient dramas, one would often hear that so and so committed a heinous crime, so they will be beheaded at the Meridian Gate. Actually, this was just a joke in operas, novels, or folktales, and it did not exist in real history. If one were to carefully examine the names of the various dynasties, one would realize that before the Yuan dynasty, there was no such thing as the Meridian Gate. In the Tang dynasty, there were clear rules as to where the death row criminals were to be beheaded. In the law of the Tang dynasty, it was written that all crimes are to be executed in the city. Thus, Li Er chose the place of execution at the entrance of the West Market. Your Majesty is wise. As soon as Li Er finished speaking, all the civil and military officials began to flatter him. The eyes of the mountain-back's elder brother were like water. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. In fact, he was feeling very complicated at the moment. Nakamura Yuto had committed a heinous crime and even implicated Wa Nation and was blamed by Great Tang. But no matter what, Nakamura Yuto was still a citizen of Wa Nation. Today he had personally sent the citizens of Wanation to Great Tang to be slaughtered by the Great Tang's emperor. To him, this was not something to be proud of. Li Zishuan, on the other hand, felt great watching from the side. He thought to himself, it's so awesome when a country is strong. They can punish any country they want and that country will send their people over. This is the treatment of a big country. Your Majesty, the mountain-back's elder brother has not only come to deliver the prisoners, but also brought a letter of friendship from the Wanation's king, 200,000 jin of brass and 1 million taels of silver. Ever since the second year of Emperor Guangwu's reign, Wanation has been in contact with the Central Plains. Everyone in Wanation admires the culture of the Central Plains, so I hope that Wanation will be willing to maintain a good relationship with Great Tang. Furthermore, Wanation is willing to be a vassal state of Great Tang and pay tribute to Great Tang every year. This is Wanation's letter of credence. Your Majesty, please take a look. The mountain-back's elder brother was very fluent in Chinese, and he was also very familiar with the history of the Central Plains. He quoted from the classics as if he had lived in the Central Plains for decades. But no one paid attention to this. 200,000 jin of brass and 1 million taels of silver. They were even willing to be a vassal state of Great Tang. Everyone in the imperial court was stunned by Wanation's generosity. Especially that 1 million taels of silver. Based on the Great Tang's current annual silver production, it would take 100 years to accumulate so much silver. Come, bring me the letter of credence. In this day and age, there was actually someone who took the initiative to waive their money and ask to be a vassal. How could Li Er refuse? Moreover, it was in front of the envoys of so many countries. This undoubtedly made him even more proud. After receiving the letter of credence, Li Er looked through it carefully. Seeing that the words were very polite, he nodded with satisfaction and then said loudly, Queen Tuigu is very sincere. I accept Wanation's goodwill to Great Tang. From today onwards, Wanation is officially a vassal state of Great Tang and will accept Great Tang's protection. Your subjects congratulate your Majesty. This was a matter that was both practical and beneficial to Great Tang. Who in the imperial court would object to it? As soon as Li Er finished speaking, the civil and military officials congratulated him without hesitation. Li Zishuan secretly felt that it was a pity because if Wanation became a vassal state of Great Tang, it would be difficult to take over them in the future. Although he thought so, he could not think of a suitable reason to object to this matter at the moment. He could only watch as Li Er happily accepted vassals. Chapter 1157. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Inside the Taiji Palace. Everyone was beaming with joy because the Tang Empire had gained another vassal state today. The Big Brother King was also smiling, but there was a hint of inexplicable meaning in the corner of his eyes. After the hall quieted down again, the Big Brother King continued to bow to Li Er. Your Majesty, I have admired the culture of the Tang Empire since I was a child. Now that Wanation is a vassal state of the Tang Empire, I would like to stay in Chang, and for half a year to learn the classics, articles, systems, and laws of the Tang Empire so that I can use them to govern the people of Wanation in the future. I hope your Majesty will allow it. This change of address was really fast. A moment ago, he called himself by his name. Now that Wanation had become a vassal state of the Tang Empire, the Big Brother King immediately called himself a subject. It was said that when Li Shaogong led the army into the capital of Fanio and wiped out the Su family, there was no longer any dispute over the successor to the throne of Wanation. Therefore, the Big Brother King's words were not overstepping his authority. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and thought that the fox's tail had finally been revealed. It turned out that the Big Brother King had spent so much effort to learn the advanced culture and systems of the Tang Empire. Li Zishuan did not care about the classics and articles at all, but he was afraid that the Big Brother King would secretly learn the advanced production technology of the Tang Empire. Li Zishuan was about to object, but Li Er was faster than him. I allow it. I will also give you a house on Chongren Lane. How could Li Er, who was in the midst of joy, think of so many twists and turns? Moreover, the Big Brother King was willing to stay in Chang, and for half a year. This was undoubtedly expressing his loyalty to the Tang Empire. How could Li Er disagree? Li Zishuan sighed helplessly. It was too late to say anything now. The big brother king happily stepped forward and thanked him. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Accepting one nation as a vassal state was a pleasant surprise. The court meeting continued in an orderly manner until it was close to noon. Many people were so hungry that their stomachs were growling. It was not a good sign to go hungry on the first day of the new year. Thus, as soon as Li Er announced the end of the morning assembly, the civil and military officials immediately went back to their respective homes. "I've been grounded at home recently, so I can't visit my uncles one by one. I'll just stay here and wish you a happy New Year's. I wish you all good health and good luck." After leaving the palace, Li Zishuan cupped his fists and smiled at Qin Qiong, Qing Yaojin, Yu Qijingda, Niu Jinda, Li Jing, Li Shaogong, and the others. It wasn't that he didn't want to go door to door to pay his New Year's greetings, but he had to stay at home. Little Xian, we all understand your situation. You don't have to be so courteous." Qin Qiong said with a gentle smile. You're slacking off, using the imperial edict as an excuse to not pay us a New Year's greeting. Then we'll have to go to your house for a big meal later. When the time comes, if you have any good dishes, don't hide them." "Oh, I don't want anything else, just hot pot." "I understand now. Of all the hot pot in Tang Dynasty, your hot pot is the most delicious." Cheng Yaojin patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and said with a look of dissatisfaction. Li Zishuan said straightforwardly, "Uncles, if you're willing to be my guests, I'll welcome you with open arms. When the time comes, there will definitely be plenty of hot pot and wine." Li Shaogong was dumbfounded when he heard that. He muttered, "Hot pot? What's that?" He had just returned to Chang a few days ago. How would he know about these new things? Speaking of which, he had only noticed the new coal stove and honeycomb briquette in Chang city on New Year's Eve. Yu Qijingda licked his lips and said greedily, Shaogong, this hot pot is a kind of peerless delicacy. When you try it, you'll never forget it for the rest of your life." Niu Jinda, Li Jing, and the others nodded in agreement. Li Xiaogong's interest was piqued. "I'm leaving for Lingnan on the 5th day of the new year. Time is tight, so let's do it tomorrow. I'll go to your house tomorrow to try that hot pot. Little Xian, you won't refuse, right? Let's go, let's go." The group of old foodies, led by Cheng Yaojin, immediately started to coax him shamelessly. Li Zishuan had no reason to refuse. "Of course, I don't have any objections. Uncles, you just have to come to Yunshan tomorrow. Little Xian, I heard that you had a conflict with the king of Lu?" After everyone agreed on the date of the gathering, they went back to their own homes. Cheng Yaojin purposely followed Li Zishuan behind and whispered to him when he saw that there was no one around. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He nodded and admitted, "I did have a conflict with him last night. I beat up all his servants." Then, Li Zishuan told Cheng Yaojin about the situation at that time in detail. This bastard is really a good-for-nothing. How dare he cause trouble in Yunshan? If it weren't for the retired emperor's protection, this kid would have died many times in the palace. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he spat a mouthful of saliva at the side of the road and cursed. After a while, his face turned solemn again. "Xiao Xian, King Lu is a very petty and vicious person. I heard that many eunuchs and palace maids in the palace died directly or indirectly in his hands. Last night, you beat up his servants in front of so many people. With his personality, he won't let it go easily. So, you must be careful in the future." Li Zishuan's heart sank. He then said gratefully, "Thank you for telling me this, Uncle Cheng. I will definitely be careful." Cheng Yaojin nodded. After a while, he patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and said, "But little Xian, you don't have to be too afraid of him. Even if that kid uses the retired emperor to suppress you, so what? The retired emperor was nothing more than a decoration in the imperial palace. Who will listen to him? The emperor? What a joke. I believe that even if the retired emperor wants to kill you, the emperor won't sit by and do nothing. I don't believe that the retired emperor doesn't remember the incident at the Black Tortoise Gate at all. If he dares to make a move on you, We'll see if the emperor, old Cheng, and your other uncles will agree or not. Li Zishuan's expression changed. Old Cheng's words were really too bold. If others heard it and it reached Li Er's ears, old Cheng would definitely not have a good time. However, this also proved that old Cheng really treated Li Zishuan as a family member. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such heartfelt words. Hearing this, Li Zishuan's heart warmed. He nodded and said, "Thank you, Uncle Cheng. However, there are some things that you shouldn't say. It won't be good for you if it gets out." I've lived for so many years. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, little Xian, you're not an outsider. Later, send some fireworks over. I plan to set off too for the Lantern Festival to celebrate. Cheng Yaojin never treated Li Zishuan as an outsider. He also never treated himself as an outsider. Therefore, he straightforwardly asked Li Zishuan for fireworks. Chapter 1158. After bidding farewell to Cheng Yaojin, Li Zishuan rode out of the city and headed towards Yunshan. Along the way, the passers-by talked about the fireworks show on Yunshan last night. That visual feast undoubtedly left a very shocking impression on everyone. Many people were so excited after watching the fireworks last night that they couldn't sleep the whole night. There were also some rich businessmen and children of big families who sent their subordinates to inquire about where to sell that kind of fireworks. However, these people were destined to be disappointed because Li Zishuan had no plans to sell those fireworks. When he returned home, it was already noon. Everyone was waiting for him to eat. Li Zishuan rubbed his stomach and realized that he had been tricked by old Li. That was because today's court assembly had nothing to do with him. So he woke up early in the morning and ran so far just to give old Li a New Year's greeting? Wasn't this too much of a trap? Xianer, eat quickly. What are you thinking about? Mrs. Li saw her son holding chopsticks but standing there in a daze. She couldn't help but ask. "Oh, nothing. Nothing." Li Zishuan snapped out of his daze and quickly started eating. As he ate he said, "Oh right. Father, Mother. Tomorrow afternoon, Uncle Qin and Prince Hejian will come to our house to eat hot pot. Let the servants prepare the ingredients in advance." Mrs. Li nodded. Mother will arrange it. But Xian, you are now grounded at home. Those generals close to our family, especially Yushi's adoptive father and granduncle, you can't even visit them. It's really rude. Li Zishuan smiled. His mother was talking about Qin Qiong and Li Jing's family. "Mother, don't worry about that. After the morning court session, I've already paid New Year's greetings to the dukes and dukes. Besides, Uncle Qin and Uncle Li aren't narrow-minded people. They're well aware of my current situation. Husband, why don't I go to Chang'an tomorrow? It would be rude if I don't go." Han Yushi couldn't help but ask. Li Zishuan waved his hand and quickly said, "No need, no need. When I, your husband, am released from confinement, I'll bring you to pay them a visit." At this time he could not go out. Pang Feiji and the others' martial arts were too low. If Han Yushi met some robbers on the way, wouldn't she be blind? Speaking of which, he had offended so many people, this kind of thing was very likely to happen. "Little Xian, did anything happen in today's court assembly?" Yi Guizhong asked. Li Zishuan put down his chopsticks and said gloomily, "What accident can there be? From the beginning to the end, I had nothing to do with it. I don't know why His Majesty insisted that I attend this court meeting." Yi Guizhong glared at him and said, "Shut up, you brat. You don't know that having nothing to do with you is the best thing. You have committed such a grave crime, yet His Majesty still allowed you to participate in this court assembly. He is already very kind to you. Little Xian, you have to understand His Majesty's painstaking efforts. Not having anything to do with you is the best thing." Yi Guizhong's words were quite reasonable. Previously, Li Zishuan was confined by Li Er for inciting public opinion. After such a long time, many people in the court knew about this matter. If Li Zishuan was not present at such an important occasion like the Yuanri court assembly, it could only mean that Li Zishuan had completely lost the emperor's favor. Li Er had lifted Li Zishuan up at this time, which could be said to be very crucial. Li Zishuan thought about it and realized that it was indeed so. He couldn't help but nod and say, "Thank you for your teachings, grandfather." Yamacho, we are here to give you a New Year's greeting. In the afternoon, all the students of Yanhuang College in Yunshan came to Li Zishuan's Yunshan residence to give Li Zishuan a New Year's greeting. When Old Man Li and Mrs. Li saw that their son was so respected by the students, the two elders were naturally gratified. They quickly ordered the servants to take out all the snacks prepared in the residence and distribute them to the students. Did all of you just wake up? Li Zishuan stood with his hands behind his back, looked at the group of teenagers, and said with a smile. At this time, he was actually quite happy. Only when he became a teacher could he experience the joy of being thanked by the students. Speaking of which, should he also promote a teacher's day in the future? Yamacho, we didn't just wake up, we woke up before noon. Ku Shiqing replied embarrassedly. For most of them, this was the first time they were out of town, and with so many friends to celebrate the new year. When there were so many people together, of course, it was very lively. After the fireworks last night, they went crazy until 5 o'clock before going to bed, so naturally, they woke up later. For scholars, sleeping in was, of course, a shameful thing, so when they heard Li Zishuan say that, their faces were more or less unnatural. As for Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, and the others, after the fireworks last night, they had already returned to Chang. So now the only people left in the academy were the foreign students. It's the new year, sleep if you want. Before the new year, you all were busy running around for the Nguyen Tang Foundation, so take this opportunity to rest more. Li Zishuan waved his hand, not minding it at all. After chatting with the students for a while, Li Zishuan looked in the direction of Li Gang's residence and said, "All right, I won't keep you anymore. Since it's still early, you all should go and give Mr. Li Gang and Mr. Mo a New Year's greeting." Sir. The students responded and left the Li family's front yard one after another. Then, they majestically headed towards Li Gang's side yard. Hey, this bunch of brats, can't they come one by one if they want to give New Year's greetings? Why do they have to gather together? The courtyard is about to explode. Li Zishuan looked at the huge group of people and couldn't help but grumble softly. Han Yushi slapped Li Zishuan's arm and chuckled. "Hubby, you're obviously not saying what you mean. With so many students coming to see you, you must be happy inside." Li Zishuan didn't feel annoyed at all that she had seen through his thoughts. He said, "The one who knows me best is my wife." Xiao Xian Yushi, you're all here." At this moment, Han Lijing's voice came from outside the front yard. "Father-in-law? Come in and have some tea." Li Zishuan turned around and saw that it was his father-in-law, so he quickly went forward to welcome him. Speaking of which, he was a little guilty. He hadn't even gone to his father-in-law's place to give New Year's greetings, but his father-in-law had already come to give him New Year's greetings. "Father, please come in and have a seat, I'll go and prepare some tea for you," Han Yushi said with a look of joy. Good. Let's talk inside, Xiao Xian. Chapter 1159. Xiao Xian, I'm here today to discuss something with you. In the main hall, Li Zishuan, Li Jingma, and Han Tianhu were seated. Han Lijing took a sip of tea and said seriously, "Oh, father-in-law, please tell me what you want to say." When Li Zishuan heard this, he immediately perked up. Ever since Han Lijing had returned from Yunzhou last year, Li Zishuan felt that his father-in-law had become a different person. Li Zishuan had no idea what had happened to Han Lijing in Yunzhou. He had asked, but Han Lijing refused to talk about it. There was nothing he could do. Now that Han Lijing had said that he had something to discuss with Li Zishuan's intuition told him that it might have something to do with Han Lijing's previous trip to Yunzhou. At this moment, Han Lijing was silent for a moment, then he said, "Little Xian, last year you opened up 5 mines in Hedong Road. This old man went to take a look at them one by one. Generally speaking, each mine brought great benefits to the surrounding citizens, because the citizens could work in the mines to support their families. But as far as I know, the mines also brought a lot of trouble to the people around it." "Trouble? What trouble? Did someone get into an accident in the mines?" Li Zishuan frowned. He had a bad feeling about it, so he quickly asked. Father Li, who was beside him, also looked nervous. Obviously, he didn't want anyone to die in his son's mines. Han Lijing saw that the father and son had misunderstood, so he quickly waved his hand and said, "No. The trouble I'm talking about is the dirty water from the mines. It often flows into the nearby rivers or lakes along the ditches. As a result, the people's daily drinking water is very troublesome. Last year, when there was a cholera in Chang'an City, I heard from you that it was mainly because the water source was polluted. Now, I'm worried that the people around the mines will get sick if they use the polluted water source for a long time. Little Xian, I'm sure you don't want to see that kind of result either. That's why I'm telling you, so that you can make plans early." Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that there was a problem with the sewage discharge from the mine. At the same time, he couldn't help but secretly praise his father-in-law for being so meticulous. He could actually foresee the negative effects of the mine on the environment. No one else had such foresight. "Xian, your father-in-law is right. This problem had to be solved as soon as possible. Otherwise, if something happened, it would be too late. It will also ruin your reputation." Li Xiqing's father chimed in. Li Zishuan nodded. After pondering for a moment, he said, "This is indeed a problem. Father-in-law, I have an idea here. Although it's a little troublesome, it can solve the water problem of the people around the mine." Han Lijing's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Little Xian, you have a way? That's great. Tell me about it." Li Zishuan frowned and ordered, "Xiao He, bring me a pen and paper." "All right, young master." Xiao He's assent came from outside. After a while, the young maidservant brought in a piece of white paper and a pencil. Li Zishuan took the paper and spread it on the table. As he drew, he said, "First of all, we have to dig a sewage treatment pond between the mine and the river. The terrain of this sewage pond must be higher than the terrain of the river. At the outlet of the sewage pond, we have to set up special dams. These dams are filled with gravel and charcoal. After the sewage from the mine enters the sewage pond, it will pass through the gravel dams and finally be discharged into the river. In this way, it will not pollute the water source in the river." This method was actually called the biofilm treatment method in modern times. As the sewage continuously flowed through solid fillers, gravel, plastic fillers, etc., a mud-like biofilm would form on the fillers. A large number of microorganisms would grow in the biofilm. During the growth process, the microorganisms would release proteins that could convert the soluble heavy metal ions in the sewage into precipitates and remove them, thus purifying the sewage. This was the most effortless and feasible method of sewage treatment that Li Zishuan could think of at present. "Xian, will this work? What if we end up polluting the local water source?" Old man Li was a little skeptical when he heard that. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Father, don't worry. This method will definitely work." Han Lijing stared at the manuscript that Li Zishuan had drawn and frowned. He said, "Xiao Xian, if you want to build this sewage pond, I'm afraid it will take a lot of manpower and material resources, right? Not only that, but this sewage pond also takes up a lot of space. Is it worth it to make such a big fuss over it?" He was the one who proposed to treat the sewage, and he was also the one who felt that it was too costly. It was not that Han Lijing was pretentious, but he wanted to solve the sewage problem without adding too much cost to Li Zishuan. But how could there be such a perfect thing in the world? "Father-in-law, this matter is not a matter of whether it is worth it or not, but whether to do it or not. If we don't do anything and wait for the water source to be polluted by the sewage from the mines, then in 100 years, or even 1,000 years, our descendants won't even be able to drink a drop of clean water. So, for the sake of our children and grandchildren, we have to take the lead in this matter." There was no concept of environmental protection in this era, but Li Zishuan hoped that as the owner of the largest private mine in Tang Dynasty, he could set an example for the other mine owners. When the other mine owners became mine owners, they would more or less pay attention to environmental issues. "Good. With your words, this old man is relieved. In a few days, this old man will leave for Hedong Road and urge the other mine owners to hurry up and prepare the sewage treatment pond." Hearing Li Zishuan's serious tone, Han Lijing nodded solemnly and said, "Right. Father-in-law, how many villages are there closest to this son-in-law's 5 mines?" Li Zishuan suddenly asked. Han Lijing did not understand, but he still replied, "There are 3, why?" Li Zishuan chuckled, then said, "3 villages? That's good. This son-in-law intends to buy these 3 villages and give them to you. In the future, you can take care of the livelihood of these 3 villages, okay?" Han Lijing was shocked and hurriedly waved his hands. "Oh no. Xiaoxian, why are you buying villages for no reason? Even if you really want to buy them, you should buy them for yourself. Why must you give them to this old man?" Li Zishuan explained, Father-in-law, listen to me slowly. These villages are very close to the mines. If there is any pollution in the mines, they will be the first to suffer. If we want to control the pollution in the future, we must carry out a large-scale transformation of these 3 villages. Under such circumstances, the best way is to buy all of these villages first. And this son-in-law already has 8 big villages under his name, so he can't expand anymore. So, I can only give these 3 villages to you, father-in-law. Chapter 1160. In the end, Han Lijing accepted the 3 farmsteads from Li Zishuan, mainly because he couldn't bear to see the people near the mine get sick because of pollution. Li Zishuan gave his father-in-law the farmsteads not only to make it easier to manage the environment around the mine, but also to find some work for his father-in-law. Now that Han Yushi was married and Iron Egg was in school, under normal circumstances, only his father-in-law was at home. After a long time, it was inevitable that he would feel lonely. Last year, it wasn't that Li Zishuan didn't think about arranging a marriage for his father-in-law. After all, Han Lijing was only in his early 40s. However, when Han Lijing heard his suggestion, he almost turned hostile with Li Zishuan and became his enemy. After that, Li Zishuan didn't dare to mention this matter again, because he knew that his father-in-law still missed his deceased mother-in-law. There was a kind of love in the world, called to grow old together. There was also a kind of sorrow, called to be separated by yin and yang. Han Lijing's pursuit of love might have completely died with the tombstone. Li Zishuan suddenly gave the 3 farmsteads to Han Lijing because he wanted to make Han Lijing busy. When his life was full, he would feel less lonely. Naturally, he wouldn't be alone. However, he didn't expect that this unintentional action would benefit the people. In the future, the number 1 farmstead in Hedong would come from Han Lijing's farmsteads. The next day, around 9 in the morning, Li Xiaogong, Qing Yaojin, Qin Qiong and a group of people came. Not only did they come, Li Xiaogong's younger brother Li Daozong and Li Daozong's daughter Li Shuyan also came along. Li Shuyan was less than 6 years old this year. When the fleet went out to sea last year, Li Zishuan saw her along the Ba River when he saw Li Xiaogong off. At that time, the little girl was a little shy and didn't dare to talk to him. Now that she was a year older, the little girl took the initiative to call him Brother Xiaoxian. Li Zishuan laughed and quickly asked Xiao He to take out a big red packet and put it in Li Shuyan's hand. "Here, Shuyan, Big Brother wishes you a happy new year and hopes that you'll grow prettier and prettier." "Thank you, Brother Xiaoxian." The little girl was so happy that she revealed 2 cute rabbit teeth. Coupled with her snow-white fluffy jacket, she looked like a little angel. This was the future Princess Wenqing. What a cute little girl. Now that I'm here, I'm determined not to let those 2 barbarians snatch her away. Li Zishuan thought with mixed feelings. At this moment, Lun realized that a young lady younger than her had come to the house. She was instantly excited and began to act like an elder sister. She brought Li Shuyan, who was visiting Cloud Mountain for the first time, out for a walk. Li Zishuan smiled. He was not worried about the safety of the 2 little girls. The entire Cloud Mountain was his territory. No one could hurt his family. Maryong, then, this prince heard that there are delicacies here and came uninvited. Please don't blame me. Li Daozong watched as Li Shuyan was taken away by Lan. Then he looked at Li Zishuan and joked with him. Actually, he was not willing to come this time. After all, Li Zishuan did not invite him. However, he could not take advantage of little Shuyan's pleading and acting cute, and had no choice but to come. This was because he was very close to Li Xiaogong's residence. Moreover, Li Shuyan liked to visit Li Xiaogong's house since she was young. Of course, she knew that Li Xiaogong was coming to Cloud Mountain for a banquet today. Therefore, for the sake of his daughter, Li Daozong had no choice but to be thick-skinned and come for a free meal. "Ha! What are you saying, Prince of Jiangxia? It's rare for you to come to Cloud Mountain. I can't wait to welcome you. How can you blame me?" Li Zishuan cupped his fists and smiled. Then he called out, "Uncles, don't stand outside. Come in and take a seat." Everyone nodded. Under Li Zishuan's lead, they entered the courtyard and came to the main hall. Qin Qiong and Qing Yaojin had been here before. They were still fine. However, Li Shaogong, Li Daozong, Yu Qijingde, and the rest were all deeply shocked by the luxurious, clean, and unique decorations in the room. They did not expect this Cloud Mountain courtyard to not only look unique from the outside, but also be so luxurious and grand inside. Looking at this house, I want to exchange my residence with Mark Yong-ying. Li Daozong looked around, rubbed his chin and sighed. Li Shaogong agreed. "Ha! Daozong is right. This house is bright and grand. I don't know how it was built. It looks more comfortable than my residence." "Ha! You must be joking. It's just a small courtyard. How can it be as good as you make it out to be? Uncles, please take a seat here. The ingredients are all prepared and will be ready soon." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Ha! No rush, no rush. Xiaoxian, you do your things first. We old fellows can take this chance to take a good look at this courtyard." Niu Jinda waved his hand and said in a rough voice. Li Zishuan saw this and went to the kitchen to help cut the mutton. He was the only one in the family who could do this kind of chores. About half an hour later, all the ingredients were on the table. This table was specially built by the Li family to be used for hot pot. There was a round hole in the middle. Under the hole, there was a bracket for a small stove. The hot pot could be placed on top of the stove. A group of people could sit around the table and eat hot pot. It was very convenient. Li Zishuan asked someone to call Lan and Li Shuiyan back. Only then did the banquet officially begin. Woo! Fragrant. It really has a different flavor. No wonder Qing Jijia shouted that he wanted to eat hot pot. This way of eating is really too delicious. Li Shaogong tasted a mouthful of the mutton and his eyes widened as he praised. This hot pot really lives up to its name of being delicious. Li Daozong also tasted a mouthful. At this moment, he was somewhat thankful to his daughter. Otherwise, how would he be able to taste such delicious food today? And it's delicious. Father, let's bring some back for Mother to eat when we leave. Mother is so pitiful to be alone in the residence. This was the first time Li Shuiyan had eaten such delicious food. She was a little speechless and didn't know how to describe it. But as long as it was delicious, then it was over. Furthermore, this young lady still couldn't forget about her mother at this time. Her filial piety was commendable. "Ha, Qian, don't worry. When your father returns, I will let the chefs in the residence make it for your mother. Hurry and eat." Li Daozong patted his daughter's back with a gratified expression and said with a smile. When the young lady heard this, she immediately felt relieved and began to eat the hot pot. A few old fellows were eating hot pot while laughing and drinking loudly. Han Yushi and Lan were taking care of Li Shuiyan and helping her to eat. Halfway through the meal, Li Shuiyan suddenly raised her head and said, "Brother Xiaoxian, the academy on this mountain is so beautiful. When Shuiyan grows up, can I also come here to study?" Chapter 1161. Ahem. Shuiyan, your brother Xiaoshuan's college only recruits male students. Why would a girl like you want to join in? Be good. Hurry up and eat. This hot pot won't taste good if it gets cold. In the main hall of the residence, Li Daozong choked when he heard that his daughter wanted to go to Yanhuang College. He quickly scolded her with a stern face. Although Yanhuang College wasn't an orthodox Confucian school, it was still a higher education institution that Li Er personally selected. How could it be a place where a girl could go? If Li Shuiyan were to enter Yanhuang College, wouldn't it be a slap to Li Er's face? After all, no matter if it was an official school or a private school in Great Tang, there had never been a precedent of female students. Oh! Perhaps because Li Daozong's tone was a little harsh, Li Shuiyan's face darkened and she replied unhappily. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and looked at Li Daozong. He asked, "Your Highness, in your opinion, can Yanhuang College accept female students in the future?" In my opinion, under the same conditions, some girls' learning ability isn't worse than boys. Actually, Li Zishuan already had the idea of letting female students enter the college. It was just that when he first established Yanhuang College, he was always entangled with worldly affairs and didn't want to be too troublesome. Thus, he delayed it until now. Now that the most respected old officials of Great Tang were sitting here, he could ask for their advice. Li Xiaogong's expression changed and he said, "Xiaoxian, don't do anything foolish. Although this prince isn't a scholar, this prince still knows the 3 principles and 5 principles of Confucianism. Your Yanhuang College is built on engineering and has already been criticized by the world. If you let female students enter the college, the world scholars will definitely attack you and accuse you of breaking the principles of ethics. When the time comes, no one will be able to save you." "Uncle, why are others against Brother Xiaoxian letting female students enter the college?" When Li Shuiyan heard Li Zishuan's intention, she couldn't help but look at Li Zishuan with gratitude and admiration. Although she didn't understand the whole of Li Zishuan's words, she still understood the gist of it. Thus, she couldn't help but raise her head and ask. When she asked, her bright and beautiful face was full of grievances. It was very lovable. "Shun, you're still young. You'll understand when you grow up." Li Xiaogong shook his head and didn't explain. At this time, Li Jing also spoke with a solemn expression. "Little Xian, this old man knows that you have lofty ambitions and your ideas are often unexpected. However, this old man advises you to be careful in this matter. The Cui family's matter has just passed, and your Yanhuang College's foundation isn't stable yet. If you want to have more say, you have to manage your Yanhuang College well before you talk about other things. When you have a certain level of strength or when Yanhuang College is recognized by more people, you can propose to let female students enter the college. Perhaps the success rate will be higher." The legendary war god of the Tang Empire not only had a way of fighting, but also had a way of conducting himself. After hearing Li Jing's words, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel deep admiration. He thought for a moment and nodded. "Thank you, Your Highness and Uncle Li, for your advice. Let's put this matter aside for the future. Uncles, please eat first." Li Jing was right. Regardless of the era or the environment, strength spoke louder than words. The Yanhuang Academy had just started. Whether it was the talents they had cultivated or the results of their research, they were still too little. If they wanted to have more say, they had to wait until the Yanhuang Academy had more weight in the hearts of the people and Li Er. Now wasn't the best time to propose to let female students enter the college. After eating and drinking to their fill, everyone rested in the courtyard for a while and then said goodbye. However, before leaving, Li Huairen inadvertently said something that made Li Huairen miserable. "Xiaogong, I remember that the college organized a hot pot banquet for the students before. Why does it sound like it's the first time you've seen hot pot? Didn't your Huairen mention it to you before?" "What? The college organized a hot pot banquet before?" Li Xiaogong's eyes widened and spat fire. He said angrily, "That brat. After eating such delicious food, he didn't even say a word. See if I don't beat him up when I get back." If Li Huairen had told him about hot pot earlier, he would have had hot pot for every meal from the time he returned to Chang and before the new year to the time he left. After all, there was nothing in Lingnan. It was hard to eat hot pot. If he didn't eat to his heart's content in Chang, and wouldn't he regret it? After saying that, he waved goodbye to everyone and left in a huff. "Your Highness, do a check. Huairen has to come back to class in half a month. Don't cripple his leg. As for the other places, Your Highness, you can do as you please." Plop. Li Xiaogong, who had just walked a short distance, almost fell to the ground. After sending off the guests, the house returned to silence. Li Zishuan sighed. He looked left and right, sizing up the room. He still felt that this New Year's celebration was lacking something. Yes, even if there were fireworks, dumplings, and couplets, he still felt that it was missing something. The night of New Year's Eve was indeed lively. Hundreds of thousands of people celebrated the New Year together on Yunshan Mountain and at the foot of Yunshan Mountain. It was hard not to be lively. However, after New Year's Eve, it was back to normal. It was very cold and quiet. That's right. How could I forget about this? Li Zishuan suddenly had an idea. He thought of a very useful artifact for the new year. Li Zishuan immediately got up and walked towards the backyard. At the same time, he instructed Pang Feiji to prepare some things for him. As for himself, he found the wind-chasing sword and went to the backyard. Just as Li Zishuan was about to start working, Yi Fashion came over. He saw Li Zishuan holding a sword and cutting wood in the backyard. He was curious and asked, "Cousin, what are you doing?" His grandfather, grandmother, and Li Zishuan's parents had lunch in another house. Fashion, you're here? Just find a place to sit. Li Zishuan greeted him and replied, "Cousin, I'm making a type of card now. A card that can be played. Later, our family can gather a few tables of Fight the Landlord." No, Fight the Bandit. That's right, what Li Zishuan wanted to do was make poker cards. It was just that he didn't have the cardboard shell to make poker cards, so he wanted to use his godly knife skills to cut out a deck of poker cards with the help of wood. It was the new year. Wouldn't it be nice for the family to gather and play a few rounds of Fight the Landlord? Oh, it couldn't be called Fight the Landlord, because their family was originally landlords. Therefore, Li Zishuan had an idea. He changed Fight the Landlord to Fight the Bandit. It just so happened that the king and little king in poker cards were equivalent to the mountain king in the bandit village. There were two kings. Chapter 1162. Bandit Fight? Cousin, how do we fight this? Back at the Yunshan villa, Yi Fashion was looking at Li Zishuan's wooden planks that were thicker than paper. He frowned and asked, Everything has its own rules. Of course, Bandit Fight has its own rules. Wait a moment, Fashion. I'll tell you the rules after I've finished cutting 54 wooden planks. Li Zishuan replied as he showed off his sword skills. The piece of yellowish-white wood plank was like a piece of tofu in his hands. He could easily cut it and shape it as he wished. There were already 4 or 5 wooden planks on the ground that were exactly the same size and thickness. Seeing that Li Zishuan was keeping him in suspense, Yi Fashion pursed his lips speechlessly. About half an hour later, the number of yellowish-white wooden planks on the ground increased. Yi Fashion suddenly thought of something and asked, "Cousin, are you trying to copy the leaf trick onto the wooden planks?" Li Zishuan could not help but be stunned. Leaf trick? What was that? He had never heard of it in his previous life. There was no such thing in this body's memory either. Well, he could not be blamed. His previous life had gone to Dragon Tiger Mountain to learn martial arts when he was very young. He might be familiar with Taoist classics, but he knew very little about Confucian classics. Fashion, what is leaf trick? Li Zishuan could not figure it out after thinking for a while, so he asked. Cousin, you don't know about leaf trick? This time, it was Yi Fashion's turn to be stunned. In his impression, his cousin was the kind of person who knew everything from astronomy to geography. How could he not know about leaf trick? Being stared at by his little cousin, like this, Li Zishuan's old face reddened, and he became somewhat angry out of humiliation. As the saying goes, a wise man's 1,000 considerations are bound to make a mistake. It's normal that your cousin doesn't know some things. Fashion, hurry up and tell me. Yi Fashion thought to himself, a wise man is bound to make a mistake. That's not the right way to say it. Although he thought this way, his original intention was not to embarrass Li Zishuan, so he explained, legend has it that during the war between Chu and Han at the end of the Qin dynasty, great General Han Xen invented a card game to alleviate the soldiers' homesickness. The planks were only the size of leaves, so it was called leaf trick. The leaf trick is very simple. The players draw the cards from the back, flip them, and use the big ones to control the small ones. When a card has not been played, it will be kept as a hidden card, and no one will be able to see it. When a leaf is played, it will be placed on its back, and the fighters will be able to deduce the cards that have not been played from the revealed cards. When Li Zishuan heard this, he was very surprised. This was because the way the leaf trick was played was very similar to modern poker. He had thought he had underestimated the wisdom of the ancients. He was sure that the Western poker had borrowed the leaf trick from China's ancient poker. In fact, it was indeed so. The Western poker had the shadow of the leaf trick in its playstyle and form. According to the speculations of many scholars, Poker was evolved from the leaf trick. Speaking of the leaf trick, there was one person who had to be mentioned, the Empress of the Great Zhou dynasty. She was a real master of the leaf trick. She had written volumes such as The Little Leaf Trick, The Little Leaf Trick, and The Little Leaf Trick. Unfortunately, all of them had been lost. The leaf trick was really popular during the Song dynasty. From the literati to the nobles to the commoners, everyone loved the game. During the early Tang dynasty, the leaf trick was not popular. Hey, I didn't know you were so knowledgeable at such a young age. Li Zishuan joked with a smile. In fact, he was thinking that Yi Fashion was a good seedling. He was proficient in literature, science, arithmetic, and astronomy. If he came to Yanhuang College to further his studies, he would definitely become a representative of the next generation of engineers. It was a pity that this little cousin was determined to travel the world and save the world. Compared to cousin, I'm still far behind. Yi Fashion said modestly. Li Zishuan smiled but did not say anything. He continued to cut the wooden cards at the dock. After another quarter of an hour, the 54 wooden tablets were all peeled. Li Zishuan rubbed the edges of the wooden tablets on the sand until they were smooth and did not cut people. He then asked Xiao He and Xiao Shi to bring over a brush, ink, and cinnabar. He then wrote patterns and numbers on each tablet. After everything was done, he let out a long sigh of relief. Coincidentally, Han Yushi came back from outside. He quickly called out, "Wife? Come. We're short of one person. Let's fight the bandits." "Fight the bandits? Husband, where are the bandits in our house?" Han Yushi looked around and asked curiously. These bandits are not the bandits. Wife, come here. Today, I'll teach you how to fight the bandits. I guarantee that you'll want to play again after one round." Li Zishuan burst into laughter. Han Yushi walked over doubtfully. Li Zishuan called Yi Fashion over and pointed at the numbers on the wooden sign. "Wife, Fashion, look. There are numbers on every card. 3 is the smallest. The order is..." In just half an hour, Han Yushi and Yi Fashion understood the rules of Fight the Landlord. No, Fight the Bandits. Li Zishuan adjusted the wooden cards in his hand and said with a smile, "Okay. You know the basic rules. As the saying goes, standing on the shore can't learn how to swim. Let's play first. You'll fully understand after you experience it." Sit. Han Yushi nodded. She was eager to try. She felt that Fight the Bandits seemed to be more interesting than Ye's play. Yi Fashion pursed his lips. He did not show any excitement, nor did he refuse. The three of them took the cards in order. They were Yi Fashion's landlord, bandits. Yi Fashion looked at the cards in his hand and frowned. No. An ace was the biggest. Why should he call? Li Zishuan was Yi Fashion's landlord. At this time, he was beaming with joy. Call the bandits. After that, he reached for the cards in his hand. It was a 7 and a pair of kings. Super double. Li Zishuan laughed proudly. "Cousin, what do you mean by super double?" Yi Fashion was puzzled. When they were talking about the rules, they did not mention this. Li Zishuan explained, for example, if a game is 1 copper coin, if I super double, it will be 4 copper coins. If I win, each of you will give me 4 copper coins. If I lose, I will give each of you 4 copper coins. If there is a bomb in the middle, it will be a bomb. On top of that, it will be doubled. Do you understand? The two of them nodded. Li Zishuan asked, "Are you two going to double?" Facing such an aggressive Li Zishuan, the two of them shook their heads. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Li Zishuan threw out a straight. He secretly thought that the 7 in his hand was very important. Han Yushi. Yi Fashion. 5, 6, 7, 9. Not bad. 4 kings. No. 3 with a pair. 3 with 2 with a pair of 4. Pass. King bomb, 1 with 3. A total of 16 times. Come, 16 copper coins each. Chapter 1163. Bandit. Super double. No double. 3 lead a pair. 3 lead a pair. Straight. Bomb. King Bomb. After playing Bandit Fight once, Han Yushi felt the charm of it and suddenly became uncontrollable. In the main hall, the three of them were in full swing on the card game. Planes and bombs flew together, and straight and even pairs danced together. The scene was very lively. Gradually, Yi Fashion was also a little addicted. This was because he realized that Bandit Fight was not just a game. In addition to relying on luck, it also depended on skills. In his opinion, if he wanted to win, he needed to use tricks to play the card game. In order to make the opponent play the cards in the way that was most beneficial to him, he would do anything from the playing skills to the mental level to deal multiple blows to the opponent. Besides, cooperation was the essence of Bandit Fight. Through tacit cooperation to play a card game, one could understand the true joy of Bandit Fight. Based on this understanding, Yi Fashion's Bandit Fight skills became better and better. From the initial huge loss of more than 50 copper coins, he actually began to make money later. This child had gradually evolved from a Bandit Fight rookie to a Bandit Fight expert. Starting from zero, the three of them actually played until 5 o'clock in the evening. Lan went crazy somewhere in the afternoon and only came back in the evening. Seeing the three of them in the room playing a kind of wooden card with patterns on it, the little girl suddenly seemed to have discovered a new world. She cried and shouted that she wanted to play too. Cousin-in-law, it's getting late. I have to go back. Yi Fashion looked at the sky and his face turned red. He quickly got up and said. In his heart, he was secretly guilty. He wanted to save the world and spread Taoism. How could he indulge in playing for an entire afternoon? Fashion, come play again tomorrow. Your card skills are getting better and better. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed and he laughed. Yi Fashion opened his mouth and wanted to refuse, but the words of refusal couldn't come out of his mouth. He could only rush out of the door. Husband, I'm going to cook. Go play with Lanza. Han Yushi's tender face was slightly red. She didn't expect that once she sat down, she would sit until usual hour. She even forgot to prepare dinner. This wasn't what a good wife and mother should be like. After Han Yushi left, Li Zishuan glanced at Xiao He and Xiao Shi before he said, Come. You two can play with Lan. Needless to say, Li Zishuan did not want to play with her, so he pulled Xiao He and Xiao Shi over to be the scapegoat. Anyway, these two maidservants had been watching from the side for the whole afternoon, so they were already very familiar with the bandits' game. Yes, young master. Xiao He and Xiao Shi didn't know what Li Zishuan was thinking. When Yi Fashion and Han Yushi were playing by the side, the two of them had been watching from the side for the entire afternoon. Now that they could finally fight in person, how could they not be excited? Li Zishuan smiled and walked towards the kitchen in the backyard. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. Xiao He, put away the cards. Lan, wash your hands and come over to eat. Half an hour later, Li Zishuan came from the backyard and shouted. The two maidservants quickly got up and went to the kitchen to help serve the dishes. Lan reluctantly put away the wooden cards and walked to Li Zishuan's side and said excitedly, Brother, this bandits game is so fun. Lan, just 1-2 coins, isn't it awesome? Awesome. Go and wash your hands. Li Zishuan rubbed his sister's head and said unhappily. Then brother, after dinner, can you and sister Yushi accompany Lan to play bandits again? This girl was obviously addicted. Sleep after dinner. You little gambler. Li Zishuan stared and pretended to be strict. Brother is so petty. Lan stuck out her tongue, made a face, and ran away like a wisp of smoke. 2 days later, the students who lived in or near Chang began to return to school. Although it was not time for school to start, the students who were used to staying in the academy were naturally not used to returning home. They were not used to going to the toilet because there was no toilet paper. Even if there was toilet paper, they would not be used to going to the toilet because the latrines at home were not as clean as those at the academy. They were not used to eating because the dishes at home had a familiar taste, but the dishes at the academy were undoubtedly better overall. They were not used to sleeping because there was no banter with their dormitory mates at night. Therefore, on the 4th day after New Year's Eve, many students had returned to the academy from home. Li Tai, Li Ku, Sun Zifan, Chung Chumo, Iron Egg and the others had all returned to the academy today. After returning to Yunshan, these people naturally had to come to the Yunshan residence to visit Li Gang and Li Zishuan. When they arrived at Li Zishuan's house, they inevitably bumped into Li Zishuan, Yi Fashion and Han Yushi playing bandit fighting. Yi Fashion had been completely obsessed with bandit fighting for the past 2 days. His consciousness told him not to indulge in it, but he could not help but come over every day. Therefore, Li Zishuan's house gradually expanded from 1 table of cards to 2 tables, then 3 tables. Li Zishuan had cut 2 more sets of wooden cards in the past 2 days. Otherwise, these 3 tables of cards would not be able to be set up. It's called bandit. Damn. It's a trump card. Ha. Super double. Li Tai was a lucky bastard. His trump card was actually a pair of kings. This guy immediately activated his super multiplier mode. Damn. If I had known earlier, I would have become a bandit. Cheng Chumo almost vomited blood when he saw this. The title of landlord, bandit, was originally his, but he did not dare to ask for it because he did not even have a king in his hand. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being such a coward. 3 for 5 pairs. Li Tai smiled proudly and threw out 3 pairs of kings at the beginning of the game. Actually, for him, he did not care about money. It was just a few coins per game. With his current wealth, even if he sat here and lost for a month, he would not feel the pinch. What he enjoyed was the joy in the process of winning money. Every time he picked up a card, it was a surprise and anticipation. Every time he threw out a bomb, it was incomparably satisfying. Every time he threw out a card in his hand, he could not help but cheer. Once you fell in love with this kind of simple happiness, it would be difficult to extricate yourself. Just in time, 7, 8, 9. Li Ku laughed in surprise and threw out the corresponding land card in his hand. He was now addicted to bandit fighting. Chung Chumo laughed mischievously. Naturally, he would not block his teammates' cards. Li Tai's eyes widened as he said gloomily, F***CK. Little Ku, you are ruthless. I don't want it anymore. You play. Chapter 1164. The 5th day of the first lunar month, commonly known as the Broken Fifth Day. According to Investiture of the Gods, Jiang Zia became a god, and his wife who betrayed him was given the title of God of Poverty. In the legends, Jiang Zia's wife was a very annoying woman who betrayed her husband. After being given the title of God of Poverty, she became even more annoying. No one has ever heard of anyone who likes a God of Poverty, right? Therefore, on the 5th day of the first lunar month, people broke her and told her to go back immediately. Broken 5th day means, after breaking all the taboos before the 5th day, all can be broken on this day. Generally speaking, from New Year's Eve to the 5th day of the new year, there were many rules and taboos, such as no cooking, no leaving the house, no speaking inauspicious words, no sweeping and watering, and no opening of the shop. But on the 5th day of the first lunar month, all taboos are broken. During the Spring Festival, all the shops in Chang and city close on the 1st day of the first lunar month, but choose to open on the 5th day of the first lunar month, because the 5th day of the first lunar month is also known as the God of Wealth's holy day. It is believed that choosing to open on this day will bring in wealth and treasures. Just after 9 in the morning, the doors of the East and West markets that have been closed for many days finally opened. The people of Chang and city who have been silent for a long time can finally go to the big shops and buy happily. And now that the new year has just passed, the families who usually have family members who are away on business are still in a state of family reunion. Once the East and West markets open, the whole family can go shopping together to make up for what they owe each other. On this day, Chang and city is once again glowing with vitality. Cloud Mountain. Today, Li Zishuan did not bandit battle with his family. That was just something he did for fun. For someone like him who had played with all kinds of electronic devices, the attraction of poker cards was not that strong. On the other hand, Li Tai, Yi Fashion, and the others had been quite obsessed with this recently. Yesterday, Li Zishuan had simply given them the 2 decks of cards at home. It is said that last night, the student dormitory of Yanhuang College was very lively. Li Zishuan was too lazy to care. As the saying goes, it is better to let loose than to block. Anyway, it is the holiday period, and he also ordered Li Tai not to use cards to gamble in the academy. If these students want to play, then let them play. Only children who knew how to play would have good grades. This was a philosophy that Li Zishuan adhered to. In his previous life, the top students around him were all better at playing basketball, football, and video games than he was. After dismissing the group of little gamblers, the courtyard suddenly quieted down. Li Zishuan was currently in his study, revising the blueprint. Zhengguan's second year was up, and many of the big projects that he had not started before had to be started. Dams, machine tools, and power stations were all major projects. There were many problems involved, and it was not something that could be considered in a short period of time. Young master. The eldest young master of the Wang family sent someone to deliver a letter. While he was deep in thought, Xiaoxi knocked on the door of the study room and said softly, "Oh, hurry up and bring it in." In the study, Li Zishuan snapped out of his thoughts and hurriedly said, "Jiya." Xiaoxi came in with a letter. She passed the letter to Li Zishuan and said, "Here, young master." It was sent by Miss Ling on a horse. She has already left the mountain. Li Zishuan felt something in his heart. He looked towards the northwest and said after a while, "Okay, I got it." Xiaoxi bowed and left the study room. She was very considerate as she closed the door behind her. Li Zishuan lowered his head and tore open the letter. He took out a piece of paper with a line of small characters written on it. "I won't go out on the first day of the new year, and I won't go home on the 5th day of the new year. The road to Qizhou is long and difficult. I will remember your teachings. I will be honest, and work hard to bring prosperity to everyone. After parting today, I don't know when we will meet again. If you come to Qizhou in the future, I will drink and chat with you. Take care." A letter from Wang Renbiao. I didn't expect Renbiao to go to Qizhou so soon. I wish him a safe journey. Li Zishuan put away the letter, looked towards the northwest, and sighed softly. Before the new year, Wang Renbiao had told him that he would go to Qizhou after the new year. However, Li Zishuan didn't expect him to leave on the 5th day of the new year. Qizhou was located more than 50 kilometers northwest of Chang'an City. It was considered a relatively wealthy county. Wang Renbiao's trip to Qizhou was most likely to be arranged by the Wang family for gilding, so basically nothing would happen. The imperial edict has arrived. Coincidentally, Li Zishuan had just put down the letter when a sharp voice came from outside the house. Then Xiaoxi's hurried voice was heard. "Young master, someone from the palace is here." "Yes, they are here." Li Zishuan frowned, got up, and went out. Marquis Yong, and received the imperial edict. An old eunuch stood at the door. His eyes were gloomy, and his cold aura made the air around him a little colder. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes. He had never seen this old eunuch before and looked unfamiliar. Li Zishuan listened to the imperial edict. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Li Zishuan bowed and said, "His Majesty summons you to the palace immediately for an audience. Quickly pack up and follow me into the palace." The old eunuch held a horsetail whisk and said expressionlessly. Li Zishuan said with a puzzled expression, "I am following His Majesty's edict and am grounded at home to reflect. I wonder why His Majesty summons me into the palace?" The old eunuch said with a fake smile, "You are wrong. It is the retired emperor who wants you to attend the banquet in the palace, not His Majesty." The retired emperor? Li Yuan. Li Zishuan's pupils shrank. He thought to himself that those who came didn't come with good intentions and those with good intentions didn't come. He had just beaten up Li Yuanchang's subordinate on New Year's Eve, and the other party's father came looking for trouble. Attending the banquet in the palace? Was this a Hongmen banquet? The retired emperor has already abdicated. Why can the imperial edict leave the palace? Eunuch, could it be that you are giving a fake imperial edict? Li Zishuan raised his head and looked straight at the old eunuch as he said in a deep voice, "A mountain can't have two tigers, a country can't have two rulers." Li Yuan was the retired emperor, but now that Li Er was in power, Li Yuan naturally couldn't meddle in the affairs of the country. At most, he could only do whatever he wanted in the palace. His edicts, under normal circumstances, couldn't be sent out of the palace. The old eunuch's expression changed. He said coldly, "How dare you? Even if the retired emperor has already abdicated, he is still the emperor. How can you look down on him like this?" When did I look down on him? I am only doubting the authenticity of this imperial edict." Li Zishuan gave him a sidelong glance and said without showing any weakness. The old eunuch's expression suddenly changed. His chest rose and fell rapidly for a moment. In the end, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "This is indeed not an imperial edict, but it is the retired emperor's intention. The retired emperor wants to invite you, Mark Yong, and to attend the banquet in the palace. Could it be that you don't dare to go?" Chapter 1165. Don't dare? To be honest, this marquis really doesn't dare. What if the retired emperor wants to vent his anger on behalf of King Lu and casually accuses this marquis of a crime and has this marquis beheaded? Li Zishuan said with a light smile in the courtyard of Yunshan. The old eunuch's expression froze. Although the situation that Li Zishuan said was true, the old eunuch didn't know what to say for a moment because Li Zishuan didn't act according to common sense. What a joke. Eunuch, please wait here for a moment. This marquis will change into court clothes and enter the palace with eunuch. Just when the old eunuch was speechless, Li Zishuan laughed loudly and then turned to enter the room. As the saying goes, you can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. Since he chose to become enemies with Li Yuanchang, then the day of confrontation with Li Yuan would come sooner or later. His words just now were just to test the old eunuch's reaction. Now it seemed that his prediction was not wrong at all. Indeed, after beating the young, the old came. When the old eunuch saw that Li Zishuan was willing to enter the palace, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief because if Li Zishuan didn't want to go no matter what, he really couldn't do anything. First of all, he didn't have an imperial edict, so he didn't have the qualifications to force Li Zishuan to enter the palace. Secondly, if he used force and directly kidnapped him, it was even more impossible. On Yunshan, as long as Li Zishuan didn't want to leave, who in the world could kidnap him? Yunshan with 3 grandmasters in charge wasn't a place that anyone could casually cause trouble. However, at the same time that he breathed a sigh of relief, the old eunuch's heart couldn't help but sink. He secretly thought that although Li Zishuan was young, he didn't look easy to deal with at all. Those few words just now completely disrupted his rhythm, and he almost returned without accomplishing anything. "All right, let's go." After a moment, Li Zishuan changed into a purple marquis uniform and walked out. He spoke to the old eunuch at the door. His casual appearance was as if he was really going to attend a banquet, but the premise was that the previous conversation didn't happen. At this time, the old eunuch had already put away his contempt for Li Zishuan. He respectfully turned to the side and said, At this time, Han Yushi had already received the news and was standing in the hall, looking at Li Zishuan with a face full of worry. Li Zishuan turned around and smiled at his wife, indicating that she was fine. He then turned around and walked out of the door. Outside, San Bao had already prepared the horses. When the old eunuch came, he also rode a horse. The two of them rode 2 horses and rushed down Cloud Mountain. 3 with a pair. Iron Egg, I only have 2 cards left. In the student dormitory of Yanhuang College, more than a dozen students were crowded in dormitory 001, watching the bandit fight. Li Tai, Iron Egg, and Sun Zifan were in the midst of a battle. The 3 of them had some notes stuck on their faces. The faces of Chung Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and the others were also full of notes. They were the contestants who had been eliminated earlier. Just as Li Zishuan said, gambling was strictly prohibited in the college. Those who violated the rule would be expelled from the college, and there would be no tolerance. Therefore, although Li Tai and the others played poker, they were determined not to gamble. After thinking for a while, they thought of the bad idea of sticking notes on their faces. This was very similar to a certain game in modern times. You do it. Iron Egg calculated in his mind and realized that there was still 1 bomb left. If he blew up Li Tai's card now, he would not be able to win the first round. He would be blown up by Li Tai's teammate, Sun Zifan. When that happened, not only would he lose, but he would lose even more. 2-on-2. Come, Iron Egg, I'll stick 2 cards on your face. Li Tai laughed. After that, he tore 2 pieces of paper, dipped them in water, and was about to stick them on Iron Egg's face. Chinke, I saw Yamacho and an old eunuch coming down the mountain at the entrance of the college just now. They seemed to be in a hurry. At this moment, Li Yen walked in from outside the dormitory and said, Impossible. Yamacho is still grounded. Li Tai subconsciously wanted to say that it was impossible, but when he thought of the news that Li Zishuan was grounded and that many students of the college did not know, he quickly shut his mouth. At this time, he did not have time to stick the paper on Iron Egg. He turned around and asked, Li Yen, you just said that Yamacho was taken away by an old eunuch. What does that old eunuch look like? Li Yen frowned and thought for a moment, then said, I didn't see him clearly, but he has white hair and white eyebrows. He should be over 60 years old. White hair and white eyebrows. Li Tai's expression changed, and then he said to everyone, You guys play first. I have something to do back in Chang. After that, before anyone could react, the little fatty had already rushed out. His speed was definitely the fastest in his life. Because there was only one old eunuch in the palace who was over 60 years old, and that was the old eunuch who had served Li Yuan for more than 10 years, Chao Sishi. Chinke, wait for me. I'll go back with you. At this time, Li Ku also thought of something. His expression changed and he quickly chased out. Ma Yin, this way please. In the palace, under the old eunuch's lead, Li Zishuan came to Taiji Palace and then went west, arriving at an independent courtyard. The courtyard had rockery, gardens, pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. It was just like a small paradise in the palace. After Li Yuan became retired emperor, he lived in Taiji Palace for the first few years. It was not until the 4th month of the 3rd year of Jingguan that he moved out of Taiji Palace and moved to the Tin Palace. In the courtyard, Li Yuan was half lying under the winding corridor, sunbathing, surrounded by a flock of orioles and swallows. He was really happy. An old cow eating young grass. This old fellow is really shameless. Didn't I hear that the old fellow was planning to die of exhaustion in the flowers? Such a happy way of dying. Why didn't he make the best use of his time? Why did he have to come and find trouble with me? Seems like he's treating me as a soft persimmon. When Li Zishuan saw Li Yuan's shameless appearance of enjoying the blessings of multiple wives, he could not help but criticize in his heart. Associating it with the official records, Li Yuan gave birth to 9 younger siblings for Li Zishuan in 2 years. The corner of Li Zishuan's mouth could not help but twitch. They all said stud horses, stud pigs, and so on. But compared to Li Yuan, this old lecher, they were all weak to the max. Father Emperor, Mao Yin is here. There was even a third wheel standing beside Li Yuan. When Li Yuanchang saw Li Zishuan coming over, his face could not help but be delighted. He hurriedly came over and bowed to Li Yuan. At the same time, it was unknown whether this brat did it intentionally or unintentionally. His gaze swept across the chest of a concubine sitting beside Li Yuan without leaving a trace. This brat will definitely be a lecher in the future. Li Yuan was wise all his life, but in his later years, he gave birth to a bunch of repulsive melons and cracked dates. Other people did not notice Li Yuanchang's gaze, but it was caught by Li Zishuan. Instantly, a label of scum was pasted onto Li Zishuan's forehead by Li Zishuan. This subject Li Zishuan greets retired emperor. Etiquette still needed to be met. Li Zishuan took a few steps forward, then bowed towards the Great Tang's supreme leader in name. Chapter 1166. It's this kid who bullied you? In a courtyard beside Taiji Palace, Li Zishuan hadn't even raised his head when he heard Li Yuan speak. His tone was full of indifference and casualness. Presumably, in the eyes of this former emperor, crushing Li Zishuan to death was as simple as crushing an ant. Father Emperor, it's him. At that time, I only wanted to go up Yunshan to see the fireworks and tell you about it after returning to the palace. But who knew that the Marquis of Yong and relied on his imperial brother's favor to seriously injure 4 of my imperial bodyguards in public? "Father Emperor, you have to uphold justice for me." Li Yuanchang immediately changed to an aggrieved expression. He didn't have the slightest bit of manliness on his body. Instead, he was like a coquettish little girl acting coquettishly in front of Li Yuan. Finished speaking, he used the corner of his eye to glare viciously at Li Zishuan. That look seemed to be saying, "Let you be proud at that time? Now I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy." Seeing this, Li Zishuan instantly felt his hands itch unbearably. If it was another occasion, he would definitely beat the shit out of this little bitch. Wasn't he just relying on the fact that he was the second generation of the imperial family? After a few years, when Li Yuan dies, let's see how you can still be arrogant. Kid, you actually dare to bully my son. You really have guts. Drag him out and chop him up to feed the dogs. Without any interrogation process, he directly sentenced Li Zishuan to death. Hearing this simple sentence, Li Zishuan's heart instantly surged with hostility. This old thing wants to chop me up and feed me to the dogs? Isn't this too unreasonable? Regardless of whether he committed a crime or not, even if he beat up Li Yuanchang's subordinates for no reason, it's impossible for him to be beheaded. Li Yuan's unreasonable sentence, the civil and military officials of the imperial court wouldn't agree. Li Heir wouldn't agree. The Tang dynasty law wouldn't agree. As the person involved, Li Zishuan would even more disagree. He originally thought that Li Yuan would give him a chance to explain. Who knew that the other party didn't even look at him from beginning to end and directly wanted to chop off his head? Simply going too far. Here. At this moment, two strong women appeared. Yes, they were really like iron towers. They were even stronger than most men. They were just like some sumo wrestlers in Japan in his previous life. Two strong women walked over from the side and grabbed onto Li Zishuan's arms. They wanted to drag Li Zishuan out and behead him, but the first time, it did not move. The second time, it still did not move. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, the two women were so tired that their foreheads were covered with a layer of sweat, but Li Zishuan was still standing there motionless. What a joke! How could an ordinary person defeat a martial arts master of the Grandmaster realm with brute force? You dare to defy the imperial decree? Li Yuan also noticed the movement on this side. He pushed aside several beautiful concubines beside him, stood up and said furiously. Li Zishuan raised his head and looked straight at Li Yuan. He said neither servile nor overbearing, "Dare I ask, retired emperor, this subject only injured a few servants of Prince Lu. According to my Tang dynasty's laws, at most I will compensate some money. Why does retired emperor want to chop off this subject's head?" Li Yuan did not get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "Why? Because I am the monarch and you are the subject. If the monarch wants the subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. You even studied the sage books in vain." Li Zishuan retorted, "Killing a subject for no reason, this is what a fatuous monarch does. 12 years ago, Yang Guang caused chaos in the world. Retired emperor led 30,000 troops to rise from Taiwan. He went to Chang and eradicated a group of bandits. The world is one, the will of the heavens is secondary, the people's hearts are united. It can be said that his meritorious service is unparalleled and splendid for 1,000 years. This subject believes that with retired emperor's wisdom, he will definitely not indiscriminately kill a meritorious subject. Speaking also needs to be skillful. In any era, there are classes. Facing the ruling class of feudal society, if one does not talk about strategy and blindly acts recklessly, no matter how high one's martial arts is, there will only be one road to death in the palace. Listening to Li Zishuan talk about the events of the past, Li Yuan's old face that was somewhat pale due to excessive indulgence in debauchery became rosy at this moment. He closed his eyes and stood with his hands behind his back. In his mind, he could not help but recall the years of the Sui dynasty, that period of extraordinary time when he and the 18 rebellious princes fought for the throne. In the end, he took a deep breath, looked at Li Zishuan and said with a smile that was not a smile, "You brat, you really know how to talk. No wonder Erlang would think highly of you." His tone was already not as intense as before. Li Zishuan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The most dangerous moment had finally passed. Li Yuanchang, who was at the side, had an anxious expression. He quickly interrupted and said, "Father Emperor, don't be deceived by this fellow's flowery words. He doesn't have you in his eyes at all. Back then, Aken said that I wanted to go to Cloud Mountain to see what fireworks looked like for Father Emperor. However, not only did he not let me go, he even injured Aken, stirring up trouble. This brat already knows how to stir up trouble at such a young age. What would happen when he grows up?" A cold light flashed in Li Zishuan's eyes. Without waiting for Li Yuanchang to finish speaking, he stepped forward and said, "Retired Emperor, Aken has something to discuss with you alone. Please dismiss your attendants." Audacious. Marquis Yong, and you want everyone to withdraw. Could it be that you want to assassinate my Father Emperor? Father Emperor, don't be afraid. The hen will protect you. A trace of anxiety flashed in Li Zishuan's eyes. He immediately jumped in front of Li Yuan and pointed at Li Zishuan and said loudly, "Damn, I didn't expect this little bastard to be so good at acting." Li Zishuan cursed in his heart. Soon after, he moved his feet slightly and instantly arrived in front of Li Yuanchang. Just as Li Yuanchang was about to cry out in fright, Li Zishuan had already returned to his original position. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. It was so fast that it made people feel like it was a dream. It was as if Li Zishuan had been standing in the same spot from beginning to end and had not moved at all. The guards in the courtyard were all shocked. They quickly pulled out their MO swords from their waists and ran over to surround Li Zishuan. Facing the heavy encirclement, Li Zishuan's expression did not change. He looked at Li Yuanchang and Li Yuan and said, "Aken did not mean to offend. Aken only wanted to say that if Aken really had ill intentions towards retired Emperor, I would have already made my move. What's more, Your Highness Prince of Lu, didn't you say that you wanted to protect retired Emperor? Why are your pants wet? Where did your guts go? Or are you just putting on an act to show off how filial you are in front of retired Emperor?" As far as the eye could see, there was a puddle of water where Li Yuanchang was standing. This brat was actually scared to the point of wetting his pants. At this moment, his face was flushed red. Moreover, he was about to cry from anger because of Li Zishuan. Poison. Li Zishuan's tongue was really too poisonous. Li Yuan frowned. To be honest, at that moment, he was indeed astonished by Li Zishuan's martial arts. He did not expect that Li Zishuan's martial arts at such a young age would be stronger than some old generals. However, what made him most angry was Li Yuanchang's performance. It was said that a tiger father would not beget a dog son. He, Li Yuan, had several sons who were all heroes. However, this son in front of him was a complete coward. Too shameful. "Yuanchang, you withdraw first," Li Yuan reprimanded with a black face. Chapter 1167. Father Emperor. Li Zishuan hastily wanted to argue a few more words, but Li Zishuan just happened to stab him in the back. He took a step forward, cupped his hands, and said loudly, "Retired Emperor, what this subject is going to say next is related to His Highness King Lu's life and death. I hope that retired Emperor will dismiss your attendants." Once these words came out, everyone in the courtyard changed color. Li Zishuan was so scared that his little face turned white. Li Yuan stared fixedly at Li Zishuan's eyes. After a long while, he waved his hand and said, "All of you, withdraw." The guards looked at each other. In the end, they still put away their weapons and withdrew from the courtyard. At this moment, Li Zishuan was no longer as arrogant as before. He also withdrew with the guards. Inside the courtyard, only Li Zishuan and Li Yuan were left. "You have guts. If you were born a dozen years earlier, there would definitely be a place for you in this vast land. Erlang might not even be able to compare to you." Li Yuan looked at Li Zishuan and said with a complicated expression. It was not that he was trying to flatter Li Zishuan, but in that confrontation just now, Li Zishuan had resolved a life-or-death situation in the blink of an eye. The courage and strategy he had displayed had made him look at him in a new light. A person who only has bravery is not scary. What's scary is bravery and strategy. This kind of person, placed in troubled times, definitely has the qualifications to become a formidable person. Li Zishuan was greatly shocked. He thought to himself, "Old thing, Do you lack morals? Are you trying to kill me by saying these kinds of words? This rotten old man is very bad. Li Zishuan gave Li Yuan such a label in his heart. Retired emperor's words are wrong. With this subject's lazy temperament, if I was born a dozen years earlier, I definitely would not be able to live until now. Only in this kind of peaceful and prosperous world can this subject's talent and knowledge have a place to display its. Li Zishuan criticized for a while in his heart, then he hurriedly stepped forward and said, regardless of whether or not there were eyes and ears in the surroundings, and regardless of whether or not Li Yuan's words were deliberately probing, in terms of basic political standpoint, he must stand in the right position. Li Yuan shook his head and did not argue with Li Zishuan on this matter. He said in a low voice, Kid, just now, you said that you had something to discuss with Zhen, and it was related to Yuan Chang's life and death. Now that Zhen has dismissed the servants, hurry up and speak. If I find out that you lied to me, I'll even get people to drag you down and chop you up to feed the dogs. Li Zishuan smiled calmly and said, Retired Emperor, have you heard of the story of Wu Jiangzongzi? When Li Yuan heard that, his expression changed abruptly. Li Zishuan's words poked at that scar in his heart that had not healed all along. Li Zishuan ignored him and continued, during the spring and autumn period, the second son of Zheng Wugong, Gongshu Duan, was born. His mother, Wu Jiang, had a difficult birth when giving birth to her eldest son, so she hated her eldest son, Ji Yunxing. She repeatedly asked Zheng Wugong to make Gongshu Duan the crown prince, but Zheng Wugong did not agree. After Zheng Wugong died, his eldest son, Ji Yunxing, ascended the throne as Zheng Zhuanggong. 2 years later, Wu Jiang requested to give the capital to Gongshu Duan. After receiving permission, Gongshu Duan was able to live in the capital and wantonly expand his private power. Not long after, Gongshu Duan ordered the western and northern border regions of Zheng to listen to his commands. Zheng Dafu's son, Lu, expressed to Zheng Zhuanggong that as a country's official, he could not listen to orders from both sides. If Zheng Zhuanggong intended to abdicate the throne to Gongshu Duan, then he should serve him. Otherwise, he should get rid of him and not let the people have other ideas. Zheng Zhuanggong, due to his mother's spoiling of his younger brother, still did not interfere. Gongshu Duan was even more unbridled. He took 2 lands as his fief and the area under his control expanded to Lin Yan. In the 5th month of the 49th year of King Ping of Zhou, Gongshu Duan reorganized the city walls, accumulated food, repaired equipment and weapons, and replenished the infantry chariots, preparing to attack the capital of Zheng. He also contacted Wu Jiang in the capital as a spy and had her open the city gates at that time. When Zheng Zhuanggong heard the date of Gongshu Duan's attack, he ordered Zheng Dafu's son, Lu, to lead 200 chariots to attack the capital city. Gongshu Duan was defeated and fled to Yen. Zheng Zhuanggong led his troops to pursue and win. After that, Gongshu Duan fled to live in Gongyi. Zhuanggong sent out his troops to pursue and kill him. In the end, Gongshu Duan was driven to a dead end and was forced to commit suicide. Silence. After Li Zishuan's voice fell, the courtyard suddenly sunk into a strange silence. Li Yuan stared fixedly at him. His eyes also stared unblinkingly at Li Yuan. His purpose in telling the story was to tell Li Yuan that his excessive spoiling of Li Yuanchang was only pushing him step by step toward the edge of the abyss of death. When he, Li Yuan, passed away one day and could no longer protect Li Yuanchang, if Li Yuanchang was still so jumpy and liked to stir up trouble everywhere, then he, Li Yuanchang, would be the next Gongshu Duan. This was not an exaggeration to scare people. The Li Yuanchang of history, because of Li Yuan's excessive spoiling when he was alive, caused him to forget himself and lose his reverence. As a result, in the 17th year of Zhengguan, together with Du He, Zhao Jie, Li Anyun, and the others, he suggested Crown Prince Li Qingqian to rebel. Hexen Qingji reported the Crown Prince's rebellion, and Li Yuanchang, Du He, Hou Junji, and the others were all beheaded for the crime of rebellion. Imperial grandfather, have mercy up. At this moment, a clear and melodious female voice, like the chirping of an oriole, broke the silence. Changel, who was wearing a thick fur coat, was running quickly towards them. Behind her were Li Tai, Li Ku, and Li Qingqian. Aya! When Changel was running in front of the two, she accidentally tripped over a protruding stone tile on the ground, and her entire body was about to crash into the limestone floor in front of her. "Princess, be careful." In a flash, Li Zishuan shot forward and arrived in front of Changel. He firmly grabbed the latter's shoulder with one hand, preventing her from falling. "Brother Xiaoxian, you're fine? That's great." Changel took a few quick breaths, turned her head to look at Li Zishuan, and said happily. Li Zishuan frowned, because he could sense that Changel's breathing was extremely chaotic. When he thought about how this little girl had run all the way here from Changel Palace in the middle of winter, his expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Changel, don't speak. Quickly calm your breathing and focus your mind." It would have been better if he hadn't said anything, but now that he said it, Changel's face instantly turned ghastly pale. She bent over and clutched her chest, and then she coughed violently. She then said with a pained expression, "Cough, cough, cough. Brother Xiaoxian, Changel's chest is so stuffy. Puff, puff." As she spoke, her breathing became shorter and shorter, more and more hurried. Changel, what's wrong?" At this time, Li Yuan also quickly rushed over. He looked at the pale Changel and said with an anxious expression. Li Chengqian and Li Tai had only just caught up, and the two of them anxiously said, "Changel's qi is acting up. Someone quickly call the imperial physician." At this time, how could Li Zishuan still care about the propriety between men and women? What's more, Changel was only a little girl. He never had that kind of thought. At the critical moment, he carried Changel up from the ground in a princess carry. He said anxiously to Li Yuan, "Retired Emperor, where is a warm side room? Changel can't breathe in cold air right now, or else her life will be in danger." Li Yuan had always doted on Changel. When he heard Li Zishuan's words, his face that was always calm also panicked a little. He pointed at the palace in the north, and as he ran, he shouted at Li Zishuan, Quickly follow Zhen. Zhen's bedroom has heating." Chapter 1168. The biggest taboo for asthma patients in winter was to stay outside for a long time and inhale large amounts of cold air. Changel ran all the way from Changel Palace to Taiji Palace just now. Her speed was even faster than Li Tai and Li Chengqian. Under such intense exercise, her trachea and lungs would naturally be filled with a large amount of cold air. In addition, the little girl's qi disease had been hidden for a year. Now that it met with such an opportunity, it immediately erupted like a flood and ferocious beast. Illness comes like a landslide. This was Changel's current situation. Just a moment ago, she was still a lively and cute little girl. Now, she could only sit on the bed and cough violently. Even breathing was difficult. "Imperial physician. Where's the imperial physician? Quickly call the imperial physician." At this moment, Li Yuan's face no longer had the previous indifference and relaxation. He anxiously paced around the room and shouted to the servants in the room. "It's useless even if the imperial physician comes." Li Zishuan, who was sitting by the bed and placing his hand on Changel's white wrist, hurriedly said, "Retired Emperor, Changel's qi disease this time is very fierce. I'll first use true qi to help her recuperate. Quickly send someone out of the city to Yunshan to invite Sun Daozhong." Today was the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Sun Simiao did not go out to do volunteer medical treatment. At this time, Li Yuan had already put down his airs, because although he was imprisoned in the depths of the palace, he had also heard that Li Zishuan had once seized blood to extend his life, saved Qin Xiong, and quelled the cholera with his own strength. Now, he was completely responding to whatever Li Zishuan said. Whatever he wanted, he would give. Because Changel was not only Li Er and Changsuan's favorite, she was also Li Yuan's favorite. "What are you still standing there for? Quickly go. Quickly ride a horse to Yunshan. Invite Sun Daozhong over for Zhen. If anything happens to Changel today, none of you can think about living." All the eunuchs, palace maids, and servants' expressions changed. The old woman who previously brought Li Zishuan into the palace hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Yes." Then she turned around and walked out of the room. "Imperial grandfather. Let Ke go. Ke has martial arts and is good at horsemanship. Going back and forth can save a lot of time. Li Ku stood up and volunteered. Li Yuan's eyes lit up and he said, "Good. Quickly ride on my carefree horse and quickly go to Cloud Mountain to invite Daoist's son." The carefree horse was Li Yuan's mount. It was gifted to Li Er for a period of time, but Li Er returned it after ascending the throne. Li Ku solemnly cupped his fists and said, "Yes, father." After saying that, Li Ku rushed out of the house in a flash. On the bed, Chang'e leaned on one of Li Zishuan's hands. She closed her eyes and coughed less violently than before. However, she was still short of breath, as if the air in the room was not enough for her to breathe. Li Zishuan supported Chang'e's back with one hand and massaged a part of her back with the other hand. Of course, he was not massaging through the thick snow fur coat. When they entered the room, Chang'e's coat had been taken off by the maidservants. She was still wearing a white silk undergarment. It was not out of line. "Brat, how is Chang'e now?" Under the critical situation, Li Yuan could not care about those messy things. Moreover, Chang'e was still young. Everyone still treated her as a child. Retired emperor. With the princess's current situation, only Daoist's son can use the golden needle to guide qi into her body to help her calm down the chaotic yin qi in her body. This subject can only massage the Feng Men acupoint to calm the princess's cough and stall for time for the princess. Everything can only be done when Daoist's son arrives. Large beads of sweat rolled down Li Zishuan's forehead. A few beads of sweat rolled into his eyes. He only blinked his eyes and did not stop the movements of his hands at all. Just now, he said it was easy, but only he, the person involved, knew how hard it was to do it. Feng Men, also known as hot house, back house, hot house acupoint, belonged to the bladder meridian of the foot. It was the intersection point between the foot's Taiyang meridian and the Du meridian. Feng, the qi and blood of the body were mainly wind. Feng Men, it referred to the door of entry and exit. The Feng Men acupoint referred to the flow of qi and blood of the arm. Massaging the Feng Men acupoint was very effective in treating asthma. What Li Zishuan was doing now was not only massage, but also transferring qi. He was using the true qi in his body to help Chang'e straighten out the chaotic yin qi in her body. If he transferred qi too quickly, it would definitely hurt Chang'e's meridians. If he transferred qi too slowly, it would greatly affect the effect. Moreover, it was even harder to control the strength now that it was separated by clothes. Even with Li Zishuan's martial cultivation at the Grandmaster realm, he could faintly feel a trace of strain at this moment. He could not let Chang'e die. When he thought of the little girl running all the way here just to save him from Li Yuan's hands, he felt a stab of pain in his heart. At this moment, he somewhat regretted that he did not learn Sun Simiao's set of golden needle technique previously. Because at this moment, if he used the golden needle to guide qi into her body, he could not say that he could completely cure Chang'e's qi, but he was absolutely confident that he could pull Chang'e back from the gates of hell. "What are you all in a daze for? Quickly go wipe the sweat of this brat, for the marquis of Yong." When Li Yuan saw that Li Zishuan was working so hard, he could not help but have a trace of favorable impression of this junior in his heart. Thus, he berated his group of concubines. These concubines were merely playthings that he had gathered during his imprisonment. He did not care at all. Li Zishuan's eyebrows twitched and he hurriedly said, Don't. This subject appreciates retired emperor's good intentions. This subject cannot be distracted right now. I would like to trouble retired emperor to let irrelevant people withdraw." What a joke. No matter what, they were Li Yuan's women. He was not willing to have anything to do with these women at all. Li Yuan said to everyone in the room, half believing and half doubting, "All of you withdraw." The chamberlains, palace maids, servant women, and the group of concubines all withdrew. "Chang'e? How is Chang'e?" Not long after, a series of hurried footsteps and Li Er's anxious shout came from outside the room. Following that, Li Er walked in with long strides, followed by Empress Zhang's. "Greetings to Imperial Father. Greetings to Imperial Mother." Li Tai and Li Qingqian saluted one after another. Li Er waved his hand. When he saw Chang'e with her eyes tightly closed on the bed, as well as Li Zishuan behind Chang'e who was sweating profusely, his heart ached. He looked at Li Yuan and said, Imperial father. How is Chang'e now? Her life is not in danger for the time being, Li Yuan replied, and then said unhappily, How are you a father? You clearly know that Chang'e has a qi disease, but you did not send people to take good care of her. You actually let her run around in this cold weather. Do you still have this daughter in your heart? Li Er was stunned and almost cursed. He thought in his heart, if you did not bring Li Zishuan here, would Chang'e run over in a hurry? This son did not think it through. Imperial father, please calm down. After a long time, Li Er finally lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Chapter 1169. When a person found it difficult to breathe, their consciousness would soon become blurry. Chang'e was in such a state now. She felt that the air around her had solidified. It was difficult for her to take in a breath of fresh air. Her consciousness gradually became blurry, but the only thing that made her feel comfortable was the warm hands on her back. She could vaguely feel that the hands were sending waves of invisible energy to her, helping her to absorb the air in the room. A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in the crisis of certain death. She didn't want to die. She vaguely remembered that she was carried in by that man. His chest was so warm, and his breath intoxicated her. She hadn't had enough, so she didn't want to die like this. She wanted to live. She wanted to live. Don't sleep. I don't want to die. If I die, I won't be able to see him again. I don't want to die. A strong desire to live suddenly erupted in this delicate body. Along with the waves of invisible energy, Chang'e breathed desperately trying to absorb the vitality between heaven and earth. Her weak pulse and heartbeat were suddenly fed back to Li Zishuan's hands with great strength. Chang'e, don't give up. As long as you don't give up, no one in this world can take you away from me. Not even the king of hell can. While she was in a daze, Chang'e heard a familiar voice by her ear. That voice sounded so gentle, yet so confident and resolute. Yes. Using all her strength, Chang'e responded to Li Zishuan's encouragement with a soft Your Majesty, Chang'e is awake. I just heard her voice. Zhangsun, who was guarding at the side, held Li Er's hands excitedly. It had been nearly an hour since Chang'e's accident. For a moment, they saw Li Zishuan's face become very ugly. Without asking, they knew that Chang'e's situation had worsened. However, Li Zishuan did not give up. He continued to massage Chang'e's Fengmen acupoint repeatedly and continuously transferred qi to her. At this moment, Li Zishuan's face was extremely pale, but there was a trace of joy between his brows. Obviously, Chang'e had been saved from the most dangerous situation. Where is Ke? Has Ke returned to the city? Li Er patted Zhang Xuan's shoulder, but the worry between his brows did not fade away. He knew that Chang'e was only temporarily out of danger. If she wanted to be completely cured, Sun Simiao had to come over. Your Majesty, it would take at least 3/4 of an hour to travel from Chang and to Yun Mountain, even on a fast horse. His Highness King of Han shouldn't have reached Chang, and yet. Zhao Song stepped forward and cupped his fists. 60 minutes. Li Er's face sank, his expression filled with anxiety. He looked at Zhao Song and whispered, In your opinion, how much longer can the Marquis of Yong and hold on? This, Zhao Song looked troubled. He looked at Li Zishuan, gritted his teeth, and said, Your Majesty, actually, with the Marquis of Yong and middle stage strength, it is reasonable to say that he can't hold on after such a great loss. This old servant thinks that he should be holding on with his mind at this moment. Hearing this, Li Er's expression changed slightly. When the Turkic army came to Chang, he was not anxious. At this moment, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead from anxiety. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of Li Yuanchang, who was standing in the corner and pretending to be an invisible person without saying a word. A trace of killing intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. The root of all today's problems was this brat. Li Er had just finished the morning court today when he learned that Li Zishuan had been invited from Yunshan to the palace by the people sent by Li Yuan. He thought for a moment and understood that it must be Li Yuanchang behind this. After all, he was also present at the conflict at the foot of Yunshan on New Year's Eve. After guessing the cause and effect of this matter, Li Er did not take it to heart. Because in his opinion, Li Yuan would at most admonish Li Zishuan, and he was too lazy to come over and do something unnecessary. If things went wrong, he might even be ridiculed by Li Yuan. But who knew that in the end, it would cause such a big mess? His most beloved pearl in his palm almost lost her life because of this. And all this was because Li Yuanchang was stirring up trouble. Feeling Li Er's gaze, which was as though he wanted to eat him alive, Li Yuanchang's forehead started to sweat profusely. His little face turned pale in an instant, and at the same time, his legs started to tremble nonstop. Suddenly, a foul stench came from within the house. It was Li Yuanchang who had wet his pants again. Cough, cough. Li Yuan glanced at Li Er, then looked at Li Yuanchang with a complicated gaze. He scolded in a low voice, "Get out!" Letting him out was both an exile and protection. Yes, father. As if he had been granted amnesty, Li Yuanchang did not even have the courage to look at Li Er and went out dejectedly. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The King of Han and Dr. Sun have entered the city." At this moment, a chamberlain ran in from outside the room and bowed to Li Er with a face full of joy. "They're here. They're finally here. Hurry! Order people to open all the gates of the palace and give special permission for the King of Han and Dr. Sun to ride horses in the palace today. All guards are not allowed to stop the two of them. Violators will be beheaded." Li Er was shocked and said with unusual joy, "Yes, sir." The chamberlain hurriedly went out to pass on the decree. Bam. Mark Young? Guards. Hurry. Help Martin to rest. Hurry and call the imperial physician. At the same time, Jiang Xuan's anxious shout came from behind Li Er. Li Er turned around and saw that Li Zishuan had fainted on the bed, and Chang'e had fallen onto Li Zishuan due to inertia. It turned out that when he heard the chamberlain outside the door saying that Li Zishuan and Sun Simiao had entered the city, Li Zishuan finally heaved a huge sigh of relief. However, what followed was a deep sense of exhaustion. He had never been as tired as he was now, and finally, he could not help but faint. "Hurry! Help Marung into the side hall to rest." Li Er instructed Zhao Song. "Yes, Your Majesty." On the other side, Zhang Sun helped Chang'e up from Li Zishuan's body. Zhao Song walked over and carried Li Zishuan on his back, then walked toward a side room. "Grandfather, Dr. Sun is here." "Father? You're here too." After so much waiting, Li Ke had finally returned with reinforcements. When he saw Li Er at the door, he hurriedly bowed and said. Li Er nodded and greeted Sun Simiao, who was behind Li Ku, with a solemn expression. "Priest Sun, Chang'e's condition has suddenly worsened. Please save her no matter what." "I've already heard the King of Han explain the cause and effect on the way here. Your Majesty, please allow me to take the princess's pulse first." Sun Simiao's beard and hair were all messed up from being carried by Li Ku all the way here. At this moment, he did not bother to tidy up his appearance and went forward to take Chang'e's pulse. Chapter 1170. Dr. Sun, how is Chang'e? In Li Yuan's bedroom, after Sun Simiao finished the acupuncture, his expression was somewhat dispirited. Li Er did not have the time to pay attention to Sun Simiao's expression at this moment. He hurriedly walked forward and asked. Sun Simiao smiled and went to the side to wash his hands unhurriedly before saying, "This humble Taoist congratulates Your Majesty." Li Er frowned and said, "May I ask what is there to congratulate me about?" Sun Simiao stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, although the princess's qi disease came fiercely today, fortunately, the Marquis of Yong and delivered qi in time to nurse the princess's internal breathing. In addition, the princess's desire to live is very tenacious. Currently, there is no major problem. Compared to last year, the princess's physique has greatly improved. When this humble Taoist was performing acupuncture just now, I actually felt a trace of extremely weak Taoist true qi in her body. If this humble Taoist had not practiced medicine for decades and was extremely sensitive to qi, I'm afraid I would not have been able to detect the existence of this trace of true qi." "What?" Li Er's eyes widened in shock and said incredulously, "There is Taoist true qi in Chang'e's body?" Could it be the Marquis of Yong'an's true qi? Sun Simiao smiled and shook his head, saying, absolutely not. The Marquis of Yong'an's true qi is pure and majestic, but the true qi that this humble Taoist felt just now was soft and weak. This should be the true qi that the princess cultivated herself. In other words, the princess might have unintentionally stepped into the martial artist's realm of drawing qi into the body. Drawing qi into the body. When these words came out, the entire room was shocked. Everyone, including Li Yuan, all widened their eyes and were inexplicably shocked. The Tangs revered martial arts. There were so many martial artists in the world, but compared to the huge population, the proportion of martial artists was still very low. Martial artists who could cultivate true qi were even fewer. An originally soft and weak little girl suddenly became a martial artist with true qi. No matter how one listened to it, it felt inconceivable. How is this possible? Changel has never practiced martial arts in this year. How can she cultivate true qi in her body? Waves of shock surged in Li Er's heart. He still found it hard to accept this reality. Your Majesty, Changel has practiced it. She practiced Taiji Fist for half a year. Empress Zhongsun suddenly thought of something and quickly added, Taiji Fist. Sun Simiao's eyes lit up and his face suddenly became excited. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Last year, I saw Taiji Fist in the academy. This fist technique contains the Taoist theory of yin and yang. It can be both yin and yang. It can nourish one's qi and build one's body. Its effect is no less than the 5 animal frolics. Your Highness's Taoist heart is bright. It is not surprising that you can understand the essence of the Taiji Fist and cultivate a trace of Taoist true qi. There's such a thing. After listening to Sun Simiao's analysis, Li Er felt a little incredulous. Dr. Sun, doesn't that mean that if the Empress persists in practicing Taiji Fist every day, she will also be able to cultivate Taoist true qi and strengthen her ability to resist qi disease? The illness of Empress Zhongsun and Changel had always been a thorn in Li Er's heart. He was always worried that the 2 most important people in his life would suddenly leave him one day. At this moment, hearing Sun Simiao say that Changel had cultivated genuine qi because of Taiji Fist, Li Er suddenly had the idea of letting Empress Zhongsun follow suit. Sun Simiao shook his head. Of course not. Taiji Fist is exquisite, but in my opinion, those who can rely on Taiji Fist to cultivate genuine qi are absolutely 1 in a million. Your Highness is a very special case. Under various coincidences, Your Highness's qi disease has taken a huge turn for the better. With a little treatment in the future, it is very likely that she will completely recover. Right, just now I also found that Your Highness's heart and lungs are much more energetic than before. I wonder if Your Majesty and Her Highness have given Your Highness any supplements to strengthen your heart and lungs in the past year? If it were not for this, Your Highness would be in great danger today. When Li Er heard that Changel might completely recover, he was naturally happy. However, after listening to the second half of Sun Simiao's words, he frowned and fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, there has been no change in Changel's diet. I have also never heard of anything in this world that can help Changel treat her qi disease and strengthen her heart and lungs. Your Majesty, Divine Doctor's son definitely wouldn't say something that wasn't true. There must be some details that we've forgotten. Wait for me to call Changel's personal maid over. She knows Changel's usual diet the best. We will know after asking her. Empress Zhongsun thought for a long time but couldn't think of anything. However, she believed that Sun Simiao wouldn't talk nonsense, so she suggested. Come, quickly call Li Er over. Empress Zhongsun shouted and ordered. After a while, Changel's personal maid was brought in by an inner attendant. Without waiting for her to greet him, Li Er asked directly, I'm here to ask you, is there anything unusual about Changel's diet in the past few months? It had been more than 2 hours since Changel fell into a coma. Those who were well informed in the palace knew that something had happened to Changel. At this moment, hearing Li Er's question, Li Er was almost scared to death because she subconsciously thought that Li Er was suspecting that Changel's accident was related to her daily diet. Her face suddenly turned pale. Your Majesty, This servant has personally tasted Princess's daily diet. It is absolutely... You, don't be nervous. His Majesty doesn't mean to blame you. Moreover, Changle is doing very well now. His Majesty, and I just want to ask if Changle has eaten anything unusual but very beneficial to her body recently. Empress Zhangsun saw Li Er's nervous face and knew that this girl was thinking wrongly. She smiled and comforted her. Li Er heaved a sigh of relief. She blinked her eyes and thought seriously. Suddenly she said, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty. This servant remembers. If there is anything unusual that Her Highness the Princess has eaten in the past 6 months, it is only fried locusts. Last autumn, ever since Mark Yong advised Her Highness to eat more fried locusts, Her Highness the Princess has to eat 1 serving every day." Locusts? Li Er's expression shook. He clapped his hands and said, "I also remember. Last year, Mark Yong said that eating locusts is beneficial to treating Qi disease. Dr. Sun, I wonder if there is such a saying?" Sun Simiao frowned. He closed his eyes and pondered for a while with a serious expression. Suddenly, he said with a joyful face, "Locusts have a warm nature and can open orifices. It is indeed a good medicine to treat Qi disease. Why didn't I think of it in the past? Mark Yong is really a medical prodigy. If he is willing to study medicine wholeheartedly, his medical skills will definitely not be inferior to mine in the future. Dr. Sun, go take a look at Marung. I reckon that he is already exhausted to the point of collapse." Li Er looked towards the side hall and sighed faintly. He thought to himself, "Looks like I have wronged Li Zishuan in the past." However, it was impossible for him to apologize. He was the emperor, so how could he apologize to others? At most, he would give Li Zishuan more compensation in other aspects in the future.